It's been from sun. Hello, everybody. How are you? Hello, 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 hello. We're going live. We're going live. We're going live. We're going live. We're going live, everybody. We're going live, everybody. We're going live. We're going live. We're going live. Hello, how is everybody? Come on in. Come on in. Come on in the room. Come on in the room. Come on in the room. Jesus, 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 Jesus. Holy Ghost, go and give you. Come on in the prayer room. In the prayer room. Come on in the room. Come on in the room. Ho, hoax. Y'all out there. Hey, brother Julius. White woman, ho, hoax to you. We don't care. We do not care. Welcome, MFM, everybody. MFM, I had a great Sabbath. MFM, shalom to all of you. And I mean this, I'm dead ass serious. I'm dead ass serious to you. Shalom. God bless everybody. I know I'm going to get into trouble, but I'm just telling y'all the truth. And my friends, well, I'm going to talk a little bit about genealogy as I always do with people. It's important. We need to know who we are. We've been lied to so badly. Even I got books everywhere. The reason I've been obsessed with books and all is I knew I was getting lied to as a child. I knew I was getting lied to. That's like, damn, how much lying is going to go on? Lying. So lying. I'm just telling you, I've experienced so much lying. And I'm not trying to be funny. I'm not upset. Trust me, I ain't tripping off of me. I am not tripping off of me. Um, so I just want to say hi to all of you on this channel here. The Angry Black Men's Book Club and other things are forthcoming. Please, please, please support and join and share. Ain't going nowhere. I got 4 of you. Come on, y'all. Upload short. I want to do a live. Okay. How is everybody? It's slow. I know everybody's shy. Oh, there are 2 people over here. Well, white woman, and God bless you. Okay. Who's in here? Right here. I'm pointing at you. You on my YouTube. Say hi. Oh my God, maturation. Hello, peace to you. Hey y'all, we're gonna work this out. Oh, now there are 4 people. Okay, come on, y'all. Come on in. Let's talk. By the way, I was talking to Sister Devon. I was using, yep, I had to use some drugs. Yes, I use drugs. I do, but natural drugs, okay? I don't I don't abuse my body, but I will take some herbs. I had a bunch of ashwagandha. I feel great. And you know I don't care what anybody thinks. I got naturally high. I am high as hell and I earned it. And my lesbian neighbors have been smoking weed like their lives counted on it. And that shit had knocked me out. I wasn't even able to participate in in my church service today because I had like a, I don't know, withdrawal from all the weed they smoke next door. And it comes right through the wall. So do their goddamn mice. I've been trying to kill them and shit. Hmm. Everybody. Hello, maturation. Hello, CPU, CRU, royalty, foundation. Yes, I did use drugs, but the drugs I take are things like beetroot. I took nitric oxide. I took tribulus. Okay, I take natural things because I was falling asleep. Now I got a buzz, and so I'm gonna like, well, I use drugs to help me educate my own people. And I'm gonna keep using. In fact, if you piss me off, I'm gonna bring a bunch of pills to take this shit in front of you. I really don't care. This cold weather's been knocking me out, making me fall asleep. I want to do these lives, and I like gone for 5, 6 hours because it goes hot and cold. And then I come back here in this damn window, the cold air like knocks me the hell out. So I have a heater on to make certain I don't fall asleep. Now, I've been talking about feminism to y'all, and I'm going to be reading more feminist stuff to you. Uh, no, I haven't done a turpentine detox. I've I have been talking to you about feminism because feminism is a Trojan horse. They come in on women being mad and upset about stuff, and they use this woman's grievance shit to bring in slow genocide in the black community. And that's why I've been very harsh with black women about it. Because we talk about black men killing each other. We aggressively stop killing, stop the violence. But when folks are aborting more babies than anybody can murder or kill, and that's seen as healthcare, and that's cool. And that bitch Kamala Harris is about to tour the country on just promoting killing black babies. And she's going to speak to adoring crowds of dumb fuck black women. I'm saying it just like that. And stupid ass, whore ass, dick slave, no good black men who are scum, who should be hung by their testicles from lampposts. There's a conspiracy to get rid of us, and they can come through and just deal with grievances of black women, some real and some of that shit imagined and some of that shit deserved. If you choose to pick up Jack the Ripper because you love him, it's your fucking fault. It's not black men's fault because you decided to screw Jack the Ripper. It's your damn fault. You opened your legs. Unless it's rape, ladies, it's your fault. Even if he lied to you, you still chose to be with him. Gotta own up. Women's rights and women's wrongs. Equality means equal responsibility and equal accountability, something that you need to put into your damn vocabulary. Accountability. You are too responsible. I know a whole bunch of folk mad. I had someone complain to me, I don't like when you say, if it's not my cum, I'm not the one. What's your problem with it? Why are you telling me that what I'm responsible for another dude's fuck trophy? I have to be accountable because somebody was irresponsible or ungodly. What does that have to do with me? Not before the seat of God am I going to be judged for another man's bad behavior. But in black community, yep, a black man who doesn't want to be the father to another man's bastards that he didn't want, he's an asshole for only wanting to raise the children that he's made. I want to say to our spoiled sisters around the world, folk who think like that are considered whores. Pretty much. Not my opinion, not my culture, because let me just tell you a quick story. My great aunt, my great aunt, married to my great uncle, my grandfather, my grandmother's sister, waited for my great uncle who married her to go off to World War II to get pregnant at least one time while he's on the battlefield. She's on the battlefield of her own. When he comes back from the war, she's pregnant by another man. My uncle did not leave her, did not say, whore ass bitch, you cheated on me. I'm fucking out of here. He stayed and raised the children when she cheated on him, when he's on a battlefield. And that happened to a lot of people. And black men don't get any props. I want to give props. Uncle Llewellyn Warner, Uncle Llewellyn, you were a great man. I'll never forget the fact that you stayed with my aunt when she betrayed you. That you went ahead and stay with her. You didn't say you screwed another dude. This is why this color purple shit pisses me off. Because my family's from Georgia, where this color purple shit supposedly happened, fictionally. And my uncle manned up and raised a child, someone else's fuck toy, as his own. No, never complained, didn't miss a beat. And I know of other men in my family that raised other black men's children and didn't say a damn thing. Love those kids, and black fathers get a fucking bum rap for the black fathers that aren't shit. And this is something I hate about the black culture, and this is why I'm very aggressive and I'm harsh towards, because men don't get a break. When the man does the right thing, you don't even hear about it. Father's Day isn't shit in the black community, no matter how good the father is. Mother's Day, even if the bitch has killed all the babies, wants enough roses and shit to be a garden. And it's wrong. It ain't fair. And so I know of men that have raised other people's kids, have been cool about it. In other cultures, you hard-headed, dumb-ass pork chop feminists, men kill women for doing what a lot of sisters here do and see it as, well, it's something that happened. I'm not saying put your hands on anybody, but at least I should be able to leave. If infidelity makes women want to leave, why can't men leave when women are unfaithful? We have the only women in the world that think a man is obligated to stay when they cheat. But if he cheats, she's got, walking papers, even if she's the kind of woman that gets with the dude and doesn't like having sex at all. Thank you, great Uncle Llewellyn Warner. You're a great man, a wonderful man, a cool man, a good black father. And I have other men in my family that raised other people's children and did a good job and were cool about it. And you'll never see a film on, well, other than Claudine, that's from the 70s, where a black man came in and janitored up a woman's busted pussy credit history. And they don't see that man as great. In other cultures, I'm not trying to be funny, and I'm glad we don't have it in our culture, but there has to be a system of accountability. Because in other cultures, I'm not trying to say this, they will kill a woman, take a woman out. I think that's wrong. I'm not advocating any kind of violence against women, but men have the right to know who the hell the children belong to for real. And if they take on another man's child, to be honored, I mean, shit, with home baked cookies and submission and cooperation without any back talk or clap backing. It's only fair. If it's not his come, he shouldn't be the one. If he does the black man's version of Jesus where he lays down his life for another man's bastard, you should treasure that man, you ungrateful bitches out there. 1 in 3 children are being raised, if not more, maybe half, by men that aren't their fathers. And yet they talk about how bad the black men are. So all of these men out here taking care of kids that aren't theirs. It in other cultures, I'm not joking. If they catch a woman cheating, they will kill that woman. I'm against that. I don't want you to put your hands on her. Just leave. Black men are so pathetic. They're such beggars. Black men are such needy, clingy bitches until they don't have a standard for women. And these women, therefore, have no standard for their kids. And our community is a fucking wreck because of it. That's why I'm beefing about feminism. Um, I'm all about women's rights. And I've been just learning. This past 2 weeks, my mind is so damn blown. That's why I want some donations. I got to buy some books to learn about the damn women in my family going back about 500 years. I had a grandmother that got married when she was 9, was divorced at the age of 10, married 4 times, ended up being the Queen Mother of England. The women in my family have power whether the hell I agree or not. Women are too powerful. Women are too intelligent. Women do too deserve respect, loyalty, protection, and earn enough money so their asses can stay at home. Then you don't have to worry about who they're fucking in the office, brothers. How does that happen, black men? If we would work together, I just went in on women. I got to cuss some black men out. We're a race of fuck nigger men. We're the biggest bitches I've ever seen. I have worked with all kinds of people. Every other group of men work together. Same way black women aren't loyal to black men, well, bitch ass black men aren't loyal to each other. You can't get 2 or 3 black men to stick together unless they're queer. What the fuck is wrong with us? These illegals come together and they can share, they can do stuff. Black man can have a house with 50 rooms and they don't want anyone else to live there. He just wants people to know I have a house with 50 rooms and you can't come in. Do you know that the other people, if they had a house with 50 rooms, they would find a way to at least put 10 families in there and pool the money and buy more houses. You end up losing the one fucking house with the 50 rooms you have in it because you don't want to share with anyone. Because the bitches in our community, the reason that black men say bitch so much is because we know what a bitch is because it's us. We don't protect one another. We don't stick together. We don't respect one another. We won't do business with one another. We refuse. I've worked jobs and the black men was fighting each other. I first noticed this 50 years ago when I first started going to school in a predominantly black school. I thought, coming from a predominantly white school where I was a nigger, that being in a school with other black people, wow, I would be with my own black peers. We would have something in common, like black history. I got to the black school and found out, damn, we hate each other. I'd see people fighting for the sake of fighting. When there was a fight at the white school I went to, it was usually over something. I noticed black folk would fight. It was like taking a bowel movement or breathing. I'm just gonna fight you. Well, start fighting. They asked them, what were you fighting them for? I don't know. Like when they shoot someone, why'd you shoot them? I wasn't thinking at the time. We're the only men that are catty like that. They're like their bitch ass, whore ass mothers, except they're worse. They got the musculature and the ability to kill of a man and the emotions of a pimped out, tricked out woman. Black men are the real bitches in our community, and we have to stop being bitches. Stop being a bitch. It used to go to clubs, and if a woman likes you, there's a dude across the room mean mugging you. Why are you mean mugging me? The woman's with me. I didn't bother you. If I was looking at you, you'd be concerned about whether I was gay or bi. I didn't bother you. I didn't, and you're sitting up glaring at me like I shouldn't be with the woman I'm with. You should be happy I'm not trying to fuck you in the ass or get my dick sucked by you. I'm not bothering you. You can't be happy I found a woman to be with. We're not hurting you. I'm not taking anything from you. I'm serious. I remember being the first. What are you mad at me? Try to like get the woman I'm with. Why are you competing with me? There are women all over the place. You want to take what? You want my attention? What kind of man wants another strange man's attention? You may be macho in your body, but that's a bitch brain. A dude's with this lady, having a good time, not bothering, and some other dude's all in the middle of my dick's business. I'm not bothering your dick. I'm not bothering your testicles. If you want me to send you a drink, I'll get you a damn drink. Now you want to fight me because the woman likes me. You don't want a woman to like me? Well, who's supposed to like me then? Bitch ass black man? Whore ass black man? Woman beating black man? Bastard making black man? Liar? Black criminal man? Asshole black man? Backstabber? Brotherfucker black man? You fucking bitch. We don't work together. We don't like each other. We hate one another. In fact, we don't even like our black women. We rip them up. We use them up. We spit them out. We abuse them early. And then we wonder why they're bitter. And it doesn't take too many asshole black men to rip up black women for word to get around. And you know what? It's the good black men who are nothing like this that pay for the bitch ass, ripper ass, psycho ass, pedophile ass, chump ass, faggot eyes, gorilla sissy niggas out there who do all this shit. And I know guys who pick the most fucked up of women to try to love them, to show them that all black men aren't monsters because they understand how evil and how mean some of these bitch ass black men are to women and everybody else. As I call them, brotherfuckers. I was talking to a friend, praying with the friend, because their son, they want them to get married, and their son is wounded because the father hurt the mother so bad. This guy goes out and just tries to love on hurt black women to try to prove to himself, I'm not the same asshole as my father. I've seen black men stay in abusive relationships to women who've been fucked over and hurt, or women who come from a culture of being hurt to try to make up for the crimes of their fathers. I'm speaking from personal experience in this sense. I used to put up with a lot of feminism because I understood a lot of black women have been hurt and abused. A lot of black women have been hurt, have been abused, have been messed over, have been dogged. And so you're very patient because, and I see other black men, that's why a lot of black men can't get with the Passport Brothers and can't get with Kevin Samuels, the Godfather, God bless him, peace be upon him. Um, uh, the reason that they're like this is because mhm. By the way, uh, if people say stupid stuff, I'll just clock your ass out. Um, you're not paying my bills, and you can't increase or decrease my sperm count. So it's of no great significance to me. But being very, 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 very patient with negative black women because you understand maybe their mama got beat or they've been beat or they got molested or their sister got molested or their father just, and when I realized is that that doesn't necessarily help the woman being patient with her being a jackass because she's been hurt. What's more effective is to tell her, get some goddamn mental health counseling. What black men tend to do is not say anything about it. That doesn't help. So when the woman's been tore up, ripped up, violated serially by black men, and then once the woman's been tore up, ripped up, and hurt by a whole bunch of black men with this dumbass, psychotic, self hating pimp culture. And for me, the only difference between you that call yourself a pimp and a drag queen is that you don't wear women's clothes. Because no man that truly gives a damn about women is out there ripping women up, violating women. That's somebody's mama. That's somebody's wife. That's somebody's daughter. That's somebody's niece. That's somebody's grandma to be. This pimp culture that black men think is cool, to me, so you have some power. You want to show me some power? Where's our economic, political, military, socioeconomic power? Messing over our women doesn't prove anything other than you're weak. Show me your family. Show me your goddamn legacy. Show me that you provide enough for the woman to just stay home and take care of children if that's what you guys agree to do in your relationship. Versus calling yourself such a baller and that woman has to work 3 or 4 low paid jobs to carry the bastard seed that you don't even want to spend time on. Oh, hell yes. Y'all think I just jump in women's shit? You don't know me. Like Kevin Samuels, I started off kicking black men's ass first. I got to women when I realized that you got to balance this shit out. You got to go off on women too. Otherwise, the society goes off on black men all the time. We got to even it out. So y'all need to make a New Year's resolution not to be brotherfuckers, bitches, pimps. And I'm going to say this to you. Every one of you black men that goes to a strip club, you're a piece of shit. All of you that watch porn, you're shit. You contribute to human trafficking. You're destroying our people. You're modern day slave traders that are contributing to the destruction of our people. Stay your asses away from porn. Stay your asses away from sex shops. Stay your ass away from strip joints. And don't join associations or groups. Don't even affiliate with the black man that doesn't show respect to black women. Look, even if I see a hoe in the street, I don't disrespect her. Y'all want freedom? Y'all want reparations? It starts with how we treat each other. It ain't happening before we start learning how to respect one another. If you don't respect your mother, you don't respect no damn body. If you don't respect the women in your race, you don't respect anybody. And you know what? When the women in your race are trotted out as whores and sluts, and you think it's cool that you offer up your women to another group of men who exploit and hate you and emasculate you, you're a contributor to your enslavement and your erasure. Real black manhood has integrity, has dignity, has honor, and it has morality. Things that don't exist in the boule and in a lot of things that we have. It's time to wake the hell up. Cut the shit. Stop the damn lying. You want to meet nice, innocent women who act like women in other countries where men are treasured? Well, the men in those cultures protect their women. The men in those cultures stay with their children. The When I meet a woman who's round, she's really kind, she has a protective father that would put a fucking cap in your head if you tried to get over on his child. These women who've been unprotected, preyed on by sometimes their mothers and absentee fathers or their sorry ass boyfriends of their moms. When you rip up a girl early, when you rip these girls up, when you tear generations of women up, they reproduce the bitterness and rage into the children. The boys either don't want to be men, that's explosion in our gay and bisexual males who are ashamed of their fathers or their mother's boyfriends, or they're ashamed of manhood in general, or they model themselves as their fathers and they exploit and abuse women too. And they expect, right? The women either are very macho because they have to fend for themselves, or they pick abusive guys who like their dad, or whatever. We're part of this cycle. We have to break the cycle. We can cut ourselves a moral ethical check that we're going to repair one another by respecting one another, by giving a damn about one another, by honoring one another. If we did this, it would be a lot harder for folks to kill us, to replace us, to come into our neighborhoods, to push dope on us, you name it. It starts with us. And I don't care who does it like it. We, freedmen, FBA, B1, African Americans, Afro Americans, Negroes, coloreds, niggas, if I will, need God. I mean God, and we need it quick, fast, in a hurry. Without God, you don't get nothing. Without God, we're not going to get these damn reparations that we're owed. Without God, we won't have families. Without God, we won't have womanhood. Without God, we won't have real manhood. Without God, the music has gone to hell with these godless people. Best music we ever had were church niggas that quit. I'm done. I'm ready to start reading. But my word to brothers, stop being bitches, please. Please. Let's have a ceasefire on being bitches. If we men stop being bitches, the women would have no choice but to stop being macho. Study war no more. I'm gonna lay down my bullshit sword and shield down by the riverside and study being a male whore no more. Ain't gonna be a male whore no more. Ain't gonna be a male whore no more. Ain't gonna be a male whore no more. Oprah Winfrey and all these other people like her, the fuel that drives them is the fuel that we black men invest in doing negative and stupid behavior, whether that's being in denial or covering up or pretending that morbid obesity is beautiful. We are the fuel in the jet of pork chop feminism. It's time for us to siphon the fuel out of the tanks, and then it won't fly nowhere. Your car won't move if it has no fuel. This garbage could stop if each of us did our part. That's a public service announcement. If the shoe fits, then damn it, stop wearing it. If you're a good black man or woman, for all you Wazis out there, all you wonderful people like my sister Eve and sister Devon and sister Elaine Riddick and all the righteous black women, many loves, hugs, and kisses to you. The rumor is that I hate women. No, I hate bullshit. I hate male and female bullshit. And I'm fair. A lot of people don't know fairness when they see it. You've heard someone else come down on somebody, and you hear me go off on someone, and you don't understand if there was a whole thing. You can't take me in one setting because you don't know me, and I don't. You don't have to know me. But what you should do is know yourself. You should know right from wrong. Now, I just had to get that off my chest. We need to know who the hell we are. We know and so I'm going to start off with my book. We may do this for a couple hours, but a fagonist pissed me off. I can't stand fagonist. I can't stand fagonist. And if you're a stupid ass black man, I really don't like stupid black men because I went to public schools with a lot of dumbass dudes who would compare F grades for who had the most Fs. A lot of you brothers, I wish you were dead. I hope you were vaccinated so I don't have to see you again. You won't join the movement. You won't work with anyone. You think because you're stupid and you're in the majority that you're about something. Yes, you're about death and destruction. You're the best thing that ever happened to white supremacy. Illiterate, stupid, opinionated, bastard black men. You guys are scum. Every day of the week, you're scum. And you reproduce scum. And you're the kind of guys that want women to suck on your rectum because you ain't man enough to raise anything that comes out your dick. So if you're a fagonist, I don't want you. This is not a popularity contest. I couldn't care a fuck about popularity and stupid ass, useless black men. The kind with enough felonies and shit to be Rikers Island personified. Back the hell up off of me. You rapists, you pedophiles. Because white supremacy likes pathology in our community, a day's gonna come where we righteous black men, we're gonna get you crooked ass black men. Fuck all of y'all up. You wanna see some more in our community? It's the day that we go after the scum, the knuckleheads, the morons in our community. The kind that if you're a teacher and you're trying to teach this one asshole, if I could have just taken someone and beaten their ass, I would have had order to teach. Somebody told them being stupid is cool. Making bastards is cool. You got pictures of kids that you don't feed. You show your friend how strong your sperm is. You need to show them how strong your bank statement is. Shit, you don't know me. You don't know me. If I would dog a woman out, what the hell you think I'd do with the sorry ass man? Fuck with me in here. No, I'm sorry. No, one of those fagonists, dumbass, liar niggas, come the kind of people who screw little girls and stuff. Folks who molest the kids in foster care. If you knew how many people I've had to talk to, molested, kind of guys you would never think would hurt a child. run around here cool because nobody asks questions. We make exceptions because of our oppression as a group. We try not to be hard on people. No, we need to start being hard on people. You need to be hard on child molesters. We need to be hard on bastard makers. We need to be hard on people that don't pay child support. We need to be hard on rapists. We need to be hard on senior abusers. We need to be hard on men that beat women. We need to be hard on men that prey on men. Useless niggas. Come up and think you're going to turn me. Should I turn you? Bitch ass nigga, come on here. And the stupid ass question was, what did I have on? This, whether it's old or raggedy, whether you like it or not, belonged to the most influential preacher in West Africa, Reverend Dr. Benson Idahosa, one of the richest men in Nigeria. This is his. It was given to me because people feel like I have something to say. And I have other clothes that belong to Bishop Benson Idahosa. If you don't know who the hell it is, ask a Nigerian. And my DNA, according to some tests, is 41% Nigerian. And I wish I was as tricky as them, because then I could really play your asses. Let the church say amen. Now, you know what? I'm going to turn the main light off. I'm going to put my nice light on that's soft. Are y'all ready for American Dilemma? I'm going to hold the book up. I'm going to say a little bit about it. And we're going to get right into it. I'm sorry I had to go off on somebody, but fake ass people out here. The biggest problem, again, is if you want to see black women change yourselves, black men. Change yourself. Stop pretending if you're running 4 or 5 overweight women that you're a lover. In reality, you're a broke person running. Basically, you're a part-time gigolo to morbidly obese women who subsidize your bullshit. It's not pretty. It's ugly. A trick is a trick. A male trick. I mean, so what? It's going on your dick. The real thing is not who you screw, but the legacy you leave through the children that are cared for, that become something. You black men that are like that, you should be ashamed. Your kids, when we hear about them with their fucked up names, they're in the news, they're dead. 14-year-old boy trying to kick in someone's door, scared mother with her daughter, shot to death, a 14-year-old stupid ass young black male, and we haven't begun to see your bastard children get shot down. And when they kill your child, when they kill your legacy, they've killed you. A lot of you black men are dead and don't know it. You're living dead. Your children are aborted. They're in jail. They're trannies. They're studs. You have a legacy of wickedness and death. There's nothing to respect. You run around wanting to be respected all the time. There's nothing respectable about your ass. I'm glad I'm a black man. I'd probably hate black men too. Damn, I would be a stud. I'd probably have a lesbian with the tongue the size of a king cobra, the way that I've seen black men act. Fuck with me up in here. Let me change the lighting in here. Oops, I forgot something. Okay, it'll do it this time. Okay. Okay. I'm sorry. Man, coons be making you feel violent and shit. Stupid ass black men. Damn. I'm gonna tell you one more story. When I went to school, the black guys in DC school I went, they prided themselves on not doing their schoolwork. Everything's a fucking joke. Even when they make kids there, it's a joke. There was a guy I went to junior high school with. He had 26 children. I think his name is Harold. Harold had 26 children. And so he had so many children, some of the child support payments were as little as $5 a month because he couldn't afford to give $10 a month to each of his children. Or actually, once it got to the later ones, $5, $10, $20 a month, that's not even diaper money. But you know what? He got that pussy. Like that dude that was in Marvel. I don't remember his name. I don't care. That stupid ass actor messed with the white woman. Now his life got messed up and they almost convicted him. Not to knock natural relations with women, it's essential. But damn it, uh, what about life itself? What about power? What about building industry? Black men back in the day had more children, which meant they probably having more sex than we do, and yet they could have families, they could have businesses. We've gone down. I'm not surprised the kids don't want to be men. I'm not surprised a lot of women think that they could be better men than most of you sorry ass dudes out there, you brotherfucker bitches. Kevin Samuels was too good for your asses. Now, let me just, the book that talks about, it's called An American Dilemma. It's by a Swedish sociologist, Gunnar Myrdal. If he's not Swedish, he's Norwegian. He's some kind of Scandinavian. I think he's Swedish. And this book came out, this is an original copy. And came out 1944. 80 years ago, they were working on this book to talk about what to do about Black people, the future of Black people. Gunnar Myrdal had a whole bunch of people and they studied Black people. And what came out of this was this American Dilemma. And I just want you to hear chapter 7. Peace be upon you. And again, welcome to the Angry Black Men's Book Club. For all of you sisters, God bless you. If you think that we're just going to give women hell, you don't know me. If you heard I was a misogynist, I am a misogynist against feminists. I'm not a misogynist against warrior sisters like Elaine Riddick. I love Black women that love Black men. If you hate Black men, I'm against you. I don't like brotherfuckers. I'm a misandrist against Black men that hate Black people, that hate Black men, that violate Black women. If you're in the way of Black progress, I can't stand you. In fact, I motherfuck you in Jesus' name. All of you sorry ass Black people who are basically low-level agents of white supremacy that have not been punished for your crimes against your people. When we get our asses together, we will. We're going to bring your asses to court. We're going to have a Nuremberg for sellout, skank, scoundrel, guttural, filthy, no good Black people who make us look bad. Proof that if people want to be free is that they have rules and regulations and they punish the scum, the traitors, the degenerates, the subversives, the obscurantist bullshit in the community. That's preachers, that's pimps, it's pedophiles, it's whomever. This is chapter 7 on population. They've been thinking a long time about getting rid of us. What you see in Chicago, New York, and here in DC, it's been a long, long time coming. Part 1, Chapter 7, Population, the Growth of the Negro Population. There were about 17 times as many Negroes in the United States in 1940 as there were in 1790, when the first census was taken, but in the same period, the white population increased by 37 times. Negroes were 19.3% of the American population in 1790, but only 9.8% in 1940. Except for the first decade of the 19th century and the 1930s, this proportion has been steadily declining. The trend in the proportion has been governed by the natural increase of the two population stocks, by the expansion of the territorial limits of the United States, and by immigration. Since all figures on these things are uncertain, it is not possible to make an accurate imputation of the changes and relative importance of these factors. Since descendants of immigration after the second generation are included in the category of native born, it is still less possible to calculate what proportion of Negroes would have been had there been no immigration of either race to the United States after 1790. In the previous chapter, we have discussed the considerable slave import, legal up to 1808 and the illegal from the time until the Civil War. After the war, immigration of Negroes became inconsequential. The immigration of whites from Europe was much heavier, even in relation to the larger white stock, during practically the whole period. There is no doubt that the factor accounts for the great decline in the proportion of Negroes until recently. Additions of territory to the continental United States have brought in a more than proportional share of whites. Immigration is a weapon against us, people. There's been a radical change in these factors, a change which promises to stop the downward trend of the population of Negroes and probably send it slightly upward. There have been no acquisitions of continental territory for a long time, and it is not likely that there will be any more. Immigration from Europe was largely halted by the First World War, and restrictive legislation of the 1920s, not likely to be repealed, has continued to hold that immigration low. Economic stagnation during the 1930s operated to reduce the immigration below the legal quota, even when the latter was temporarily further reduced by executive order. Only the refugees coming after 1933 made the immigration from Europe at all significant. It is not likely that immigration from Europe will rise after the present war. We can assume from now on, as during the 1930s, the immigration from Europe will not greatly exceed the immigration to Europe. Both white and Negro groups are therefore now changing and will continue to change, if our assumption is correct, almost entirely in accord with their respective birth and death rates. One important exception to this is the continuing migration of Mexicans and Canadians. These groups will continue to provide a small but steady addition to the white population. Like immigration, passing may be ignored as relatively negligible in the estimation of probable changes in the relative number of Negroes and whites. While there are more statistics on population than in other fields, there are less adequate for many of the problems that we're interested in. There's a continuous registration of births and deaths compiled annually, but the failure to register large numbers of births and deaths make it extremely hazardous to use these statistics. Okay, let me repeat. But the failure to register large numbers of births and deaths makes it extremely hazardous to use these statistics. They are always lying about how many of us there are, people. And the folks who really know, they keep telling you there's just 40 million blacks in this country. It's a damn lie. They were saying 40 million like 30 years ago. Just think about that. Why do you think they're letting all these people in? They don't keep they don't like our numbers. Much more complete is the decennial census, but for our purposes, this also isn't adequate since young children are frequently overlooked in a different degree for the different regions and races, and since the census asked no direct question on internal migration until 1940. The inadequacies of both vital registration and census enumeration, listen to this, are greater for the South, where we Black people were concentrated, than for the North, greater for the rural areas than the urban, and even in the same areas, greater for Negroes than for whites. We are handicapped also by the fact, at the time of this writing, the summer of 1942, the compilation of the 1940 census is far from complete, and the 1930 census was too old to be of much use showing the present situation. For all these reasons, it will be somewhat hazardous to present the facts about the population beyond the crude trends we have already noted. We shall present only those facts about which we feel fairly certain, but it should be understood that the figures are approximations. For our first observation of the Negro and white natural increase, that is, the balance of births and deaths, we may turn to the net reproduction rate. This rate is a combined measure of the birth and death rates adjusted to a stable age distribution of the population. It is a number of girls which 1,000 newborn girls may be expected to bear during their lifetime, assuming the existing rates of fertility and mortality. Estimates of the Bureau of Census are based on a 5% cross section of the 1940 census return, indicate the net reproduction of 107 for non-whites and 94 for whites, including Mexicans. For the 1930, the comparable rates calculated from all census returns were 110 and 111, respectively. Despite the errors in the data, it is possible to derive the following tentative conclusions: that Negroes, like whites, are not reproducing themselves so rapidly as they used to. Two, that probably their rate is now higher than that of whites. And three, that this differential is a new phenomenon, at least insofar as it is significant. If such a differential continues into the future, and it is not fully compensated for immigration of whites, the proportion of Negroes in the American population may be expected to rise, though slowly. They don't want us to grow. While the country as a whole around 1930, the net reproduction rate for Negroes and whites was about the same. The Negro rate was significantly below the white rate in each region of the country and in the rural and urban areas taken separately. This situation occurred, of course, because the Negroes were concentrated in the South and in rural areas, which have high rates for birth for both whites and Negroes compared to other areas. In other words, it was only because of their unusual geographic distribution that the Negroes were reproducing themselves as rapidly as whites. During the 1930s, it would seem that a fundamental change took place. The white rates had dropped until they were no longer above the Negro rates in each region and in the rural and urban areas taken separately. If the 1940 rate for the whole country are standardized to show what the rates would be if both color groups were distributed by residence areas in the same proportion as the total population, the whites rise from 94 to 97, and the non-whites drop from 107 to 102. That is, even if the differences in the regional and rural urban residences are held constant, the Negroes have a higher net reproduction in whites, since errors in the census are greater for Negroes than for whites. and therefore the discrepancy is greater, if anything, than shown by the figures we have presented. We feel justified in presenting the following as a fourth conclusion from the reproduction figures. 4. Within regions and rural urban areas taken separately, Negroes are no longer reproducing themselves at a lower rate than whites. In fact, the figures suggest that they are reproducing themselves more, thus reversing the position they held in 1930 and earlier. To determine the causes of these differentials in trends, we shall first have to go to the birth and death rates which compose the net reproduction rates. Unfortunately, these rates are more unreliable than the composite net reproduction rate. Certain general conclusions are justified, however, even if we cannot rely on the exact magnitudes. The Negro birth rate, like the white birth rate, has been falling for at least since 1880 and perhaps longer. And since 1850, it has been consistently higher than the white birth rate. These important generalizations about the birth rate have held true in recent years. In 1928-32, the corrected gross reproduction rate was 136 per thousand for Negroes as compared to 122 for whites. And for 1933 to 37, the Negro rate had fallen to 130. While there are while there are proportionally more Negro than white infants born, significantly fewer, listen to this, significantly fewer of the Negro infants live. During 1940, 73 out of every 1,000 live Negro infants were recorded to have died before reaching their first birthday, as compared to 43 white babies out of every 1,000 born. If the official statistics were even more accurate, they would undoubtedly reveal a much greater differential in the infant mortality rates. While a good many more Negro infants died than white infants in proportion to their total numbers, the difference in death rates for children and mature adults is apparently even greater. Only at the ages above 50 does a Negro death rate begin to fall to the level of the white death rate. If a Negro child is born alive, it has, in 1930, on average, a life expectancy of roughly 48.5 years, while the average white newborn child can expect to reach the age of 60.9 years. For a stationary population with a stable age distribution, these expectancy figures would correspond to a death rate for Negroes of 20.6 per thousand population, and for whites 16.4. The actual death rates registered were in 1930 16.5 per thousand Negroes and 10.8 for whites. The actual rates are due not only to the underregistration but also the abnormal age structure. Both Negroes and whites have a disproportionate number of young adults. As we said, the birth rate has been falling for both Negroes and whites. The fall in fertility is the major factor behind the secular decline and the net reproduction for both population groups. The decrease in morality has not been able to affect more rather than slight checking of this decline. It is probable since 1930 that the birth rate for whites has fallen more rapidly than the birth rate for Negroes. The existing data regards the trends in the death rates are so faulty and self-contradictory that it's hardly worthwhile to quote them. The available data does not permit us to compare the trends in the Negro and white death rates. If the death rates have been falling for both rates, it would seem that they're falling more rapidly for whites than for Negroes until 1930. In 1930, the mortality for the Negro population was higher than the rate for the white population 30 years previously in 1900. It is likely since 1930 the death rate has fallen more rapidly for Negroes than for whites. The decline in the birth rate for both whites and Negroes has been changing the age structure of the populations, and this, in turn, is having certain effects on the birth and death rates, even if the age specific birth rates, that is, the birth rate for each age group of women, should remain constant. The crude birth rate, that is, the birth rate for the entire population, will ultimately drop as the population grows older. The crude birth rate is now abnormally high since there's an abnormally large number of persons in the childbearing age groups. This is also because they were born in a period of higher fertility. This is slightly more true of Negroes than of whites. Since most of the foreign born are white, they are now mostly in the older age groups. In 1940, 41.1% of non white females, as compared to 39.2% of white females, were between the ages of 20 and 45. The effect on the white birth rate will come sooner because Negroes had a somewhat higher birth rate and because they, as a result of higher mortality and fewer foreign born, have and will probably continue to have a relatively smaller number of persons in ages above the fertile age groups. Likewise, even though the death rate declines somewhat for each group of both white and Negro populations, the crude death rate will tend to increase as the population of persons in the high age groups increases. And for the same reasons, the rise in the death rate will come sooner for whites than for Negroes, considering the differences in age structure alone, which is causing the decline in the crude birth rate and the rise of the crude rate to come sooner for whites than for Negroes. We have another reason why, for a while at least, the proportion of Negroes in the total population will increase. It must be remembered, however, that future changes in fertility and mortality will change the entire pattern. Of particular interest for our present problem would be the effects of large-scale disease prevention campaign. Since Negro death rates are now considerably higher than white death rates, it is more possible to bring them down. Any impartial efforts to reduce sickness and death in the nation will have much more effect on Negroes than on whites simply because the Negroes have more preventable and curable diseases to begin with. This is why they do not want health, a national health program in America, the resistance to Social Security and all these things, whereas you may have in Canada or Europe, it is to make certain that Black people die. That's the opposition to Obamacare. That's the opposition to whatever, all the social programs. It's about making you and I die earlier so they can be ahead in numbers. We have observed that a more rapid fall in the Negro mortality has probably already occurred during the 30s. What happened in the 1930s, as racist as he was? Roosevelt, social programs, peanuts, just anything given to the Black population causes our numbers to rebound. So if you look at what's been happening since Reagan for over 40 years, is to eliminate all programs that would give people any kind of lifeline to exist. Our public policy is about us being made to die off without calling it that. It's called benign neglect. Letting in 10 million illegal migrants and cutting off programs to Black folks. Health. We've had 10 million children removed from Medicare, Medicaid. Who do you think lost out? And yet we've guaranteed medical care for illegals that came in the country. Y'all wonder where this stuff's coming from. This wasn't new. Migration will continue to be a great importance for the future trends in the Negro birth and death rates. Migration from the rural to urban areas universally reduces the birth rate. So they're pushing you into the cities, living just enough for the city, right? It has been related to the main set of causal factors behind the reduction of both white and Negro fertility over the last 70 years. And recent decades, the effects have probably been more pronounced for Negroes than for whites. Since a large proportion of Negroes have left the farms for the cities, they were driven from the farms. It was called the Agricultural Adjustment Administration. And before that, it's called white capping. It's called white terror. Black folks were forced to leave for their lives and drive into cities. They're on welfare. Tell them how many kids they can have. You can't get jobs. And we'll die off. We'll be in the shitstorm situation that we're in right now. They're sitting down. How do we get Black people to slowly die off? Okay. Again, in recent decades, its effects have probably been more pronounced for Negroes than for whites, since a large proportion of Negroes have left the farms for the cities, and since the rural South and the urban North represent the more extremes of the country and city than the places where whites predominantly come from and go to. Even within the South, the places which Negroes have been migrating, the largest cities and the rural areas of the Mississippi Valley, are those of the lowest birth rate. While whites are also moving to the cities and to rural areas in the western part of the South, where their birth rates apparently are not lowered so as much as those of Negroes. In the migration to cities, the Negro birth rate is affected by two special factors. When they migrate to the cities, the Negro women seek jobs more than white women do. That pork chop feminism. And all urban occupations domestically, especially domestic service in which Negroes are concentrated, make childbearing disadvantageous. So create jobs in which, or only offer jobs where Black women have to choose between a career and motherhood. Can't have both. Make motherhood difficult, structurally and economically. Make it rough on women that want to be mothers. And then over time, it becomes a custom. I don't need no babies. And what happens? What, within 2 generations, you get abortion. Hey, we'll help you out, right? All right. 2, when Negroes have migrated to the cities, the men have gone more to some cities and the women more to other cities than in the case of the whites. This is because Negro women seek jobs in cities more than do white women, and they have gone mainly to commercial cities where there's a greater demand for domestic servants. Negro men, on the other hand, find more opportunities in industrial cities than Negro women do. The result is that migration involves a greater unbalancing of the sex ratio for Negroes and whites, and consequently, the birth rate is reduced more. Also, migration has probably meant a somewhat reduced death rate for the Negroes, but the decline in the death rate has not balanced the decline in the birth rate. In 1940, non-white net reproduction rate for rural farm areas was 154 as compared to 76 for urban areas. For whites, and comparable figures were 132 and 76 respectively. The future of the Negro migration is, of course, uncertain. In the following chapters, we shall find that there are reasons to anticipate that Negroes, more than whites, will be pushed from the southern land, and also that they, more than whites, will attempt to come north. If we consider that migration alone therefore affects the urbanization on fertility, seem likely to continue to be somewhat greater for Negroes than for whites. This is uncertain, however, as the fertility of urban whites has now dropped sharply and may continue to fall more rapidly than Negro fertility. The sex ratio for Negroes has been trending to even out and will continue to do so. Negroes are becoming more accustomed to the strains of city life, and its effects on their health may not be so great as it has been the case in the last 2 decades. The death rate of Negroes in northern cities might also decrease considerably if better health facilities are made available to them and taken advantage of by them. All for these reasons, the net reproduction rate might reach a lower limit a limit which would be higher than the white rate. Other differentials between the various classes and groups of Negroes are important in estimating the trends in the Negro population. First, there is an income differential. Among Negroes, as among whites, the larger the income, the lower the birth rate, the lower the death rate, the lower the net reproduction rate. These relations are characteristic only during the period before the practice of birth control is taken up by the lower socioeconomic groups. And that's why they had Margaret Sanger and Planned Parenthood with the Negro Project to eliminate Black people. Hmm. I mean, they've been engineering this. But for America as a whole, and particularly for the Negro people, this phase is likely to last for many more decades. What significance these differentials will have for the future of the Negro population, it is difficult to say, as we do not foresee any great rise of economic status for the masses of Negroes in the immediate future, and not even a great increase in the small upper and middle strata. It is not likely the fact of a rising standard of living will, per se, be of great importance for either fertility or mortality. The future development of, listen to this, the future development of welfare policy might become much more important, but its effect would be different from the direct rise in income. If the social security system is extended and if allowances are going to be given to children, they're talking about SNAP, AFDC, and if other welfare policies in regard to, listen to this, public housing, nutrition, and health are developed and directed more upon the welfare of children, this might stop the decline in fertility, decrease mortality, and raise net reproduction. These effects would be greater for poor people than well to do people, and therefore would be greater for Negroes than for whites, since Negroes are more concentrated in the lower income strata. If there's an increased spread of information on birth control, there will be a decrease in fertility, mortality, and net reproduction. This came out in 1944. A group called the American Birth Control League changed its name in 1944 to Planned Parenthood. Another possible influence on the future of Negro population in America, in the United States, is immigration. In 1940, in the 1940 census, there were enumerated only 84,000 foreign born Negroes in the entire country. In 1900, there were 41,000 foreign born Negroes in the country. The total Negro population that year was 8,833,994. The bulk of foreign born Negroes came from the West Indies. Lack of opportunities for Negroes in the United States makes it improbable that the rate of Negro immigration will become significant. But there is always a possibility, despite the fact that the majority of these immigrant Negroes live in New York City, and most of the remainder live in other cities. They seem to have high fertility. Popular theories on the growth of the Negro population in America have been diverse. At times, it has been claimed that Negroes breed like rabbits and that they will ultimately crowd out the whites if they are not deported or their procreation restricted. At other times, it's been pronounced that they are a dying race, bound to lose out in the struggle for survival. Statistics, both comprehensive of the comprehensive kind, the United States Census, and the limited kind gathered in sample surveys, have been used to bolster both arguments. With the very insufficient and inadequate measures of the factors of change affecting the reproduction of the Negro population in America, it is difficult to piece together satisfactory prediction of the future course of the total number and proportion of Negroes in the United States. And it can be stated confidently that both these extremes of popular ideas are wrong. And their reproduction, American Negroes are like American whites and show the same sort of differentials by region and groups. From 1790 to 1930, the proportion of Negroes in America decreased to about half of what it had been during the beginning of this period. But this was due not to any peculiarities in reproduction, but to the overweight of white immigration. The situation began to change during the First World War and the 20s. The immigration of whites from Europe fell until it was no longer significant. If there's no substantial change and foreign immigration again, and if conditions affecting births and deaths of both whites and Negroes remain about the same as they are now, or change so that the effect on whites is similar to the effect on Negroes, it is probable that the proportion of Negroes in the total population will rise slowly. There will be a rise of 0.1% of the proportion of the Negroes and the total population during the 30s. This increase may continue and become somewhat more marked, but not much. The main reason for this is Negroes are concentrated in the rural South, where the birth rate is generally very high. If Negroes continue to migrate to southern and northern cities, the rate of the Negro reproduction will be lowered in relation to the white rate, although possibly not so much as in the past. If there were an economic improvement among Negroes, which does not seem immediately likely, it would seem probable that this would also tend to decrease fertility more than mortality. The development of a social welfare policy, which seems more probable, would in all likelihood break the fall in fertility as well as decrease mortality. A migration of discrimination and the granting of medical and other health advantages to Negroes, particularly if concomitant with the general improvement of these advantages for all poor people, would have profound effects in reducing the large Negro death rate and raising Negro reproduction. The spread of birth control among Negroes would decrease the rate of reproduction. Immigration of foreign born Negroes, which does not promise to become important, would increase the Negro population, not only because it adds directly to their numbers, but because these immigrants seem to have high fertility. Of course, the changes affecting the Negro population will not go into a vacuum. There will be similar changes in the white population, all of which will affect the future proportion of Negroes in the total population of the United States. A dominating factor will be the decline in fertility of both population groups. Comparisons with other countries, as well as between different groups in America, make it seem highly probable that this decline will continue. But for several reasons we have noted, it is likely for a short time the decline in the white birth rate will be more rapid than the decline of the Negro birth rate. How do y'all like this? Because we're getting there. Oh, we're getting there. We're getting there. I got a little bit more to read. How many more pages I got? Let me see. I got 13 pages, and I can get through this. Chapter 7, Part 4. Ends and Means of Population Policy. By the way, Gunnar Myrdal wrote this up for the Carnegie Endowment. and this was to be given to the government for what do we do about black people? What we gonna do about niggas, right? What we gonna do about niggas, y'all? What we gonna do about them, huh? Let me put this back on. What are we gonna do about black people? So listen to this. As it is apparent from what we have said, several of the factors of change are dependent upon our policy. Policy meaning that a lot of things are being, the government is very concerned about our existence. That's, the government isn't supposed to bother a population. That's genocidal, people. That's genocide. That's we don't want too many of these people. We've got to do something so there's not a huge number of black people. What do we do about them? Hmm? Again, as a as is apparent from what we have said, several factors of change are dependent upon our policy. And we shall now turn to the programs instead of prognoses. Our discussion of population policy will have to be most abstract and in part conjectural. For not only are the basic data poor, but there has been less thinking in America devoted to the broad problem of a rational population policy than to other spheres of social engineering. One reason for the inarticulateness and inadequacy of Americans' discussion of the population policy is the heterogeneity of the American population and the fact that some of its component groups are commonly considered to be inferior. Let me read that again to you. One reason for the inarticulateness and inadequacy of the American discussion of population policy is the heterogeneity of America's population and the fact that some of its component groups are commonly considered to be inferior. You know, they talked about us. This complicates tremendously the formulation of a rational and unified population policy. In other words, we got to figure out a way how to get rid of the people who we don't want. We can't just have one size fit all because everybody's not the same. It creates conflicts, evaluation, which make it uncomfortable to discuss the problem. In other words, we just can't come out and say we want to kill off our niggas. Mind you, what's going on in 1944? We're learning about the Holocaust. We're dealing with Hitler, World War II, right? Now, how is America bombing Germany at this point for killing people of different racial groups going to openly talk about doing the same kind of things, although Hitler studied America? And I have a book by Edwin Black called War on the Weak. I guess I should read it because there was a whole discussion that black people were to be wiped out by 1928. We're talking about worldwide. I mean, they were going to kill everybody black in the world. And they sit down and have a conversation and drink coffee and eat biscuits and shit. The strength of the church and religion in America presents another inhibition. Uh-oh. So, for all of you that don't like religion, in this instance, religion is preventing people from a final solution. That at least some people practicing what they preach makes it harder for them to just come and wipe us out. This is what he said. Specifically, the fundamentalistic Protestant religion, and in some regions where fertility is high, in some Protestant religion, in some of the regions where fertility is highest in the South, and the Catholic Church in the big city are against the discussions of a population policy. We shall avoid the unsettled problem of an American population policy at large and restrict our treatment to the Negro angle of it, and stating our value premises a distinction must be made between ends and means. We shall find that for the white people, the desired qualitative goal conflicts sharply with their valuation of attaining that goal. For Negroes, no such conflict is present. What is the goal? The goal is to get rid of black people. And white folks can't agree to, do we just kill them? Do we poison them? We send them back to, how do we get rid of niggers? There's so many of them. I can't take it. If we forget about the means for the moment and consider only the qualitative goal, so the qualitative goal is we don't want black people. Myrdal is a eugenicist. We shouldn't exist. The qualitative goal is to get rid of blacks in America. How do you do that? So the qualitative goal for the Negro population policy, there is no doubt that the overwhelming majority of white people desire that there be as few Negroes as possible in America. I repeat, the overwhelming majority of white Americans desire that there be as few Negroes as possible in America. If the Negroes could be eliminated from America or greatly decreased in numbers, this would meet the whites' approval, provided that it could be accomplished by means which are also approved. Correspondingly, an increase in the proportion of Negroes in the American population is commonly looked upon as undesirable. These opinions are seldom expressed publicly, as the opinions, for reasons which we shall develop, are not practicable either. They are not as much in the foreground of public attention, but generally, as general valuations, they are nearly always present. In other words, they always want to get rid of black people. Damn it. Why, God? Commonly, it is considered a great misfortune for America that Negro slaves were ever imported. Mind you, no mention that our asses are Aboriginal. As far as my genealogical research, my friends, I'm not trying to be funny. I'm not rejecting. My DNA says some of them that I'm 24%, 21% Nigerian, 41%. But let me tell you, when I go on my family tree and I look, I don't find many Africans. I would love to know them. I know I have some slaves in the family. I know them. But there are a lot of Indians and there are a lot of people that weren't slaves in my family. So this idea that everybody got imported here, that's a goddamn lie. Okay. I have lots of ancestors that were Indian. Lots. I'm not running. I love Africans. In fact, the blacker the African, the more I like them. So part of this thing is the lie that we were imported. Everybody wasn't imported. My great grandmother Betty Drake's father was an African. Okay. There's some, but not like what these people say. So they wish that we had never been brought here, y'all. Look, the presence of Negroes in America today is usually considered as a plight of the nation and particularly of the South. It should be noted that the general valuation of the desirability of the decrease in the Negro population, listen to this, it's not necessarily hostile to the Negro people. So we don't want you to exist, but we're not hostile. What the fuck? You're very hostile when I think about the fact you shouldn't exist. This is some white liberal doublespeak here. Listen to this. It is shared even by enlightened white Americans who do not hold the common belief that Negroes are inferior as a race. You do see them as inferior if you think they shouldn't exist. Usually, it is pointed out that Negroes fare better and meet less prejudice when they are few in numbers. So if there are not as many black people, we won't hate you as much. It's not true. Go to New Hampshire, go to Vermont, go to places where there are very few black people in America, and they're disproportionately in prisons, even when the numbers are small. Um, when you're hated that much, when people existentially hate you, when you have Israeli on Palestinian hate of us, we can't do anything. This man's lying. It is an important qualification to be made to these statements. As we have found at many points in our study, people are not always consistent with their evaluations. Many white Southerners live by exploiting Negroes, and many fortunes have been built up by cheating Negroes. Many white Southerners realize that their economic dependence on the Negro and would not like to lose him. Many white Southerners have opposed all back to Africa or 49th state movements, which would eliminate Negroes from their midst. When Negroes began to migrate northward in great numbers during the First World War, many white Southerners made strenuous efforts to stop them. Propaganda was distributed, threats were made, Negro leaders were bribed, favors were bestowed, Northern labor agents were prohibited, fined, or beaten up. The dominant upper middle classes of whites in the South realized, for the most part, that they would stand to lose economically if the Negro were to disappear. We subsidize our oppression, people. All of you doing this stupid ass fake Christmas shopping. We're investing in people who don't want us to exist. Our dumbasses. I'll repeat it. The dominant upper middle classes of whites in the South realized for the most part that they would stand to lose economically if the Negroes were to disappear. With the decline of the cotton economy, in which we shall analyze in chapters 11 and 12, the valuation is not so strong now as in 1917, 1918. Two, the valuation is not held by most Northerners or by Southern poor whites. So much for intersectionality, pork chop feminists. And this valuation in the economic sphere is not necessarily tied to the Negro. If poor whites could be exploited with the same facility, the dominant white Southerners would be glad to be rid of the Negro. The valuation of the socio-political sphere, however, is tied to the Negro. The Negro is the problem, and practically all Southerners, as practically all Northerners, would like to get rid of him. More important from the practical and political standpoint is that the valuation in the economic sphere is only a short time attitude. Southerners who gain economically from the presence of the Negro are concerned only that the Negro should not disappear during their lifetime or at most their children's lifetime. In other words, they wouldn't mind them dying off when they can finish using them. When they think in terms of a long span of future generations, the valuation that the Negro should be eliminated is almost completely dominated. I'm sorry, completely dominant. And as we shall presently see, all all white Americans agree that if the Negro is to be eliminated, he must be eliminated slowly. Abortion, all you dumbass feminists, LGBTQ, illegals, dope, mass incarceration for you assholes that voted for Biden, must be eliminated slowly, and so as not to hurt any living individual Negroes. That's why you kill them in the womb. Kamala Harris is on her abortion tour to get people to kill black babies. Therefore, the dominant American valuation is that the Negro should be eliminated from the American scene, but slowly, but slowly. I'm thinking about a friend. I'll say who? Glenn Ford of American. Sorry, what's this thing called? Black Agenda Report had 6 of his children aborted. 6. There are a lot of black men out there that have 20 of their children aborted. Slowly. The Negroes cannot be expected to have the same view on the qualitative goal of the Negro population. I disagree. That's why they have so many black women that are feminists, so many black men that are fagonists. A fagonist is a black male feminist. He thinks like a lesbian, although he's a man. They think abortion is good. Um, so now you have black Democrats. You have all these people that are down with Planned Parenthood. You've got Emily's List. You've got Maxine Waters. You've got all of these no good, sorry ass black Democrats. And a lot of them black women, that bitch Oprah Winfrey, her butterball ass. Now they, in this time, have gotten us to buy into their too many. Kill off the black people. Call it health care. Call it family planning. Call it quality. We don't need quantity. Do you think those people coming across the border are dealing with quality, or are they coming over in numbers? Our ancestors had lots of children, so some of them would survive. So the Negroes cannot be expected to have they can't be expected, but they got us to. All of you dumb fucks out there that think abortion is cool, you're on the Nazi platform. You think like a white supremacist Nazi. You are a traitor to your race. You're a traitor to God. Of course, the Negroes are familiar with the general fact that the prejudice against them is in part a function of their number. But I have never met a Negro who drew the conclusion from this that a decrease in the American Negro population would be advantageous. Rather, it is sometimes contended that the Negro's power would increase with his numbers, and the most virile people is the ones that survive in the universal struggle. This man's talking Darwin. Darwin was a racist. Darwin's family used to own slaves. Francis Galton, cousin to um, Charles Darwin, who came up with eugenics, is that black people shouldn't exist. Every single solitary black Democrat in Congress and in your Democratic or your black caucuses in the country support black genocide, as does the goddamn African Methodist Episcopal Church. So does the goddamn Congress of Black Churches. All of your black organizations, the NAACP, they all want us dead. So listen to this. Now, he's got a problem. With the increase in race pride and race consciousness, which is a consequence of the rising tide of the Negro protests, almost every Negro who is brought to think about the problem wants the Negro population to be as large as possible. So, being black and conscious and having black pride means you want black numbers. Now they've made black pride and black consciousness killing black babies. You don't like black women if you don't want to let them kill children. Our stupid asses, especially the sorry ass black men. Well, man, I ain't involved. That's her thing. It wasn't her semen. They're sometimes even expressed in writing. Someone that was at Howard University, Dr. W. Montague Cobb, for instance, opens his summary prescription for the Negro with the following precepts. He should maintain his high birth rate, observing the conditions of life necessary to this end. This alone has made him able to increase in spite of the decimating mortality and hardships. If the tide should turn against him later, the strength shall be better than weakness in numbers. He should make a fetish of health, progressive eradication of tuberculosis, venereal diseases. We fuck too much, people. We don't love. We don't make families. We fuck. Even animals reproduce. It's fucking. We have explosive rates of syphilis all over the country, black people. All this horror culture. This everything's about your dick or your ass or your pussy, you stupids. You're part of slow genocide, your personal habits. If everybody started being hoes and twerking and spreading diseases, we won't be here. So why not drop out? Venereal diseases, pneumonia, COVID, and maternal and infant mortality. These rates are going up. They're killing our women and babies in hospitals. We'll give him a sounder and more abundant parental stock and offspring. He should cultivate excellence in sports. This spreads helpful habits. While whites and Negroes have widely divergent valuations in regard to the desirable quantity of the American Negro population, they agree on the qualitative goal. It is implicit in the American creed, with its stress on the value and dignity of the individual human being, that both white and Negro Americans in principle find it desirable to raise the quality of the Negro people. He quotes Du Bois, who used to publish with Margaret Sanger. Du Bois was a fuck up on this. Du Bois was a fuck up. That's why they hold him up to us. Du Bois believed in eugenics. Du Bois was stupid in this. Du Bois didn't have that many kids, and Du Bois did some really stupid stuff. Du Bois, for example, criticized Negroes who are quite led away by the fallacy of numbers. Fuck Du Bois. They want the black race to survive. Of course, Du Bois. They are cheered by a census of increasing numbers and a high rate of increase. Of course, Du Bois. They must learn among human races and groups, as among vegetables, quality and not mere quantity really counts. You'll never hear about any people struggling, Palestinians or others, about there being too many of them. There were 750,000 Palestinians when they were kicked out of the large part of Israel in 1948. Now they're close to 8 million of them. That's the reason that no matter what they do, bombing, locking them up, if you're still a viable population, they're going to have to deal with you. We've killed 20 million or more black children. We've aborted more babies than sellout African chiefs sold us. We need to repent before God. Black people being punished by God for killing so many of each other, for fagging ourselves out of existence, sterilizing each other with venereal diseases, being whores. By the way, they like that. If they're saying, look at what Myrdal'S saying. Myrdal is saying, oh my God, they're dealing with health. They don't want venereal disease. See how they promote this LGBTQ and all these things that will kill us? They're pushing it to destroy us. And we think we're being cool. They're pushing weed too. You're going to find out soon that there's something that they're putting in this weed. Whole lot of folks may wake up sterile one day, or be crazy, or suicidal, or addicted. They never give anything. The thing we need is our goddamn motherfucking money checks. Not giving that, but they'll give you weed. They gave you shots in Tuskegee. We got shots not too long ago. What's happening to people? Open your goddamn eyes. Open your damn eyes. Since the biological principles of eugenics cannot be applied until environmental conditions are more equalized. Look at this. He's talking about eugenics, the perfect race, what's meant to get rid of us. So we can't really get rid of black people until we fix stuff. A lot of people hailed this book, The American Dilemma, because Myrdal, he's a European, a Scandinavian. He's sensitive and he's not racist and he's a good white liberal. And look what he wants to do for black people. He wants to help get rid of us. Since the biological principles of eugenics cannot be applied until environmental conditions are more equalized. So we can't really kill off black people until we kind of even it out so we can figure out how to deal with them. And since the American Creed places inhibition and the way of applying eugenics to improve the quality of the Negro peoples means primarily to improve their environmental conditions. It is true that the average white does not want to sacrifice much himself in order to improve the living conditions of Negroes. This is the explanation of discrimination in public service generally. But on this point, the American Creed is quite clear and explicit. And we can proceed safely on the value premise that the medical and health facilities, and indeed all public measures in the field of education, sanitation, housing, nutrition, hospitalization, and so forth, to improve the quality of the population and to advance individuals and groups physically, mentally, or morally, should be made as just as available for Negroes as for whites and similar circumstances with similar needs. The value premise has, in fact, sanctioned in the Constitution of the United States. Hmm. In our further discussion of the means in the Negro population policy, we might start out from the desire of the politically dominant white population to get rid of Negroes. This is a goal difficult to reach by approved means, and the desire has never been translated into action directly. This was before Roe v. Wade, that Clarence Thomas helped strike down, and for no other reason you should like him for that. And probably never will be. All the most obvious means go strongly against the American creed. The Negroes cannot be killed off. Compulsory deportation would infringe upon the personal liberty in such a radical fashion that it is excluded. Voluntary exportation of Negroes could not be carried on because of the unwillingness on the part of the recipient nations, as well as on the part of the American Negroes themselves, who usually do not want to leave the country but prefer to stay and fight it out here. Neither is it possible to effectuate a goal by keeping up the Negro death rate. A high death rate is an unhumanitarian and undemocratic way to restrict the Negro population and, in addition, expensive to society and dangerous to the white population. The only possible way of decreasing the Negro population is by means of controlling fertility. That means you got to wage war on black women. You got to shut down black women. Black women promote feminism. Get black women on dumb shit, intersectionality, carpet munching, man hate. You think this color purple shit, as black men and black women are beginning to come together, those that are thinking about B1 that they've given Oprah and they got this Rustin and all this crazy shit's coming out? But as control for Negroes as well as whites will, in practice, have to become, will have to be considered primarily as a means to other ends, that of decreasing the Negro population. Birth control, all of this is to kill us off, to eliminate us. In the final analysis, all these theoretical possible Policies to effectuate the white desire to decrease the Negro population are blocked by the American creed, except birth control, however, is largely attached to the other end. This is why the desire is never publicly expressed. The influence of the American creed goes even further. Should America in the future, when net reproduction of the nation has decreased still further, embark on a policy to stimulate the bearing and rearing of children, the democratic creed of this country will come to prescribe that aids to families be equally available to Negroes and other unpopular groups independent of creed, color, or race. In sum, if America does not turn fascist, the numerically and politically dominant white population will be driven by its national ethos to abstain from taking any practical measures to realize its desire to decrease the Negro population. Instead, it will be compelled to extend to the Negro population measures taken primarily to build up the white population. This is, of course, exactly what the Negroes want, and a unity of purpose becomes established on the basis of the American creed. Meanwhile, the basic conflict of valuations on the part of the dominant whites, as we have pointed out, one of the explanations why there's so little discussion of broad population policy in America, it helps further to explain much of the discrimination and indifference about Negro welfare and the great difficulty of stamping it out. On the other hand, it should at least give extra impetus to make effective birth control available to Negroes, as we see signs of this already in several southern states. Since there's no evidence at the present of certain diseases are genetically more characteristic or less characteristic of Negroes than of whites, although it is possible that slight differences of one direction or another may someday be revealed, it is not necessary to single out the Negroes for special attention and any efforts to cure or prevent disease. The application of equalitarian principles of need and the cure of diseases and ill health and the equality of opportunity and their prevention, which are our value premises in this section, will suffice to eliminate any special Negro disabilities. I'm going to skip over because I want to get to. I don't want to shoot. I want to get to the funky part. Y'all want me to do all of it, or do you want me to get to the heart? Because it's just a little bit longer. What y'all say? No, 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 no. I should. Y'all want me to do this? Huh? Y'all want me to do the whole thing? Come on, y'all, talk to me. Do you want me to read through all of this, or do you want me to get to the hard part? Where they really talk about what they want? Because this person is trying to make it seem. Let me see. Can I do this? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay, wait a minute. How much more do I got? Wait a minute. Oh, I just have 11 pages. I'm going to do it. I'm going to read all of this for you. If disease prevention work is to be effective, it must be planned on a national basis without regard to the color of the inhabitants. In the South as well as the North, there is an increasing popular recognition among whites that diseases cannot be segregated, and that the high rates of death and sickness and poor health among Negroes carry tremendous social costs directly and indirectly, even if they cannot be calculated accurately in dollars and cents. There are special social costs connected to infant mortality. There are costs to society as well as to the parents of bearing and raising a child if it dies before it contributes to the world by its labor and other personal qualities. From practically any point of view, it would be better not to have certain children born at all rather than to have them die before completing a normal lifetime. And if healthy children are born, it is in the interest of everyone to see that they are given opportunities to remain healthy. These considerations apply to both Negroes and whites, but they apply with greater forcefulness to Negroes since differential death rates reveal that equalization of health conditions, even without advance and medical knowledge or practice, would pull the Negro death rate down sharply. To give Negroes adequate medical facilities fits in both with the equalitarian creed and with the interests of whites. The observer finds in the South that the propaganda by experts and humanitarians regularly and bluntly makes this appeal to enlightened self interest. Medical knowledge has advanced beyond medical practice, and medical practice has advanced beyond most people's opportunity to take advantage of it. A reduction in these lag would have tremendous consequences for the well-being and happiness of every person in the nation. Of special significance for the Negroes is a lag of opportunity for some people to obtain advantages of medical practices available to other people. Area for area, class for class, Negroes cannot get the same advantages in the way of prevention and cure of diseases that whites can. There's discrimination against the Negro and availability to him medical facilities. It is hard to separate the effects of discrimination from those concentration of Negroes in areas where medical facilities are not easily available to him, and those in income brackets which do not permit the purchases of medical facilities in the competitive market. Discrimination increases Negro sickness and death, both directly and indirectly, and manifests itself both consciously and unconsciously. Discrimination is involved when hospitals will not take Negro patients, or when they do permit Negro patients, they restrict their numbers, give them the poorest quarters, and refuse to hire Negro doctors and nurses to attend them. The number of hospital beds available to Negroes in the South is not known except in Mississippi, where there are zero point 0 beds per thousand Negroes as compared to 2.4 per thousand whites in the Carolinas, where there are 1.2 beds per thousand Negroes as compared to 2.1 per thousand for whites. In 1928, there were available in the United States one hospital bed for each 139 of the white population, but one hospital bed for every 1,941 of the black population. This means that each time a white inhabitant of the United States has 14 times a good chance for proper hospital care as has the Negro citizen. Facilities for the Negroes are generally of a much poorer quality than for whites. In 1937, only about 35% of Southern Negro babies were delivered by a physician as compared to 90% of Southern white babies and 98% of Northern white and Negro babies. In the whole of the United States, there were only 3,805 Negro doctors, 5,728 Negro nurses, 1,773 Negro dentists, and a disproportionate number of these were employed in the North. It is true, of course, that the Negroes cannot afford doctors and hospitals to the same extent as whites, but it does not eliminate the fact of discrimination. Discrimination manifesting itself against Negro health is indirect as well as direct and fits into a pattern of the vicious circle. Inadequate education for Negroes, partly due to economic inability to keep young people in schools, and partly due to inferior schools for Negroes in the South, not only prevents the training of Negro medical experts, but also keeps knowledge about sanitation and health in the general population at an extremely low level. Magical and superstitious practices continue, and the unenlightened Negro population and the customary patterns of behavior dangerous to health are brought from the South to the North. Ill health reduces the chances of economic advancement, which in turn operates to reduce the chances of getting adequate medical facilities or knowledge necessary for personal health care. Any intelligent efforts to reduce Negro morbidity and mortality will result in striking success. This we may deduce from knowledge of the vicious circle mechanism and from a knowledge of existing Negro-white differentials. Perhaps the greatest need of Negroes in way of reducing sickness and death is for a dissemination of knowledge on how to take care of the body in both normal and in its pathological state. Other needs are indicated by the diseases for which the Negro rate is strikingly higher than the white rate. These include pellagra, a result of dietary deficiency, syphilis, a function of inadequate information on one hand and social disorganization on the other, homicide, partially due to cultural isolation and subordinated people and lack of police protection in Negro communities, pneumonia and influenza, a function of inadequate care, tuberculosis, a result largely of inadequate sanitation and poor diet. These diseases not only kill but also reduce the efficiency of Negroes to a much greater extent than that of whites. Pellagra, syphilis, and tuberculosis at least can be recognized as public problems, the eradication of which is necessary to the health and efficiency of the entire nation. The infant mortality rate is registered as 69% higher among Negroes than among whites in 1940. The actual difference is probably even greater. The discrepancy and mortality rates between the two races is much higher. The official figure indicates the rate for Negro mothers is 2.5 times as high as the rate for white mothers in 1940. Both infant mortality and maternal mortality among Negroes have been declining in the last decade, but the fact that they are still much higher for Negroes indicates that much can yet be done to reduce these types of deaths among Negroes. Ill health reduces the Negro birth rate in ways other than killing off mothers and their childbearing period. In the first place, it increases sterility among men and women. There is more sterility among Negroes than among whites, is shown by the fact that there are more childless women, both married and unmarried, among Negroes, and that the higher Negro birth rate is due to a higher average number of children per mother. This sterility is not innate, as Pearl has demonstrated, but is caused by general diseases. This is what I'm talking about, and it's still an issue. Venereal diseases. Venereal diseases, there are a whole bunch of sisters out here who can't have children. Pelvic inflammatory disease, they chlamydia, they got all this stuff. And they caught it from a lot of you niggas with your dirty dicks out here. It does too matter where your dick has been. It's not a dipstick. Venereal diseases, induced abortion, and organic deficiencies. So, folks killing babies back in the day sterilized people. And by the way, they sterilize you when you go to some of these abortion places and don't tell you. All these things may be reduced by means available to modern science or by more general diffusion of a few simple items of information. The same causes keep the Negro stillbirth rate high and so lower the birth rate. In 1940, the reported Negro stillbirth rate was 58.1 per thousand live births as compared to 27.6 for whites. If the unreported stillbirths and spontaneous abortions were added to this, the discrepancy would no doubt be much greater. All these types of death rates have apparently been falling recently for the Negroes as well as for whites. It is useless to cite statistics because reporting of deaths has progressively improved and therefore no adequate comparison can be made between the two periods. But the direct and indirect evidence available show a decline in the death rate. The strongest progress seems to be in reducing deaths among Negroes due to tuberculosis, syphilis, diphtheria, whooping cough, diarrhea, and enteritis. But the Negro rates are still much higher than the white rates, and there's much that can be done for both Negroes and whites. In Chapter 15, Section 4, we will comment somewhat more in detail both upon what is being done in the way of public policy to prevent and cure disease, upon the actual discrimination against Negroes, which up to now has been rendered the public measures less effective for them. I need to remind you the Tuskegee experiment was going full tilt when this was going on. They found penicillin around the time this book was published and didn't give it to the people in Tuskegee. We can conclude from the known facts and stated value premises that what is needed in the way of special attention to Negroes is constant vigilance against popular and official prejudice in the application of general medical and health program. In view of the racial attitudes prevalent in the South, and in the view generally greater needs of the smaller resources of the South, it is almost necessary that national organizations, and specifically the federal government, take a firm lead in this work. In national policy, working towards an improvement of health and decline in disease will increase the happiness and efficiency not only of those directly served, but also the general population. It will also be carried out with intelligence and fairness and be a major example of the democratic process. Aside from any desire on the part of the white people to check the growth of the Negro population, let me give you this. This is point 6. The case for controlling the Negro birth rate. Every black woman should be angry because what they're saying is shut down the pussies of black women. They just don't say it like that. I talk very bluntly because I want people to know what I'm talking about. I don't care how you take it because it's factual. The case for controlling the Negro birth rate, aside from any desire on the part of white people to check the growth of the Negro population, there are in the South a great number of Negroes, as of whites, who are so destitute that, from a general social point of view, it would be highly desirable that they did not procreate. The same is true, though, to a much lesser degree about the North. Many of these people are so ignorant and so poor that they are not desirable parents and cannot offer their children a reasonably good home. The chances of their children dying at any early age are much greater than those of other children. No social policy, however radically framed, would be able to lift the standards of these people immediately. The most direct way of meeting the problem, not taking account of the value and premises of the American creed, would be to sterilize them. Nip and tuck, cut it off. This dude is advocating, this is some Nazi shit. Sterilize poor black people. In fact, most whites would want to decrease the Negro population, particularly the lower class Negroes, would strengthen the argument for the sterilization of destitute Negroes. We find, however, that such proposals, if they are made at all, are almost as repugnant to the average white American in the South and the North as to the Negro. In general, he is not inclined to consider sterilization as a means of birth control, except to prevent the reproduction of feeble minded, the insane, and severely malformed when a hereditary causation can be shown. Outside these rare cases, he is against sterilization, even if entirely voluntary. For this, he gives not only the reason that in many regions of the South, the political and judicial system is such that for Negroes and perhaps for other poor people, a system of voluntary sterilization might in practice turn out to be compulsory. His resistance goes deeper. He reacts against the idea that any individual, for reasons which have no biological but only social causes, should undergo an unnatural restriction on his procreative possibilities outside of the narrow field of negative eugenics. Sterilization is therefore excluded as a means of controlling fertility, except for individual cases in which the life or health is threatened by child rearing. The average American takes a similar attitude towards induced abortion. In his opinion, life should not be extinguished. In other words, abortion is murder. Our dumbasses, you dumbass hoes out there, it's healthcare. It's killing a life. It's murder. And if you've aborted, baby, you need to ask God for forgiveness. Your womb is a crime scene. You need some yellow tape stuck up there. Abortion further is not entirely free from health risks. The type of birth control which we shall have to discuss as a means of population policy is thus, for all practical purposes, restricted to contraception. As we have already seen, the whites' desire to decrease the Negro population becomes, even in regard to birth control, entirely overshadowed by quite other valuations centered on health and happiness of the individual parents and the children, which are all backed by the American creed shared by the Negroes. The full possibilities of the latter valuation in permitting birth control policy in America have not yet been realized. Under their sanction, birth control facilities could be extended relatively more to Negroes than whites, since the Negroes are more concentrated and lower income and education classes, and since they now know less about modern techniques of birth control. On this score, there would be probably no conflict of policy between Negroes and whites. Without going into general reasons for spreading birth control in any population, a few remarks on the special reasons Negroes are in point. One of the most obvious misfortunes which a reduced birth rate could relieve poverty of the Negro masses, because if there are no people, there's no poverty. Sit and look at what they're saying. If you kill off their babies, there'll be nobody black poor. No, the answer is reparations, not abortions. Motherfucking money, not baby killing. We've settled for 50 years for murdering babies instead of getting our goddamn money that we're owed. We're sorry on this. And by the way, black women, all of y'all that support baby killing, y'all have taken us in the wrong direction. I'm blaming you personally because y'all have the babies. Y'all need to be demanding reparations instead of killing babies. Surgical abortion bullshit. Abortion's murder. It's murder. It's murder. It's bad for you. You shouldn't do it. It's wrong. Thou shalt not kill. Not just with the gun, but with saline solution. Yes, I'm 100% anti-abortion. Roe v. Wade should have never existed. It's the greatest mistake of all times in our community. That's why our community, we'd be 100 million people right now had we not accepted the trick like we've taken for weed and everything else. Obama, all these things that they're giving us. Now they got Oprah Winfrey and they call it Slurple, and they're pushing gender dysphoria. All this stuff is to destroy principally us. Let me go back. I'll read it again. One of the most obvious misfortunes which a reduced birth rate could relieve is the poverty of the Negro masses. Because if you kill us off, we won't be poor. Not justice, not money. Kill the babies. This is seen as Kamala Harris is touring the country to promote this. Our Greek-led organizations, the Boule, the Congressional Black Caucus, the NAACP, our whole black leadership is on this bullshit right now. This is especially true as new legislation, urbanization, and technological advance operate to diminish child labor. It is particularly strong as long as the states share only slightly in paying for the investment in a new generation and leaves the rising cost of bearing and rearing of children almost entirely to the individual family. Since the Negro women are employed to a greater extent than white women, the periods of pregnancy, delivery, and dependency are relatively greater economic burden to Negro families. Don't blame black families for it. Blame the fact that you brought in immigrants and other people to deny black folks a way to make it. So you're going to make it seem as if for abortion, hey, look, we have a solution. If pregnancies occur too frequently, the mother's health is endangered, like they care. To poor Negro mothers and communities that do not provide proper natal care, prenatal care for Negroes, any pregnancy is a health risk. So in other words, don't have babies so you live, black woman. Besides poverty, there are other conditions among Negroes which motivate birth control. One is a high disease rate, and insofar as diseases parents transmitting to their children, killing or permanently maiming them, such parents ought to be encouraged not to have children. The special reference here is to venereal diseases which afflict Negroes
at a much greater extent than whites. Poindexter estimates that of the conceptions of untreated syphilitic women, about 30% die in utero, 40% die within the first 2 years of life, and the remaining 30%, while they live past the age of 2, usually have some permanent defect. There can be no excuse for having children under such circumstances, and the provision for contraceptive information and devices would be to everyone's advantage. There are in the United States over 2,500 clinics, the function of which is to cure cases of venereal disease. Since such a good proportion of the cost of these clinics is borne by the federal government, they are roughly distributed in accordance with need. Thus, in the South, with only 13% of the total population, but 79% of the Negro population, which had 61% of these clinics in 1940. In connection with the work of these clinics, there's been much publicity on the prevention and the cure of venereal disease. It would be a simple matter, and one much in accord with the purposes of this work, for the clinics to provide and give information about contraceptives to those that have the diseases which they are combating. The funds for these activities need to be increased and clinics set up where none are now available. A case could also be made for extending the scope of circumstances under which physicians may legally perform therapeutic abortions. A third special problem in the connection with the formulation of a policy towards Negro fertility is suggested by the extremely high illegitimacy rate among Negroes. Reported illegitimate births constituted 16.2% of all reported births among non whites in 1936 and 2% among whites. Damn it, today it's 70%. Why do we have to be so damn evil and immoral? Hmm. The illegitimate child is under many handicaps and seldom has the opportunity to develop into a desirable citizen. Even if he has a good mother, she cannot give him the proper care since she must usually earn on her own living and cannot afford to place him under proper supervision. The absence of a father is detrimental to the development of a child's personality as a mockery from the outside world, which is the illegitimate child sometimes forced to experience. Two, the unwed mother tends, although there are many exceptions, to have looser morals, pork chop morals, and lower standards. He's basically saying single mothers are hoes, many. And in this respect does not provide the proper milieu for her child. It would be better for both society in general and for the mother if she had no child. In all these respects, the extra strength of the reasons for birth control among Negroes is due only to the fact that as a group, they are more touched by poverty, disease, and family disorganization than is common among whites in America. Well, poverty is a social construction. They made us poor. Not paying people for hundreds of years could make anyone poor. If caste, with all of its consequences, were to disappear, there would, from all these viewpoints, be no need for birth control among Negroes than among whites. So, in other words, if white folks did what they were supposed to do, these problems would go away. But look at how he blamed the black mothers, blamed the black children, blamed the black existence. Then he comes back and says, if caste, with all of its consequences, in other words, all this shit he just said, poverty, disease, and family disorganization, is a result of the caste system that America created. And that's why I said we have to be at the top of our game with one another and with the Most High to deal with caste. If we're shitty, twerking, nasty, screwing each other, men got to be women, women got to be men, children have to be seniors, seniors, children, and we steal and lie and cheat, we don't have any covenant with one another, and we have a caste system, we become handmaidens to slow black genocide. It starts immorality. Our our intraracial immorality facilitates the interracial immorality of the system. We could cut the difference in how we dealt with one another. Somebody say amen. Again, if caste with all of its consequences were to disappear, there would, from all these viewpoints, be no need for birth control among Negroes than among whites. But general reasons for the family limitation would remain. They would have the strength, depending upon the extent to which society was reformed, to become more a favorable environment for families with children. Until these reforms are carried out, and as long as the burden of caste is laid upon American Negroes, even an extreme birth control program is warranted by reasons of individual and social welfare. The birth control facilities for Negroes, part 7. I'm almost done, y'all. I got 3 pages left. The birth control movement in America was one which had the support of liberals but met the fiercest opposition of the Catholic Church and other organized groups with conservative leanings. It also had to deal with the inertia and puritanical morality of the masses. Only in the last 15 years has it become possible to discuss the subject publicly without being criticized or condemned as immoral. Only in the last 5 years has the legal prohibition against the dissemination of information about birth control led up significantly, and there's still all sorts of legal obstacles to the movement. In the last decade, some significant changes have occurred. Public opinion, as measured by the polls, is increasingly in favor of birth control. National magazines have frank articles on it. The number of contraceptive clinics have rose from 34 in 1930 to 803 in 1942. And 3 states, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Alabama, heavily black areas, people. Public health authorities have taken to the lead to bringing birth control clinics to rural areas where they are the most needed. Several other areas of other southern states are on the verge of following the example of these 3. In 1937, the Conservative American Medical Association, the AMA, racist, accepted birth control as an integral part of medical practice and education. These rapid changes are partly the result of a general trend towards social humiliation and secularization. They are also the result of excellent propaganda and organizational work under the movement now known as the Planned Parenthood Federation of America, the Negro Project, the Genocide Project. Obama supports this, Hillary Clinton supports it, Biden supports it, the CDC supports it, Maxine Waters supports it, the NAACP supports it. Here it is, now known as the Planned Parenthood Federation of America, the leading spirit in the movement since 1916 has been Mrs. Margaret Sanger. While the birth control movement is generally considered to be a liberal movement, and in the South is generally the least hospitable section of the country to liberal movements, the South now leads other sections of the country in accepting birth control. The relative absence of the Roman Catholics in the South and the great attention recently to the birth control organizations to the South and the greater need of the South are important reasons for this. But it is reasonable to assume that the larger number of undesired Negroes in the rural districts has something to do with the lack of opposition on the part of the white South. There's some variation in the technical organization of the programs in the 3 southern states, which now have public birth control clinics, but there's enough in common to describe a general pattern. These clinics were started by the action of a chief health officer in each state. He sent letters to each local health officers to ask them if they would accept birth control clinics as part of their regular health clinics. Those who accepted, and this is now includes most health officers in North Carolina, a significant proportion in South Carolina and Alabama, receive advice and instruction and special supplies. The regular local health offices, some of which therefore now have birth control clinics, are paid for by the state governments and by the child bureaus of the federal government, on a grant and aid basis, but they are under the control of the locally appointed health officials. The cost of control supplies is often borne by the private birth control organization of the state. When the clinics began in North Carolina, and there was a woman named Abmbc, and in North Carolina where Elaine Riddick was unfairly sterilized, and that same research triangle, that's where that professor, uh, if you look up the origin of one of those diseases that all of us were dealing with, um, it was down in North Carolina where it was developed. Y'all go look it up. I'm not going to have them take this thing down. In North Carolina, look at this. Margaret Singer had a friend, I think a lesbian lady named Abmbc, uh, who she would sit up and just making birth control devices, sex toys, and other things. It's incredible. Stoppers to put up your vagina. I mean, I've been to the papers, honeys. I'm just telling you. Public clinics began in North Carolina. A nurse whose salary expenses were paid by Planned Parenthood Federation of America gave instructions and supplies to local doctors and nurses. The clinics in other states had a similar start. Thus, at the beginning of the expenses of the program were borne by private groups. So look at how the white feminists were there to shut down their stupid intersectional black pork chop feminist stud allies. They want to sterilize you, black women, and you're their friends. They tell you the black man, he's your enemy. Black men are all monsters. That's why they love Oprah and all this strong black woman bullshit as they sterilize you, get you to kill your babies, bust up your families, teach you don't need to have a child and the children are bad. But they don't tell you a lot of women develop breast cancer from abortions and not having children at all. I'm not going to struggle on it because y'all learn. Okay, born by private groups, but there's a strong tendency towards state support with federal aid. Sometimes the patients pay a nominal fee. Most of the 452 private supported birth control clinics in the United States in 1942 were under the sponsorship of the Planned Parenthood Federation of America or its local affiliates. Most of these are in cities. The Harlem section of New York got a clinic in 1930. It was an Abyssinia Baptist church. Sorry, Adam Clayton Powell, I have to tell the truth. The Federation, if it wasn't a church, let me make it clear, the church supported it. They got the black preachers, sellout preachers to support them. The Federation, with funds made available by white philanthropists, these are white people who hate our guts, is conducting two demonstration projects important to Negroes, one in urban Nashville, Tennessee, and the other in rural Berkeley County, South Carolina. Both projects are for Negroes only. The Federation has a division of Negro Services whose primary function is educational, aided by the National Negro Advisory Council of 34 eminent Negro leaders, and it works through the urban leagues, Negro doctors and nurses, the National Hospital Association, the Negro Press, and Negro Club Women. Let me tell you who: Delta Sigma Theta, Mary McLeod Bethune, okay? Um, the National Medical Association, which are largely Greek letter people, the Boule. Some of the 200 Negro genes teachers have requested information from the Federation's Division of Negro Service, as have hundreds of Southern white health officials and doctors. The activity of the birth control movement's workers, the Southern whites, and the Negro leaders, all with the same aim of spreading birth control among Negroes, promises a great development of the movement in the future. Since few Negroes are Catholics, and since they do not live in areas where Catholics predominate, the chief remaining weakness, as far as Negroes are concerned, is the lack of funds for educational work. It would seem that more and more Southern states are on their way to making public funds available for birth control work. Two, it is likely that philanthropy will be more willing to come into this field. It has become legal and popularly acceptable in the last 5 years. A more serious difficulty is that educating Southern Negroes to the advantages of birth control, Negroes on the whole have all the prejudice against it that other poor, ignorant, superstitious people have. More serious is the fact that even when they do accept it, they are not very efficient. They're saying black women. That's why they push Depo-Provera, which messes a lot of you women up. Birth control shot because they're saying y'all can't do it. They tell you how strong and how wise and how democratic and how you. Then when it comes to birth control, y'all know what to do with y'all pussies. Let us help you. They're not coachable with their vaginas. We need to do an intervention on the black vaginas. I mean, I'd like to intervene myself, but not the way they're thinking. Anyway, let me stop. Let me stop. Let me stop. More serious is the fact that when they do accept it, that they're not very efficient in obeying the instructions and sometimes come to feel it is a fake. An intensive education campaign is needed, giving special recognition to the prejudices and ignorance of the people whom the campaign is to benefit. The use of Negro doctors and nurses, like with Tuskegee, like with Dr. Dorothy Farabee Bolden, the black woman, where they went around sterilizing black women in Mississippi. Yes, they did use the AKAs and the Deltas to mess up black women. Yes, they did sterilize tens of thousands of black women. Yeah, black folks did it. The Boule helped do it. They owe black women reparations. With the growing popular and legal acceptance of birth control, it would seem that the shift in emphasis is needed. None of the present activities should be cut out, but the time has come for more direct and more widespread educational work. The birth control organizations, having been stung so many times, are chary of direct propaganda that might antagonize doctors and others to feel among the best people. It is true that they seek to reach the masses of Negroes through urban leagues, Negro newspapers, jeans teachers, and Negro club women, but they only tell people to see a doctor and so do not get over the fact that they are more easily accessible to devices in birth control and venereal prophylaxis than the ones usually prescribed by physicians. Of course, special cases do require medical attention, and all persons should be told to see a doctor if possible. Medical advice will always be an asset in getting over improved techniques of birth control and adjusting individual problems and in securing the general health improvement. But there is no need for all people to refrain from birth control or prophylaxis until they have seen a doctor. So far, contraception has been most successful on a mass basis among city people who learn about the simple method from friends, not from doctors. What city Negroes now know, as evidenced by their low birth rate, merely needs to be told to country Negroes. The birth control organizations can do this more effectively, more speedily, and more scientifically than can rumors and jokes. The main reason for advocating this shift and emphasis is that the mass instruction and propaganda reach more people in less time and more cost and lower cost than the clinics run by doctors and nurses. The need for birth control is common and is only slightly touched by present activities despite their high cost. If birth control is to achieve mass utilization, there must be a shift in the emphasis from time consuming and expensive instruction of individuals to a speedy and inexpensive education of groups. And there should not be only groups of women, but also groups of men, fagonists, and simps. Birth control is fundamentally a simple matter. It calls for adult education before clinical consultation. That is chapter 7 of Gunnar Myrdal'S An American Dilemma. How are y'all feeling? How is everybody doing now? I did it. That's chapter 7. I'm sorry I was late, y'all. This is a big, thick ass book. I'm not trying to read all of this. Look at how thick this is now. This is how do we get rid of black people? An entire book. This is like the white man's playbook. How to get rid of black people. Slowly and carefully. And Planned Parenthood, which Black Lives Matter and practically every civil rights group in the country supports, are all with the program to get rid of black people. What you're seeing now is social engineering. Everything that's happening to us has been engineered. It's not an accident, it's a plan. And the only way that can be counteracted is that we've got to work, those of us that want to survive together. Can't make anybody. Let me just remind everyone, and I've got more. I should do another book. Should I take a few more minutes, y'all? Let me see. I need to move this up. I can't see. Should I read some more? Y'all want me to stop? Because I, I have more. I should. Now that I've read this, I need to add a few pages of something else, so you can understand that this is not it's not my opinion. Okay, it's not. What y'all say? Mhm. Y'all want me to do more? Because I have this book. I absolutely hate Margaret Sanger. I hate Margaret Sanger. God judged me. I hate the bitch. Okay. And I'm going to keep hating her. You can't make me like these people. Okay. Mahalia Jackson, my favorite gospel singer, was sterilized. Fannie Lou Hamer was sterilized. A lot of black folk have been sterilized. This woman is our Hitler. This woman, Margaret Sanger, all of you with it. You shouldn't. And anybody that's down with her is your enemy. Y'all want me to do some more? I got 4 people up here. Hi. I got 38 here. I got 10 here. I got how many of I got 6. So altogether, there's 6, 16, 39, and 4. So if I add y'all together, that's 43, 53. So I got about 60 people. And then this thing over here, it won't give me a signal. I don't know what's up with that. I'm trying to get a signal on just one of these things that keeps dropping off. Maybe there's too much broadband being used, but that's all right. Here we go. Y'all want me to do some more? Who want me to do some more? Who want me to do some more? Someone say some more. Who wants some more? Okay, because y'all know I can't stand. I damn hate Margaret Sanger. Everybody know I hate Margaret Sanger. I hate abortion. I've lost jobs and shit. I could have been hooked up. As I can't keep my damn mouth shut. I hate this stuff. I hate it. I would tell anybody my grandmother died prematurely. She had multiple abortions. She died at the age 40. My family's never recovered from my grandmother having abortions. I never grew up with a paternal grandmother. I hate abortion. I hate it. I hate it. Whenever I think about it, it makes me angry. I hate abortion. It's hurt 4 generations in my family. We've never recovered from my grandmother dying at 40. Abortion's murder. Abortion kills women. Abortion's a crime against God. Abortion facilitates white supremacy. I don't care what anybody says. I can't hear you. If you're for abortion, please get the hell off my site. I don't like abortion. I hate abortionists. I hate all of it. I hate Planned Parenthood. And they're lucky I'm a Christian. If I were not, I mean, I would be like Hamas. I'd be like one of these people in jail for like bombing these places. I'm not saying hurt anybody. I'm just saying, lucky I'm a Christian. I've loved my heart because there's a Planned Parenthood 1 block from where my mother. We were just over by it the other day when I was with Sister Sean. Now everybody know I hate Planned Parenthood. This is a real story. A couple of years ago, I was with my mother driving down the street that she grew up on, and when we got to the right off of Florida Avenue, when we went by this building, I started screaming. I freaked out.
And my mother got upset. What's wrong with you? I can't explain it to you. I began to freak out. And I told my mother, that building, they're going to kill people in that building. Mom, they're going to kill people in that building. They're going to kill people. I can hear the souls screaming, screaming for mercy. This building is on the 1200 block of 4th Street Northeast. It's an abortion clinic. It's about 5 stories tall. Okay, it's 1 block from where my mother grew up. My mother grew up at 1115 4th Street Northeast. This abortion clinic is 1215 4th Street Northeast, exactly 1 block over. And I freaked. And I later learned that the building that caused me to have this meltdown is an abortion clinic. It's the largest in the area. I've had that happen. I went to this place. We thought we were going to a video store out in Maryland with my cousin. And when we pulled in, I began to almost vomit. I freaked out. And it turned out this video store was the front for a abortuary. And I had like a meltdown. We had to get me out because I started freaking. And it turned out it was an abortion place. I didn't know shit. You could feel the evil, the demons. What abortion has done is it's destroyed us. We've called down curses from our ancestors who went through hell, slave ships, everything. And now we kill babies like it's like cutting off a toenail. Have we lost our goddamn minds? We've lost our souls. They're encouraging people to come here to have babies, and they get you to kill your baby. Doing everything to help these people, giving benefits and everything to everybody but us. I got 2 books. This is a 102-year-old copy of Margaret Sanger's book, The Woman in the New Race. This is an original, y'all. Let me see what I should do. I'm going to do a piece of this because this won't be too long. I just want y'all to hear. Mm-hmm. Okay. Progress we have made. 210. Let me see. And this book is really short. This is wonderful. No, I don't want to do that chapter. Hold on. Give me one. I got my chapters for the other Singer book. I just want you to hear what she says. Mm-hmm. Let me see what she says. Because this is really I don't like this. I don't like that. Mm-hmm. Let me see. Let me see just a piece of this. I'm gonna do it just a little bit longer. Bear with me. I just want to make certain I give you a sexy part of this. A lot of stuff is some of the stuff doesn't get to the heart of it. I want to for you to hear how crazy this broad is. Okay, here we go. Okay, yeah, I like this. I'm gonna start here. I'm gonna read some of this thing. When you see this crazy broad, wow. And when this broad starts telling how she really feel about you, she really feels how people are. And it's sneaky. They let you know who they talk about. They don't say it out loud. Mm-hmm. Mm. Which page I want? Okay, hold on. Let me do this chapter. One more second. Because when you read Myrdal, they were looking straight at Margaret Sanger. They're looking straight at Margaret Sanger. Nah, I'm gonna do this one. From the Woman in the New Race. I'm gonna read this right now. This is Margaret Sanger talking, not me. Yes, I despise her. This is true. I hate feminism. Everybody knows it. IHATE feminism. And this woman is part of it. This is chapter 3 from Women in the New Race. Each of us has an idea of what the American future should be. We have been told times without number that outmixes the admin. I'm sorry, that out of the mixture of stocks, the intermingling of ideas and aspirations, there's to come a race greater than any which has contributed to the population of the United States. What is the basis for this hope that is so generally indulged in? If the hope is to be founded upon realities, how may it be realized? To understand the difficulties and obstacles to be overcome before the dream of a greater race in America can be attained is to understand something of the task before women who shall give birth to that race. What material is there for a greater American race? What elements make up our present millions? Where do they live? How do they live? And what direction does our national civilization bend their ideas? What is the effect of the melting pot upon the foreigner once he begins to melt? Are we now producing a freer, juster, and more intelligent, more idealistic, creative people out of the varied ingredients here? Before we can answer these questions, we must consider briefly the races which have contributed to the American population. Among our more than 100 million population are Negroes, Indians, Chinese, and other colored people to the number of 11 million. And there are also 14,500,000 people of foreign birth. Besides these, 14 million children of the foreign born parents and 6.5 million persons whose fathers or mothers were born on foreign soil, making a total of 46 million people of foreign stock. Notice that they rate we black people as foreigners. Imagine that. 50% of our population is of the native white strain. Of the foreign stock in the United States, the last general census compiled in 1910 shows that 25.7% was German, 14% was Irish, 8.5% was Russian or Finnish, 7.2% was English, 6.5% was Italian, 6.2% Austrian. The abstract of the same census points out several significant facts. Western European strains of the country are represented by a majority of native born children of foreign born or mixed parentage. This is because the immigration from the sources has been checked. On the other hand, immigration from Southern and Eastern Europe, including Russia and Finland, increased 174% from 1900 to 1910. During that period, the slums of Europe dumped their submerged inhabitants into America at a rate almost double that of the preceding decade, and the flow was still increasing at the time the census was taken. So it is much more likely that when the next census is taken, it will be found that the following 1910, there's even greater flow from Spain, Italy, Hungary, Austria, Russia, Finland, and other countries where the iron hand of economic and political tyrannies had crushed great populations into ignorance and want. These people have not been in the United States long enough to produce great families.
The census of 1920 will, in all probability, tell a story of a greater and more serious problem than did the last. Over one fourth of all immigrants over 14 years of age admitted during the 2 decades preceding 1910 were illiterate. Of the 8,398,000 who arrived in 1910 period, 2,238,000 could not read or write. There were 1.6 million illiterate foreigners in the United States when the 1910 census was taken. Do these elements give promise of a better race? Are we doing anything generally constructive to overcome the situation? Two-thirds of the white foreign stock in the United States live in cities. Four-fifths of the population of Chicago and New York are of this stock. More than two-thirds of the populations of Boston, Cleveland, Detroit, Buffalo, Pittsburgh, Milwaukee, Newark, Jersey City, Providence, Worcester, Scranton, Paterson, Fall River, Lowell, Cambridge, Bridgeport, St. Paul, Minneapolis, and San Francisco are of other than native white ancestry. Of the 50 principal cities of the United States, there were only 14 in which 50% of the population was unmixed native white parentage. Only one state in the Union, North Carolina, has less than 1% white foreign stock. New York, New Jersey, Delaware, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Michigan, Illinois, Wisconsin, Minnesota, the Dakotas, Montana, and Utah have more than 50% foreign stock. 11 states, including those in the Pacific Coast, have from 35 to 50%. Maine, Ohio, and Kansas have from 25 to 35%. Maryland, Indiana, Missouri, and Texas have from 15 to 25%. These proportions are increasing rather than decreasing owing to extremely high birth rate of the foreign strains. A special analysis of the 1915 vital statistics for certain states in the World Almanac for 1918 shows that foreign-born mothers gave birth to nearly 62% of the children born in Connecticut, nearly 58% in Massachusetts, 38% in Michigan, nearly 58% in Rhode Island, and more than 43% in New Hampshire, and more than 54% in New York, and 38% in Pennsylvania. All these figures, be it remembered, fail to include foreign stocks of the second generation after landing. If the statistics for children who have native parents but foreign-born grandparents or have one foreign-born parent were given, they would doubtless leave but a small percentage of births from stocks native to the soil for several generations. Immigrants or their children constitute the majority of workers employed in many of our industries. 7 out of 10 of those who work in our iron and steel industries are drawn from this class, says the National Geographic magazine in February 1917. 7 out of 10 of our bituminous coal miners belong to it. 3 out of 4 who work in packing towns were born abroad or are children of those who were born abroad. 4 of 5 of those who make our silk goods, 7 of 8 of those employed in woolen mills, 9 of 10 of those who refine our petroleum, and 19 out of 20 of those who manufacture our sugar are immigrants or the children of immigrants. And it might be shown that a similarly high percentage of those in the ready-made clothing industries, railway, and public works construction of the less skilled sort, and a number of others. What these foreigners who have come in hordes have brought with them their ignorance of hygiene and the modern ways of living, and that they are handicapped by religious superstitions is only too true. But they also bring in their hearts a desire for freedom from all the tyrannies that afflict the earth. They would not be here if they did not bear within them the hardihood of pioneers, the courage of no mean order. They have a simple faith that in America, they will find equality, liberty, and opportunity for a decent livelihood. And they have something else. The cell plasma of these people are freighted with potentialities of the best in the old world civilization. They come from lands rich in traditions of courage, art, music, letters, science, and philosophy. Americans no longer consider themselves cultured unless they have journeyed to these lands to find access to the treasures created by men and women of the same blood. The immigrant brings the possibilities of all these things to our shores. But where's the opportunity to reproduce in the new world the cultures of the old? What opportunities have we given to these people to enrich our civilization? We have greeted them as a lot of ignorant foreigners. We have shouted at, bustled, and kicked them. Our industries have taken advantage of their ignorance of the country's ways to take their toil in mills and mines and factories at starvation wages. We have herded them into slums to become diseased, to become social burdens, or to die. We have huddled them together like rabbits to multiply their numbers and their misery. Instead of saying that we Americanize them, we should confess that we animalize them. And the only freedom we seem to have given them is the freedom to make heavier and more secure their chains. What hope is there for racial progress in this human material, treated more carelessly and brutally than the cheapest factory product? Nor are our social handicaps bound up in the immigrant. There is in the United States, when it comes to the Federal Industrial Relations Committee, finished its work in 1915, several million migratory workers, most of them white, many of them married but separated from their families, who are compelled, like themselves, to struggle with dire want. There were in 1910 more than 2,353,000 tenant workers, two-thirds of whom lived and worked under terrible conditions, which the Industrial Relations Commission report showed to prevail in the South and Southwest. These tenant farmers, as the report showed, were always in want and were compelled by the very terms of their prevailing tenant contracts to produce children who must go into the fields and do the work of adults. The census proved that this tendency was on the increase, the number of tenants in all but New England and Middle Atlantic states having been increased by 30% from 1900 to 1910. Moreover, in the United States in 1910, there were 5,516,163 illiterates. Of these, 1,378,884 were of pure native white stock. And some states in the South, as much as 29% of the population is illiterate. Many of these, of course, being Negroes. There's still another factor to be considered, a factor which, because of the great scope, is more ominous than any yet mentioned. This is the underpaid masses of workers in the United States, workers whose low wages are forcing them deeper into want each day. Let Senator Borah, not a radical nor even a reformer, but a leader of the Republican Party, tell the story. 57% of the families in the United States have incomes of $800 or less. He said in a speech before the Senate, August 24th, 1917. 70% of the families in our country have incomes of $1,000 or less. Tell me how a man so situated can have shelter for his family. How can he provide food and clothing? He is an industrial peon. His home is scant and pinched beyond the power of language to tell. He sees his wife and children on the ragged edge of hunger from week to week and month to month. If sickness comes, he faces suicide or crime. He cannot educate his children. He cannot fit them for citizenship. He cannot even fit them as soldiers to die for their country. It is a tragedy that of our whole national life, how these people live in such times as these. We have not yet gathered the fruits of such an industrial condition in this country. We have been saved thus far by reason of the newness of our national life, our vast public lands almost exhausted, our great natural resources now fast being seized and held. But the hour of reckoning will come. Senator Barra was thinking, doubtless, of open revolution and bloodshed and destruction of property. In a more in a far more terrible sense, the reckoning which he has referred to is already upon us. The ills we suffer as a result of the conditions now prevailing in the United States and are appalling in their sum. It is these conditions that produce 3 million child laborers in the United States, child slaves who undergo hardships that blight them physically and mentally, leaving them fit to only produce human beings whose deficiencies and misfortunes will exceed their own. From the same elements, living under the same conditions, come the feeble minded and other defectives. Just how many feeble minded are there in the United States? No one knows because no attempt has ever been made to give public care to all of them. And families are more inclined to conceal than to reveal the mental defects of their members. Estimates vary from 350,000 at the present time to nearly 400,000 as early as 1890. Dr. Henry H. Goddard, PhD of Vineland, New Jersey Training School, being authority on the latter statement. Only 34,137 of these unfortunates were under the institutional care of the United States in 1960, the rest being free to propagate their kind, piling up public burdens for future generations. The feeble minded are notoriously prolific in reproduction. The close relationship between poverty and ignorance and the reproduction of the feeble minded is shown by Ann Moore, PhD, in a recent report to the Public Education Association in New York in 1911. She found that an overwhelming proportion of the classified feeble minded children in New York schools came from large families living in overcrowded slum conditions, and that only a small percentage were born of native parents. 60,000 prostitutes go and come anew each year in the United States. This army of unfortunate, as social workers and scientists testify, come from families living under conditions of want. In New York City schools alone, December 1960, 61% of the children were suffering from undernourishment and 21% in immediate danger of it. These facts also result from the conditions outlined were discovered by the city's Bureau of Child Hygiene. Another item in the sordid list is that of venereal disease. And its pamphlet entitled Venereal Diseases, issued in 1918, Dr. Herman M. Biggs, the head of New York State Department for Health, quoted authorities who gave estimates the amount of syphilis and gonorrhea in the United States. One said that 60% of the men contract one disease or the other at some time. Another said 40% of the population of New York City had syphilis, one of the most terrible of all maladies. Poverty, delayed marriage, prostitution, a brief and terrible chain accounts for this scourge. Finally, there's tuberculosis, bred by bad housing conditions and contributed to in frightful measures by poor food and unhealthy surroundings during hours of employment. Dr. Frederick L. Hoffman, the director of the National Association for the Study of the Prevention of Tuberculosis and foremost statistical authority on tuberculosis in the United States, said, "We know of 2 million tubercular persons in the United States." Does this picture horrify the reader? This is not the whole truth. A few scattered statistics lack the power to reflect the broken lives of overworked fathers, the ceaseless increased pain of overburdened mothers, and the agony of childhood fighting its way against handicaps of ill health, insufficient food, inadequate training, and stifling toil. Can we expect to remedy this solution by dismissing the problem of the submerged native elements with legislative palliatives or treating it with careless scorn? Do we better it by driving out the immigrant's heart of a dream of liberty that brought him to our shores? Do we solve the problem by giving him, instead of an opportunity to develop his own culture, low wages, a home in the slums, and those pseudo patriotic preachments which constitute our machine made Americanization? Every detail of this sordid situation means a problem that must be solved before we even clear the way for a greater race in America. Nor is there any hope of solving any of these problems if we continue to attack them in the usual way. Men have sentimentalized about them and legislated upon them. They have denounced them and they have supplied reforms, but it has all been ridiculously, cruelly futile. This is a condition of things for which those who stand, who demand more and more children, each child born under such conditions, but makes them worse. Each child is on his own person, suffers the consequences of the intensified evils. If we're to develop in America a new race with a racial soul, we must keep the birth rate within the scope of our ability to understand as well as to educate. We must not encourage reproduction beyond our capacity to assimilate our numbers so as to make the coming generation into such physically fit, mentally capable, socially alert individuals as are the ideals of democracy. The intelligence of a people is of a slow evolutionary development. It lags far behind the reproductive ability. It is far too slow to cope with conditions created by an increasing population unless the increase is carefully regulated. We must therefore not permit an increase in population that we are not prepared to care for to the best advantage, that we are not prepared to do justice to, educationally and economically. We must prioritize birth control thinking. We must not leave it haphazardly to the privilege of the already privileged. We must put this means of freedom and growth in the hands of the masses. We must set motherhood free. We must give the foreign submerged mother's knowledge that will enable her to prevent bringing to birth children she does not want. We know that in each of these submerged and semi submerged elements of the population, there are rich factors of racial culture. Motherhood is the channel through which these cultures flow. Motherhood, when free to choose the father, free to choose the time and the number of children who shall result from the union, automatically works in wondrous ways. It refuses to bring forth weaklings. It refuses to bring forth slaves, refuses to bear children who must live under conditions described. It withholds the unfit. It brings forth the fit. It brings children into homes where there is not sufficient to provide for them. Let me repeat, it brings few children into homes where there is not sufficient to provide for them. Instinctively, it avoids all those things which multiply racial handicaps. Under such circumstances, we can hope that the melting pot will refine. We shall see it that it saves the precious metals of racial culture, fused into an amalgam of physical perfection, mental strength, and spiritual progress. Such an American race, containing the best of all racial elements, could give the world a vision and a leadership beyond our present imagination. This book was written, and trust me, it was available in German. She's talking about the master race, and one of the people who was deeply influenced by Margaret Sanger is none other than Adolf Hitler. 100 years ago, Adolf Hitler was trying to take over the German government for the Aryan, for the perfect race that she's talking about. The perfect race. The perfect race, which doesn't include us. I got more. I just want y'all to hear from Margaret Sanger. That was a crazy racist broad. When I do this, I'm gonna stop. So let me see. Let me see if I can go until about 2:30. Take an hour of reading. Yeah, I'm gonna do this. Okay, let me show you this book. This is Bruce Fleury's The Negro Project. Bruce Fleury's The Negro Project. I'm in chapter 2. Let me see if I can do this, and let me see how far do I want to go. I'm going to go up to chapter 4 if I can. Chapter 2, A Brief History of Eugenics. Eugenics, the movement to improve the human species by controlling heredity. In this chapter, we will examine the origins of the eugenics movement in the United States, including those who were prominent and carrying forth the motivation behind their actions, and the connection between the eugenics movement and Margaret Sanger's Negro Project. Varying means of strengthening the race have been used by many civilizations in different forms throughout human history. One being the practice engaged by the ancient Greeks, which involved abandoning sickly infants on mountainsides to be left to the tender mercies of Mother Nature. This typically involved the exposure to the elements and attacks by wild animals, among other things. Eskimo tribes in the far north at one time would practice a similar form of eugenics, leaving the sick and elderly on ice floes to meet their fate. While these are not examples of eugenics as we've come to know it, the goal was the same: to preserve the race or tribe by assuring that its strongest elements were preserved by sacrificing the weakest, and such forms of mercy killings can be said to come clearly within its scope. But it wasn't until the advances in genetics that began in the latter half of the 19th century that the notion was possible to engineer undesirable traits out of an entire race of people seemed within reach. The work of early geneticists Gregor Mendel and Luther Burbank involved in hybrid types of plants in an effort to develop strains that were resistant to disease and pests, thereby increasing crop yields and allowing farmers to make better use of their land. Such research, in fact, continues up to the present day in the field of bioengineering, and breakthroughs and advances that scientists in the specialty have made have opened up a world of opportunity for poor and developing nations to feed their increasingly hungry populations. Eugenics, however, involved much more than the development of new strains of plant life, much more. It involved bioengineering of human beings, ostensibly to fight the spread of disease and a whole host of other maladies common in the human condition. If it is argued that these undesirable traits could be somehow eliminated through the use of scientific means, the human race would be happier, healthier, and more productive, and would be possessed of a longer lifespan in the process. This was all well and good, and the study of genetics has indeed brought about many beneficial results for humanity, and very few, usually those subscribers to the discredited theories of Thomas Malthus, can argue that less disease, a longer lifespan, and more productivity are bad things. And if these undesirable traits were confined to only such things as disease, early deaths, birth defects, that would have been one thing. However, many proponents of eugenics were not prepared to stop there. They expanded their definition of undesirable to include the weak, the mentally disabled, those who belong to other races, etc., and argued that these individuals were imposing an undue burden on the fitter, healthier elements of society. If they reasoned that there was some way of breeding these elements out of the breeding these elements out of those in question, mankind would be better off in the long run. And the field of eugenics held out the opportunity for man to achieve the long dream of goal, the realization of a kind of utopia, heaven on earth, if you will. It offered him a chance to remake himself through scientific means by eliminating those unwanted traits from human species and strengthening those that were most desirable. Two forms of eugenics have been practiced both here and abroad down through the years: positive and negative eugenics. The proponents of the former saw it as a means to reduce human suffering by eradicating unwanted genetic traits before birth, and much of this kind of research that is being conducted today, both in adult stem cell studies and more controversial embryonic variety, is aimed at bringing about the same result. While the use of adult stem cells has yielded solid, tangible results in fighting a number of diseases and physical handicaps, the jury is still out on the use of embryonic stem cells, which necessarily involves the killing of living human organisms so that the such cells may be harvested. In fact, those who advocate for the use of embryonic stem cells cannot as yet point to any successes, nor is it likely that they will ever be able to do so. Negative eugenics, on the other hand, has its focus on the elimination of inferior elements, based on a Darwinian vision of the survival of the fittest. Some of those so called inferior elements include all the mentally ill, handicapped, epileptics, lepers, and those of different races and ethnicities: blacks, Orientals, Asians, Jews, and Slavs, or those who or just those whose society has labeled useless eaters, a phrase used by Heinrich Himmler in Nazi Germany to describe anyone who could not contribute to the realization of Hitler's thousand-year Reich. The idea that society could be improved by eliminating these elements by any means necessary had a strong appeal to many Germans, and the Nazi brand of eugenics would have a vast, lasting, and significant consequences for all of humanity. Many of that remain with us long after the demise of its most notorious supporter and practitioner, Adolf Hitler. Indeed, because eugenics was so deeply embedded in Germany under Hitler, many people think that the practice was devised in that nation. After all, the Third Reich used in its conduct of domestic and foreign policy and embodied it in the infamous Nuremberg laws. Reinhard Heydrich's Reich Office of Race and Resettlement, and the Action T4 Force Euthanasia Program, and finally the final solution to the Jewish question. Many people believe that American eugenics got their ideas from the Germans. That is, however, a huge mistake. Sadly, the concept of eugenics as a legitimate scientific discipline that has been taught for over 100 years in the classrooms all across America and the world actually originated in England and was inspired by the belief of the British biological determinist Sir Francis Galton. Galton was the first cousin of Charles Darwin, who wrote the evolutionary work Origin of Species. Galton had spent much of his time studying the upper classes of British society and came to conclude that their success was due to the notion of their genetic makeup was superior to the other members of the social strata in England. Galton coined the term eugenics by combining the Greek prefix "eu" with good or well with the prefix "genes," born. In 1883, he defined the new word as a science which deals with all the influences that improve inborn qualities of a race, also with those that develop them with the utmost advantage. Galton then compiled his observations in a book entitled Inquiries into the Human Faculty and Its Development, which he published that same year. As was mentioned in the earlier pages, his theories that the human race could remake itself through scientific means found enthusiastic following among many prominent Britons such as H.G. Wells, George Bernard Shaw, and John Milton Keynes. But the list didn't stop there. Other adherents to the theory of eugenics included J.B.S. Haldane, Marie Stopes, Julian Huxley, and future British Prime Minister Winston Churchill. Although the field of eugenics originated in England, Galton's theories found fertile ground in the United States and were embraced by some very important and wealthy Americans, among them Stanley Webb, Presidents Theodore Roosevelt and Woodrow Wilson, Clarence J. Gamble, and of course Margaret Sanger. Many of them bought into the idea of positive eugenics, i.e., encouraging reproduction and the fitter elements of society while discouraging it in those perceived to be more unfit. Although we have seen Sanger's case, the aspects of negative eugenics vis-a-vis the black population became the prime mover behind the implementation of the Negro Project. In the last decade of the 19th century, the United States an influx of new immigrants from Europe, many of whom poor, uneducated, and had large families. This stirred much anxiety and animosity in the existing population, which feared the rising rates of poverty, illiteracy, crime, and disease among the new arrivals. Although laws limiting immigration to America had been on the books for years, a new field of eugenics offered a unique angle from which to approach the problem. For instead of limiting by law the number of immigrants coming to the United States, whom the largely Protestant population had come to resent, in part because they were largely of the Catholic faith, now a new scientific way to attack the problem was within reach. They may not have been able to keep these people out entirely, but what they could do something to limit the number of children they bore once they were here. Galton's idea, stated earlier, found acceptance in the United States, due in no small part to the idea that it was somehow scientifically possible to get rid of the bottom tenth of American society. This segment was defined by the eugenicists by its racial, economic, educational, and social standing, and they hoped that the numbers of such undesirable or unfit people could be reduced or limited, if not eliminated entirely, through laws aimed at restricting immigration. For example, the Immigration Restriction Act of 1924, or by prohibiting miscegenation, which is interracial marriage, or by other coercive measures such as forced sterilization. For a number of reasons, including race, almost every state in the Union enacted such barbaric laws, to their everlasting shame and regret, including Virginia, which only ended all forms of legally enforced sterilizations in 1974. And a more ominous example, a Nazi eugenicist cited the United States Supreme Court ruling upholding California's eugenics law when he faced justice in the Nuremberg war crimes trial following World War II. We'll examine some of the said laws on later on in this chapter. The popularity of eugenics and the theory that it was possible to breed away our less desirable traits was clear all across America in the early decades of the 20th century. For instance, county fairs began staging better baby contests in 1908, in which the so-called desirable children were given awards ranging from blue ribbons to bronze medals based on a set, and eventually led, beginning in 1920, of so-called fitter family for the future contest, and a set of predetermined criteria. The wording isn't good here. These competitions proved highly popular with the general public, which entire families were encouraged to take part. The first prizes sometimes being a health checkup free of charge at the local hospital or clinic. Such programs receive funding from a number of sources, including money from several wealthy families and private philanthropic foundations, among them the Harriman family, which made its fortune in the railroad business, the Carnegie and Ford foundations, J.H. Kellogg, who in 1906 provided seed money to establish the Race Betterment Foundation in Battle Creek, Michigan. As we have seen previously, Margaret Sanger's work in birth control and eugenics was bankrolled to a large degree by a number of anonymous grants from the Rockefeller family and the foundation it created. The Race Betterment Foundation was followed in 1911 by the establishment of the Eugenics Records Office in Cold Spring Harbor, New York. Founded by biologist Charles H. Davenport, it received its initial funding through grants issued by the Harriman family and the Carnegie Foundation. Over a span of several years, the Eugenics Record Office compiled a mountain of data called family pedigrees that purported to show those from socially and economically poor backgrounds fit eugenicists' definition of someone who was unfit and thus a candidate for sterilization, or, in the view of conservationist Madison Grant, a candidate for extermination. I repeat, a candidate for extermination. Adolf Hitler was a major fan of Madison Grant. In fact, I have a Madison Grant book in here. I should pull that out and maybe make Madison Grant the next person I address because he's very key to everything that happens. Let me keep reading on. Madison Grant is the father of all this. I'll put out Madison Grant. I think I may have the book right here. It's I think I've got it. I've got it nearby. I may read that later today. In his book The Passing of a Great Race, 1916, Grant went as far to call interracial marriage a social and racial crime, and warned that social acceptance of such marriages would lead America to what he called racial suicide, and eventually the disappearance of white civilization. Such family pedigrees, as the ERO called them, were, according to Edwin Black in his book War and the Weak, often faulty, cobbled together out of equal proportions gossip, race prejudice, sloppy methods, and leaps of logic, all caulked together by elements of actual genetic knowledge to create the glitter of genuine science. Eugenicists were convinced that Myrdal'S success in crossbreeding plants could be applied to people as well, and they pointed to thousands of years of human experience in the breeding of different varieties of domestic animals, such as dogs, cats, and livestock, to bolster their case. And their view, eugenics was a wave of the future, and they believed that it was only a matter of time before similar successes could be achieved with human beings. But humans are not plants, nor are they animals. They are, as the saying goes, a horse of a different color. And breeding a race of perfect people would soon prove to be even more difficult, and history has shown a more disastrous proposition than even they themselves had imagined. Although eugenics later proved to be a pseudoscience, it was all the rage in the United States in the early decades of the 1900s, especially at university and college, on the college and university level. In fact, no fewer than 376 courses were offered in the subject by 1928. One prominent member of academia who endorsed the study of the field was David Starr Jordan, the president of Stanford University in Palo Alto, California. Starr, along with Alexander Graham Bell, the inventor of the telephone, and geneticist Luther Burbank, was a member of the American Breeders Association, the ABA, which was founded in 1906 with Charles Davenport as its director. According to its mission statement, the ABA was established to investigate and report on heredity in the human race and emphasize the value of superiority blood and the menace to society of inferior blood. If one did not know better, one would rightly think that these chilling words came right out of Nazi Germany. Sadly, such is not the case. They were the sentiments of the members of the supposedly respectable American organization, which included some otherwise very honorable people. But the ABA was not alone in its mission. Soon, similar groups sprang up around the country, including the American Association for the Study and Prevention of Infant Mortality, the first group to begin studying infant mortality rates and utilizing principles of eugenics. Although their efforts were concentrated in other areas of social and political activities, women's groups like the National Federation of Women's Clubs, the Women's Christian Temperance Union, and the League of Women Voters were soon on the eugenics bandwagon as well. These other groups were instrumental in getting state governments across the nation to enact forced sterilization laws based entirely on eugenic principles, often with long-term and catastrophic consequences. Indiana was the first state to adopt such legislation and was followed over by a number of years by Connecticut, California, North Carolina, and Virginia, among others. As noted earlier, California's eugenic sterilization law, under which more than 20,000 people were forcibly sterilized, served as the basis for much of Nazi Germany's infamous racial purification statutes and was upheld by the United States Supreme Court. Virginia's law, euphemistically called the Racial Integrity Act. This is a law that basically was a paper genocide. I have family from North Carolina and Virginia, Indians, and basically what the Racial Integrity Act, first of all, outlawed intermarriage and also eliminated Indians as a category. All of a sudden, everybody was, you couldn't be, you were just black or you're white. They didn't recognize the whole Indian category as eliminated. I had family that lived on the Nottoway reservation, and all of a sudden you're black. I'm not knocking. I mean, I own Africa. I love Africa, but anyway, let me move on. It's crap. Crap. Racial Integrity Act was passed in 1924 and was a direct result of efforts of eugenics supporters like Dr. Larry Laughlin, Ernest Cox, John Powell, and Walter Plecker, the infamous Walter Plecker. Laughlin's role in promulgating the law was especially odious. In 1914, he issued a model eugenical sterilization law that was his first major act in the Eugenics Records Office. That's the ERO, you'll hear me mention. Aimed at passing legislation that authorized sterilization of the socially inadequate, the law could cover a laundry list of institutionalized individuals who were housed in facilities that were maintained wholly or in part at public taxpayer expense. Those people who came under the definition as feeble minded, insane, criminalistic, epileptic, inebriate, which means drunk or alcoholic, diseased, blind, deaf, deformed, and dependent. Further, Laughlin proposed that orphans, tramps, ne'er-do-wells, the homeless, and paupers all be candidates for coercive sterilization procedures. How different would things be today if the parents of Helen Keller, or Stephen Hawking, two shining examples of unique human ability to overcome unspeakable handicaps, had been sterilized and rendered unable to bring them into the world? For they would have clearly found themselves in the crosshairs of the compassionate Dr. Harry Laughlin, who himself was an epileptic and therefore would have been a prime candidate for sterilization under his own proposed law. The state passed its law on the grounds that heredity plays an important part in the transmission of insanity, idiocy, imbecility, epilepsy, and crime, and targeted those affected persons whose reproduction supposedly presented a menace to society. The first victim of this law was a 17-year-old girl named Carrie Buck, who had a child out of wedlock. She was forcibly sterilized on the dubious grounds that her mother, Emma, who was confined at the Virginia colony for the epileptic and feeble minded, had passed on the undesirable genetic traits of feeble mindedness and sexual promiscuity onto her daughter. A trial soon followed that sought to challenge the constitutionality of the state law under which Carrie was to be coercively sterilized. The state brought forth several witnesses who testified against Carrie, including Albert Priddy, the superintendent of the asylum where Emma was confined. He testified that Emma had a record of immorality, prostitution, untruthfulness, and syphilis, and that the Buck family were members of the shiftless, ignorant, and worthless class of antisocial whites of the South. Other members at Carrie's trial included Arthur Easterbrook, a sociologist from the ERO, and a nurse who examined Vivian, the child whom had been born, and found her to be below average and not quite normal. Even Laughlin himself got into the act, although he had never met Carrie, let alone examined her, wrote a disposition endorsing Priddy's contention regarding her alleged feeble-mindedness and moral delinquency. It was later discovered that Carrie had become pregnant because she had been raped by a relative of her foster parents and not because she was sexually promiscuous. It was also shown that Vivian was not feeble minded at all, but was actually a normal little girl who did well in school, that she was on the honor roll with an A average, no less. And it was also later discovered that Carrie's defense lawyer on this was in on what could only be described as a fix of monstrous proportions, and seeing that the Virginia law was upheld. The judge ruled that Carrie was indeed mentally defective and was therefore to be sterilized to prevent other defective children from being born. The verdict was appealed to the United States Supreme Court, and that body rendered its final decision in 1927 in Buck v. Bell, in which Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes presiding. Holmes was a proponent of eugenics and should have stepped down from the case. However, it was his ruling that doomed young Kerry, and in the words he used, will undoubtedly be regarded in the same vein as those of Chief Justice Roger B. Taney and the justifying of slavery in the Dred Scott case. Quote, it is better for the all of the world waiting to execute a degenerate offspring for crime or to let them starve for their imbecility. Society can prevent those who are manifestly unfit from continuing their kind. Unquote. He concluded, quote, 3 generations of imbeciles are enough, unquote. Holmes's ruling was all the impetus needed to promulgate more sterilization laws across the country, especially in the Deep South, and a sad law the court upheld has never been overturned. That's still a law in the books, people. It's still a law on the books, people. The Buck v. Bell, it's still legal to sterilize people. It's still I apologize. They took me off, folks. This is some powerful information. They don't want you to know. I know other people have bigger followings and they got more folks. I'm not competing with anyone. I'm going to do what I do. Let other people do what they do. I'm not running after crowds. So right now they're about 2, 5, 14. So we have about 50 people. And by the way, y'all should like this. Help push the algorithm. I hope you guys are subscribing. I should have 400 people, and that's just 4 people. Like this and donate. Uh, I'm feeling good. You know, I took my drugs, my herbs, and all. I just shoot. I can do this a few more hours. Y'all want me to keep reading? Because I feel like it. Hmm. By the way, this Buck v. Bell, it's still legal to sterilize people. It's still legal. It's still the law of the land. The feminists, and this is about really, it's an attack on black people. Don't be surprised one day if they just grab and sterilize black folks when they, because we haven't fought. Why isn't it? Why? Where's Maxine Waters? Where are all these strong, fat mouthed black women whose asses need to be beat because they don't do anything for us? They don't do any women stuff. I'm just saying this to you, women. The sorriest ass advocates for women in this country are women themselves. They get to power. They're as indifferent to women's issues as men are. And I'll tell anybody, I can find a lot of men sorry as shit in terms of how they deal with women. It's pathetic how women are treated. And when women get elected, they should stop playing ball, going along and get along. When you're a woman, you should be an advocate for women and children. It's disgusting when women want to fit in. Be a woman. Remember what it's like. If in fact women are persecuted, shouldn't you be an advocate for women? Okay. Let me go back. I'm going to read. So 3 generations of imbeciles are enough, is what he said. Holmes' ruling was all the impetus needed to promulgate more sterilization laws across the country, particularly in the Deep South. Who's in the Deep South? We are. Damn. And in that sad footnote to history, the Virginia law that the court upheld has never been overturned. And in another case, Skinner v. Oklahoma was heard by that body in 1942 after the state had tried under its 1935 law to sterilize Jack Skinner, a thief who was convicted 3 times for crimes ranging from stealing chickens to armed robbery. On this occasion, Justice William O. Douglas struck down the state law, noting that a 3-time chicken thief could be sterilized. A 3-time embezzler could not. He ruled that Skinner could not be sterilized for his crimes, writing, quote, "We have not the slightest basis for inferring that the inheritability of criminal traits follows the neat legal distinctions which the law had been marked between these 2 offenses," close quote. Despite the ruling in the Skinner case, the forced sterilization laws continued on the books, and at one time or another, 33 states had statutes permitting coercive measures of one kind or another to rein in the number of those deemed unfit or defective by the respective states. We have already seen how the eugenicist Harry Laughlin defined such people, often through the use of highly subjective, erroneous, and biased criteria. And while Carrie Buck and her daughter were white, as was Jack Skinner, there were those eugenicists who, as shown, believed that sterilizing members of other races, simply because they were members of other races, was not only desirable and acceptable, it was a necessary remedy and a solemn obligation. A solemn obligation. Damn. Remember the words of Margaret Sanger in calling members of minority groups human weeds, and justifying her Negro Project or the sentiments of Madison Grant, who believed that minorities should be exterminated should they dare to forget their place and marry others outside their race. And it is absolutely stunning how many prominent Black Americans were taken in by the notion of race-based eugenics, in particular where the Negro Project was concerned. Here comes the boule, y'all. For example, Charles S. Johnson, president of Fisk University, supported the idea of what he called eugenic discrimination. Writing in the June 1932 issue of the Birth Control Review, this is Margaret Sanger, racist Nazi Margaret Sanger had boule Negroes writing in favor of eliminating us. Why do you think they're not saying anything about Chicago or New York or what's happening in D.C.? These democratic cities. What's happening to Black people all over what's happening in Miami? Where's the goddamn CBC? Why do you dumb fucks vote Democratic blindly? Why vote at all if they're moving to exterminate you? Writing in the June 1932 issue of the Birth Control Review that such a program was necessary because the high maternal and infant mortality rates and to lower the incidence of diseases like malaria, tuberculosis, typhoid, and venereal infection. He contended that, quote, the status of Negroes as marginal workers, their confinement to the lowest branches of industry, the necessity for the labors of mothers as well as children to balance their meager budgets are factors that emphasize the need for lessening the burdens, not only for themselves, but society, which must provide the supplementary support in the form of relief, close quote. Johnson later served on the National Negro Advisory Board of Sanger's Birth Control Federation of America, which later became the Planned Parenthood Federation of America. And how many of you think, I can assure you, I bet you, Charles S. Johnson is Greek? W.B. Du Bois led his support to the eugenics in an article titled Black Folk in Birth Control, and this was also in the Birth Control Review, Black Folks in Birth Control, in which he belittled those who opposed contraception on religious grounds as somehow not getting it, citing what he called, listen to this, quote, the inevitable clash of ideas between Negroes who are striving to improve their economic condition and those whose religious faith has made the limitation of children a sin, close quote. He took those people to task for their stubborn intransigence, calling them, quote, the mass of ignorant Negroes who breed carelessly and disastrously, so that the increase among them is from the part of the population least intelligent and fit, and the least able to rear their children properly, close quote. That's goddamn Du Bois. Du Bois suggested that blacks would be open to intelligent propaganda of any sort in order to foster, in his words, a more liberal attitude among church-going blacks. This was the kind of opening eugenicists like Sanger needed to ingratiate themselves with their unsuspecting targets. The black media joined it as well and carried Sanger's articles on birth control in the pages of such newspapers as the Afro-American and the Chicago Defender. Author Walter Thurpening was even more blunt in his criticisms than either Johnson or Du Bois. In an article that appeared in the June 1932 issue of the Birth Control Review that was titled God's Children, he excoriated poor blacks for siring more children, calling it a pathetic situation. Quote, the birth of a colored child, even the parents who can give adequate support, is pathetic in view of the unchristian and undemocratic treatment likely to be accorded at the hands of a predominantly white community, and the denial of choice and the propagation to this unfortunate class is nothing less than barbarous. So in other words, it's not racism that needs to get rid of. Black people shouldn't exist, therefore there won't be discrimination. Let me keep going. Note, if you will, the corruption of the word children that Terpening used in the title of this article. It is doubtful that such a deliberate attempt at mocking the speech pattern of some black Americans would be tolerated today if it were employed by a white author. But this was the work of a respected black man, so no one evidently challenged him on this point. It is also revealing to learn that the phrase of the denial of choice goes back as far as the early 1930s before being picked up by the feminist movement some 40 years later to promote its pro-abortion agenda. So a fagonist helped come up with this kill babies agenda. From the inception of the laws mandating forced sterilization beginning in 1907, tens of thousands of people were victimized by the practice. While the actual number of these operations may never be known, it has been estimated by the time Oregon had performed its last legally enforced sterilization in the United States in 1981, at least 64,000 people had their lives irreparably damaged by the effects of forced sterilizations in the United States, and often for the most frivolous or specious of reasons. California led the way with a dubious category with an estimated 20,108 such procedures. Two states performed more than 5,000. Virginia was 7,162, and North Carolina was 6,297. Michigan with 3,786. Georgia with 3,284. Kansas with 3,032. And the states with the next highest number for these operations were New York, Idaho, and Arizona had performed the fewest. But forced sterilization was the only method that the eugenicists employed to curb the number of undesirables. However, they promoted euthanasia or mercy killings to achieve that end. You need to know right now, Black Democrats and white Democrats in Maryland and in Washington, D.C., as recently as 2019, almost got euthanasia laws on the books. Black preachers are now being paid to promote through this group called Compassion to Care to get Black families to kill their sick members. Compassion to Care, it's a real group. So it's compassion to kill your family when they're sick. You don't see any movement among these nigger preachers to do anything to help people when they're sick, but you can get them to take pay to get folk to kill them. Again, they promoted euthanasia, mercy killings to achieve their end. Euthanasia comes from the Greek word euthanos, which means good death. It's defined as the act of causing death painlessly to end suffering. Euthanasia has been practiced for centuries all around the world, going back as far as the time of Roman Emperor Augustus, who first referred to it as a specific medical procedure by Francis Bacon in the 1600s, although the debate on the ethics of ending life prematurely in this manner has been going on for most of recorded history. The discussion in the U.S. began in earnest in the latter stages of the 19th century. Robert Ingersoll and Felix Adler were two of the most prominent early advocates for euthanasia in the country. Ingersoll arguing in 1894 that the case of devastating disease such as terminal cancer patients should have the right to commit suicide to end their suffering, and Adler for the same time 3 years later. And Adler also added that doctors should be able to assist their patients who were suffering from overwhelming pain and taking their own lives. The dawn of the 20th century saw the first attempts to legalize euthanasia on the state level when Henry Hunt introduced a bill that would to that end in the Ohio legislature in 1906, and had a similar one introduced to the Iowa Assembly the same year by Ross Gregory. Both bills sought to alleviate human suffering by allowing patients to end their own lives through lethal doses of anesthesia, and each contained numerous caveats and provisions, e.g., the patient's age, proof of terminal illness, level of pain suffered by the patient, and the number of doctors required to give their consent and to be present at the act that ended the patient's life, and the number of witnesses needed to test the patient's state of mind before such a drastic remedy could be used. Although similar in intent, Gregory's bill differed from Hunt's in two ways. First had to deal with the age of the candidate, in which Gregory would allow a patient who was as young as 10 to be euthanized. Hunt's legislation only specified that the candidate be of legal age. Secondly, Hunt's legislation imposed penalties on doctors who refused to obey the proposed law, with resulting jail terms of 6 to 12 months and fines ranging from $200 to $1,000. The Ohio legislature rejected Hunt's bill by a margin of 79 to 32, and Gregory's bill, despite generating much discussion and debate in Iowa, was also defeated, the bill having been withdrawn after being passed on to the State Committee on Public Health. Despite these setbacks, on the state level, debates over euthanasia proved to be far from over nationally. The practice was endorsed by a number of wealthy citizens, such as Anna Hall, who, like Sanger, had watched her mother die from cancer, in this case from the liver, and whose urging Representative Hunt had introduced his ill-fated bill in the Ohio legislature, and at least one prestigious philanthropic organization, the Carnegie Institution, which published a report in 1911 that identified euthanasia as one of the preferred methods in addressing the eugenics issue, often by gassing the subjects in question. The approach, while appealing to eugenicists like Madison Grant, proven to be problematic to both the movement, not on moral grounds, but as a practical matter, simply did not believe that Americans were prepared to accept a large scale euthanasia program, and they didn't think the populace would go along with the wholesale gassing of the unfit either. Thus, it was deemed necessary to employ some different approach that would not draw undue attention to either the motives behind what was being done, the methods by which such plans were to be carried out. One such method involved an asylum in Lincoln, Illinois, which fed new inmates milk that was laced with tuberculosis on the belief that those who were genetically fit would somehow be resistant to the deadly ingredient. This resulted in a fatality rate of between 30 to 40% per year over the course of the program. Though many of the people today associate mercy killings with the modern right to die movement pioneered by Dr. Jack Kevorkian or the present Oregon, Washington state, and Montana laws approving doctor assisted suicide, the idea of ending the lives of the unfit on an organized basis, either by gassing them, poisoning them, isn't, as in the example above, or by various forms of legal neglect, actually predated each by several decades. In fact, the movement tried to create an era of medical and scientific legitimacy as far back as the early 1930s. One way which was attempted was an effort to the 1931 Illinois Homeopathic Medical Association, which aimed at passing laws to improve the right to euthanize imbeciles, the others considered to be unfit. Despite this, mercy killing remained on the fringes in America for at least the next few decades and resulted in eugenicists continuing to rely on forced sterilization and segregation programs to achieve their goals. Eugenics had fallen out of favor by the end of the Second World War, in no small part because Americans rightly associated it with the horrors of the Nazi Holocaust. However, the euthanasia component has not only survived, it began to gather strength in the following decades and was finally voted into law first in Oregon and later in Washington state and Montana, and of course had a new, more benign sounding title, physician assisted suicide. With the exception of those states, euthanasia has yet to be recognized anywhere else in the United States, and the efforts of advocates like Jack Kevorkian notwithstanding, it has, however, long been legal in countries such as Albania, Belgium, Colombia, Japan, Luxembourg, and Netherlands. Euthanasia was declared legal by Holland's Supreme Court in 1984, but it wasn't until 2000 that the Dutch Parliament passed a specific law allowing the practice. At first, only voluntary euthanasia, in which patients gave their consent, was permitted. But soon after, the law was applied to those incapable of doing so, involuntary euthanasia, as long as three witnesses would agree to the procedure. Euthanasia has been hotly debated in England for centuries, but the British have never given it the force of law despite the efforts of groups like Voluntary Euthanasia Legalization Society, which was established in 1935. And while euthanasia is presently illegal in Germany, such was not the case approximately the same time. It's a matter of the historic record that Hitler's Third Reich routinely killed thousands of its own people for a number of years under its forced euthanasia program known as the Action T4, which we examine closely in Chapter 3. This was in addition to thousands of forced sterilizations of German citizens under its various racial purification laws, which we will look at more closely later on. Although it is difficult to know exactly how many people have been euthanized, either voluntarily or against their will, we can point to some fairly reliable numbers that have come out over the years from places like Germany and Holland. What we do know is that both types of euthanasia were widely practiced during Hitler's Third Reich and were a major factor in the implementing of his final solution to the Jewish question. We also know the death toll of this scheme, which was conducted in almost complete secrecy and was absolutely staggering, with more than 200,000 either physically or mentally disabled people done in by lethal injection, starvation, and gassing between 1933 and the end of World War II. This, in addition to 6 million Jews who were exterminated during his reign of terror in Germany and in the occupied lands to the east. We know that this figure was not confined to just Jews alone. Non Jews were murdered by the bushel by the Nazis, as were Catholics, gypsies, and homosexuals, Hitler's political enemies, and just about anyone else whom the right determined was unfit. Holland's program has been in place for the last couple of decades with a death toll of more than 130,000 as of 2010, resulting from voluntary, involuntary, and non voluntary forms of euthanasia. Non voluntary euthanasia being administered in situations where the patient's consent is unavailable. This is an alarming development, to say the least. The Dutch law, originally intended to give help to incurably ill to end their suffering by terminating their lives with specific restrictions. But evidence is now emerging that shows that the program is being extended to those who do not just have terminal illnesses, but to those who suffer from depression or who are just plain tired of living at all. The gift of life is the most precious of all, and one on which the very existence of civilization itself is based. Such a cavalier attitude is a dangerous one to have, one which bodes ill indeed if such reasoning is ever accepted on a worldwide basis. The euthanasia movement purportedly has always revolved around the idea that if one possesses the right to life, one must also have the concurrent right to die, as long as they have the ability to give their consent. But what happens if that ability is not present through no fault of one's own, such as debilitating injury or illness that renders one incapable of doing so, or through their failure to provide a notice to a loved one or an other party of intention in this regard? Who will make this critically important decision? The family, the spouse, doctors, or the courts? Maybe even the government. Probably the most high profile example of this dilemma in recent years was the case of Terry Schiavo, a Florida woman whose life was ended through the involuntary euthanasia following a lengthy battle involving her husband, her immediate family, her doctors, the courts, and even the United States government itself. Terry, born Teresa Marie Schindler on December 21st, 1963, in the Philadelphia suburb of Lower Moreland Township, Pennsylvania. She had weight issues throughout her life, but was able to control them through adolescence and into her college years, which were spent at Bucks County Community College. It was there that she met Michael Schiavo, whom she began dating in 1982 and would later marry on November 10th, 1984. 2 years later, Terry and Michael would move to Florida, settling in St. Petersburg. Terry was originally diagnosed from having suffered massive brain injuries that were caused by a fall in her apartment on February 25th, 1990. She was taken to Humana Northside Hospital, where she was intubated and placed on a ventilator after attempts were made to resuscitate her. It was determined that her injuries led to a lack of oxygen to her brain that caused her to lapse into a comatose state. During admission, she was found to be suffering from a condition called hypokalemia, brought on by low potassium levels in the bloodstream, even though her sodium and calcium levels were normal. Electrolyte imbalances such as hypokalemia can be caused by vomiting, either self induced or otherwise, as well as drinking excessive amounts of fluid, which can result in heart rhythm abnormalities like sudden arrhythmia, death syndrome. Self induced vomiting, as it should be noted, is common among those who suffer from bulimia, a debilitating eating disorder from which Terry had been suffering. At the hospital, her medical chart read that Terry apparently had been trying to keep her weight down with dieting by herself, drinking liquids most of the time during the day, and drinking about 10 to 15 glasses of iced tea. During her stay at Humana Northside, was attended by Doctors Garcia de Sousa, a board-certified neurologist who treated her before, Victor Gamboni, an internist who was also the Schiavo family physician. Together, they determined that Terry had lapsed into a permanent vegetative state. This diagnosis, which de Sousa and Gambon had reached about a year before after she had suffered her sudden cardiac arrest, was soon followed by a long protracted battle between the Schindler family and Michael Schiavo that ultimately involved no less than 14 separate appeals to the Florida courts, not to mention several mentions, hearings, and petitions on the state level, 5 suits in federal district courts, state laws which were struck down by the Florida Supreme Court, and 4 denials by the United States Supreme Court. Terry's feeding tube was removed and reinserted on several occasions over the next few years until it was ordered to be removed for the last time. The case even reached the United States House and Senate, which passed special legislation ordering that the feeding tube be reinserted to provide nourishment to the stricken woman after Judge George Greer ordered it removed yet again. President George W. Bush made a special trip to Washington from his vacation in Crawford, Texas, to sign the legislation ordering the feeding tube be reinserted. At issue was whether or not Terry would have wanted her feeding tube removed so that she could die in peace. But due to her condition, she could not make her wishes known about what to do. Her husband, Michael, maintained that Terry would not have wanted to remain on the tube and that she had made this clear to him. But her parents disputed this contention, saying that their daughter was a devout Catholic who would never have made such a request due to her religious upbringing. The Schindlers were so confident that she could still function that they offered to care for Terry on their own, but were denied the opportunity to do so. They also maintained that her cognitive abilities were still intact to the point she was able to respond to certain external stimuli, which they attempted to prove using videotape evidence. Again, they were rebuffed. The matter was further complicated by the fact that she had not prepared a living will, laying out her wishes in case of such a catastrophic event as that which actually befell her. And that fact, no one, neither her husband nor her parents, knew exactly what she wanted. The whole thing was a mess, to put it mildly, and Michael certainly did himself no favors when it was revealed that he had begun an affair with another woman and had fathered a child with her while he was still married to Terry and was still her legal guardian. He had also reportedly asked on occasion, "When is this bitch going to die?" Schiavo's relation with the Schindlers, which was once so amicable that he was allowed to live rent free in one of their condominiums for a number of months from 1990 to 1993, were now beyond repair. An autopsy was conducted on Terry following the removal of her feeding tube on March 21st, 2005, was inconclusive as to the cause of the manner of her death. It was conducted by John R. Thugmartin, MD, the chief medical examiner for the Pinellas and Pasco counties, who worked in consultation with neuropathologist Stephen J. Nelson. While they found extensive damage to Terry's brain and nervous system, there was no sign of any trauma in the neck area, which seemed to rule out the possibility that Terry was strangled before the fall. The autopsy also revealed that her heart and blood vessels were healthy, which ruled out her initial collapse as a result of a myocardial infarction. Interestingly, Dr. Thugmartin found no evidence of bulimia contrary to the initial diagnosis made by the Humana Northside Hospital on February 25th, 1990. The autopsy results were released to the public on June 15, 2005, and they seemed to raise more questions than they answered. In it, Thugmartin wrote, Ms. Schiavo suffered severe anoxic brain injury, the cause of which cannot be determined with a reasonable medical certainty. The manner of death will therefore be listed as undetermined. While the results of Terry's autopsy may have laid the matter to rest for many, including Michael, the Schindlers were far from satisfied. Terry's brother, Bob Lee Schindler, issued a statement on the family's behalf, which read as follows: the fact that the medical examiner ruled out bulimia and ruled out heart attack without doubt asked more questions. Then, since Thugmartin issued his findings in the Schiavo case. Relations between the Schindlers and Michael have remained, to put it charitably, icy at best. Each side has kept its right to die issue alive in its own way. Michael established the Terry PAC, a political action committee, in 2005 with the goal of electing legislators who favor enacting such laws, and penned a book titled Terry, the Truth in 2006. Schiavo shut down his PAC in 2007 following a federal elections commission judgment against him for its failure to file complete and timely records. The Schindlers were busy as well and formed the Terry Schindler Schiavo Foundation in 2000 to garner support for their side of the issue. 3 years later, they changed the name to the Terry Schiavo Life and Hope Network. They also published a book of their own, A Life That Matters, The Life of Terry Schiavo, A Lesson for Us All, 2006, the same year that Michael's book was released. Charges of financial improprieties have flown back and forth between the two sides. For example, Michael has alleged that Terry's family has benefited improperly from using her name in the foundational fundraising activities, a name he contends they have no right to use since he owns it, while the Schindlers argue that they have the right to use her name since attention resulting from the case had made her a public figure. Such developments have made it fairly safe to say the effects of the Terry Schiavo case will be with us for some time to come. They've also made it clear that the euthanasia discussion, regardless of what name is attached to the right to die, physician-assisted suicide, etc., isn't going away anytime soon either. So what? At the end of the day, do we take away from this? What do we learn? And how ultimately are we going to move on? Whatever anyone thinks the final outcome, one particularly disturbing aspect of the Schiavo case was Judge Greer's ruling that the simple act of providing Terry with food and water through her feeding tube somehow constituted an unusual or heroic measure to keep her alive through her long, drawn-out ordeal. After all, would it not be normally would not one normally describe such an act as one of compassion? This was not some kind of radical experiment that was being conducted on a human guinea pig. To the contrary, this was a decent, logical, and yes, Christian thing to do. Uh, how y'all doing? How y'all doing? Am I almost done with this chapter? Yep, I'm almost done with this chapter. I get to go to the good stuff. Let me finish this. I'm gonna finish this chapter, and you know what? I'm gonna stop. Oh, it's almost 2:30. I'm gonna stop at 2:30, and we're going to pick back up. How do y'all like this? I'm gonna do some more eugenic stuff. Are you guys good over here? I hope you guys are good. Let me see. Hmm. I'm not interested in this. This guy's it's not going into detail. I want to read some of this in chapter 3. I'm wondering, should I do that? Or should I do... I'm going to skip this. I want to do my chapter. I'm going to skip. I'm going to read some of this. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Y'all still with me? I got 3 over here. I got 10 over here. 3 up there. So 3 plus 3 is 6. 16 plus 34. I'm in chapter 4. And this is the more... I skipped a chapter because y'all know about Nazis and Sanger. I can come back. I want to talk about traitor black people. And that's one of my pet peeves, is talk about traitor black people. This is chapter 4. The Useful Idiots of Margaret Sanger's Negro Project. At first glance, I had a horrible shock at the proposition of birth control because it seemed to me to be allied with abortion, but after careful thought and prayer, I have concluded that, especially among many women, it is necessary to save both the lives of the mothers and children. This is a letter from J.T. Braun, editor in chief of the National Baptist Convention Sunday School Publishing Board, to Margaret Sanger. The National Baptist Convention is the largest black church in the United States, and they're working with Margaret Sanger. When you hear me talk about these sorry ass preachers, I'm not saying to you something I don't know that's true. When the communists took power in Russia in 1917, Vladimir Lenin created a phrase to describe those who would unwittingly support his sinister and deadly agenda for his nation and the world at large as the useful idiot. Throughout the 20th century, this phrase would come to be associated with a whole slew of leftist political movements from communism, Nazism, and socialism in the early 1900s to feminism, animal rights, gay rights, and environmentalism today. Each has its share of useful idiots like Dr. Walter Garanti and John Reed, who thought the future of man laid in a new Soviet Union, and Charles Lindbergh and Joseph P. Kennedy, who sang the praises of Adolf Hitler's Germany. Hollywood celebrities like Bridget Bardot, Kim Basinger, and Alec Baldwin, who mindlessly bought into the animal rights agenda. More recently, Sean Penn, Danny Glover, and Oliver Stone, who incredibly duped by Venezuela's dictator Hugo Chavez. The global warming, now climate change movement has its useful idiots, as well as such people as former Vice President Albert Gore and NASA Administrator James Hansen. And the feminist movement, which has its stable of such people such as Jane Fonda, Gloria Steinem, and HBO actress Lena Dunham, just to name a few. And the case is no different when it comes to the issues of birth control, sterilization, abortion are concerned, specifically Margaret Sanger's Negro Project. When she wrote her infamous letter to Clarence J. Gamble on December 10th, 1939, she all but admitted the need for birth control movement to enlist a number of prominent black Americans who would be unaware of the eugenicist true agenda to eliminate as many of these people and other minorities as possible. Singing in her cohorts, people like Lothrop Stoddard, Harry Laughlin, and Madison Grant were all avowed racists, as we discovered in the first chapter of this book. Their aim was clear. Since minority groups, especially blacks, were somehow genetically inferior to the white race, it was therefore necessary to eliminate as many of them as possible through various means, including sterilization and later on through abortion. 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 They also knew that it would be impossible to obtain their cooperation with this hideous agenda without the aid of a number of prominent black leaders. They knew that black Americans were among the most ardently religious of any group in the country, and thus among the most faithful attendees at Sunday church services. It would be critical to gain the cooperation of black ministers, preferably with engaging personalities and social service backgrounds, as Sanger infamously wrote, to pull off the scheme. This effort to deceive the minister's unsuspecting flocks into accepting Sanger's agenda would start with the churches. Remember the shutdown? They did it. This is a Sanger's playbook, what they did. All these empty churches, all these funerals. Yeah, I know what I'm talking about. If you can't put one and two together, you don't belong on my damn page. Whole lot of people ain't here no more. It all started in 2020. You know what I'm talking about. And the preachers were out there begging people, telling people, y'all just come on, trust us. You know, God's in this. So they got these preachers again. This effort to deceive the minister's unsuspecting flocks into accepting Sanger's agenda
would start with the churches, but it would soon encompass nearly every segment of Black life and would come to include leaders in business, entertainment, academia, and the media. And the tradition of all leftist ideology, the eugenicist agenda, would be framed in such benign and noble sounding euphemisms as family planning, birth control, and disease prevention, and would rely heavily on a number of useful idiots in the Black community to carry it forward. The purpose of this chapter, then, is to examine more closely the role that these people played in implementing Margaret Sanger's Negro Project, not only from its inception in December 1939, but up to and including the present day. One prominent figure in the Black community was W.B. Du Bois. Born in Great Barrington, Massachusetts in 1868, Du Bois became an accomplished writer, sociologist, and key founder of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, the NAACP. During his long career, Du Bois became recognized at the time as the most outspoken civil rights activist in America, and was a recipient of a number of awards, among them the Spingarn Medal from the NAACP in 1932, doctorates of letters from Atlanta University and Fisk University in 1938, and honorary doctorates from Morgan State, Berlin, and Charles Universities. He was also a committed leftist and later a member of the Communist Party. In fact, Du Bois was awarded the Lenin International Prize in 1958. His political views meshed well with the progressive movement that was coming to the fore in the early decades of the 20th century, including the eugenic views of Margaret Sanger, Rothford Stoddard, Henry Laughlin, and others. Du Bois came to believe that what he called the worst of his fellow blacks were the overbreeding and thus adding to the social ills that were plaguing this group, while the best, as he called them, were not holding up to their end of the bargain. He believed that the problem could only be resolved through the selective breeding of black children with desirable traits, meaning through eugenics. These views led him to promote the idea of a so called talented tenth of the black population would over time raise the whole black race up to the level with their white peers. Author Jonathan Goldberg gives an insight into Du Bois's take on the subject in his book Liberal Fascism: The Secret History of the American Left from Mussolini to the Politics of Meaning, in which he writes the following quote, Du Bois shared many of the eugenics views held by white progressives. He defined members of the talented tenth as exceptional men and the best of their race. He complained that the Negro had not been breeding for an object and must begin to train and breed for brains, for efficiency, for beauty. Over his long career, he time and time again returned his concern that the worst blacks were overbreeding while the best were underbreeding. Indeed, he supported Margaret Sanger's Negro Project, which sought sharply to curtail the reproduction among the inferior stocks of the black population. Close quote. Du Bois' disdain for his fellow blacks for bringing what he considered useless offspring into the world was clear for all to see. In 1932, in Sanger's birth control review, for example, was titled The Negro Number and was dedicated to the question of birth control and sterilization among blacks. It featured articles by Du Bois, Charles S. Johnson, and others that attempted to make the case for wider access to birth control. In his essay, Black Folks in Birth Control, Du Bois gave a brief recap of what many blacks in the aftermath of emancipation and Reconstruction. He cited the inevitable clash of ideas between those Negroes who were striving to improve their economic condition and those whose religious faith made the limitation of children's sin as the cause of their misfortune. He savaged the mass of ignorant blacks who still breed carelessly and disastrously, so that the increase among Negroes, even more than the increase among whites, is from the part of the population that is least intelligent and fit and the least able to rear them properly. Du Bois had a solution. The problem of searing children, he believed, did not make his talented 10th list. Our religious approach among church going blacks and the people that could help bring this about,
eugenicists themselves. The churches are open to intelligent propaganda of any sort, he wrote, and the American Birth Control League and other agencies ought to get their speakers before church congregations and their arguments in the Negro newspapers. He justified his eugenic position as he concluded his piece thusly. Many blacks, he wrote, quote, are quite led away by the fallacy of numbers. They want the black race to survive. They are cheered by census return of increasing numbers and higher rate of increase. They must learn that among human races and groups, as among vegetables, the quality and not mere quantity really counts, close quote. As among vegetables, is this what the most outspoken civil rights activist in America really thought of his fellow black citizens? That they were no better than vegetables? Sanger and her associates could not have been more pleased with this take from one of the most high profile and deeply respected black Americans of his era. And since he had already been named to the advisory board of the Harlem Birth Control Clinic in 1930, this only made things better in their view. The irony could have not been more apropos. Sanger, the religious bigot, enlisting Du Bois's help in infiltrating the black churches in order to promote the eugenics agenda and thus aid and abet their own destruction. But despite their attempts, the birth control advocates still had tough sledding ahead. For all their efforts over the next few years, they were frustrated by the opposition of many black ministers and their congregations to their plans. Sanger and her allies still had much work to do, yet the tide began to turn in their favor as their campaign of intelligent propaganda slowly began to bear fruit. As they gained more access to black churches, they were able to deliver their message that birth control was actually good for blacks. After all, who could be against better health for black women? See how they use this woman shit? That's why I just rip into it. I don't believe in no. Everybody gets held accountable. So I used to say women. Oh, just give it to whatever women. Just shut women. No, analyze that shit. I don't care what your genitalia is. If it's stuff is full of shit, I don't care if you have a pussy or a dick. If it's stupid, it's stupid. If it's bad, it's bad. Oh, well, she has a vagina. And I'm gonna say this: the sorriest ass people in our race are black men who think it's cool if they just indulge everything that comes along with a person with a vagina. That's being cool and that's being hip. No, you've opened the door for your woman to be sterilized, for your legacy to be destroyed. Dumb fuck black men. Everything is his dick. At the end of the day, his dick is it. You have a dick to procreate, not to create abortion fodder. Idiot. Black women. Who could possibly be against blacks improving their economic lot by having smaller families? The argument proved powerful indeed. Birth control would be infinitely beneficial to the black community, both improving a lot, not only its health, but its standard of living. In this way, Sanger laid the groundwork for her Negro Project in 1939. While Du Bois was busily advocating for his fellow blacks to sterilize themselves into oblivion from his position on the board of her Harlem clinic, other leaders in the black clergy, media, and business community and education establishment were being seduced by Sanger's message as well. These useful idiots include some of the brightest lights in the black community. Charles S. Johnson, president of Fisk University in Nashville, wrote an article titled "The Question of Negroes' Health," which appeared in the June 1932 issue of the Birth Control Review. Like Du Bois, Johnson made no bones about his support for selective breeding among black Americans. Quote, now that the Negro morality has been reduced to the point at which whites stood a generation ago, close quote, he wrote, quote, the same eugenic discrimination which applies to whites is necessary with reference for selective fertility within the Negro group, close quote. Johnson attempted to make the case for birth control by citing such health statistics among blacks as infant mortality, venereal disease rates, and the like. This was a favorite tactic of the eugenicists, and it was intended to mask what many black Americans suspected was a deliberate attempt to severely limit their numbers. At the very least, and at the very worst, to eventually exterminate them. Little wonder that when the Birth Control Federation of America tried to openly display uh, at the American Negro Exposition in Chicago in 1940, it was unceremoniously canceled due to the last minute changes in floor space. Sanger did not accept this, and she was quickly blamed her Catholic Church, charging that they had intimidated the board into canceling the Birth Control Federation of America exhibit by threatening to withhold state and federal funds from the event. She then urged that a flood of protest letters demanding an investigation be sent to Wendell L. Green, the vice chair of the Afro American Emancipation Exposition Commission, would sponsor the event. Denying that there was any pressure placed on the commission, rather religious or monetary. In either case, neither the Catholic Church nor any other religious body for that matter could withhold taxpayer money from the event. Green explained that the funding had come from a number of people, all of religious persuasion. Therefore, any exhibit in conflict with known convictions of a religious group contravenes the spirit of the resolution. The commission upheld the ban despite the Birth Control Federation of America's allegations that it confirmed their original suspicions. Clearly, then, much of the work still lay ahead for Sanger and her allies carrying forth their eugenics agenda. They continued to rely on such useful idiots as Du Bois and Johnson, and they would enlist several more over time in pursuit of their goal. Another such person whom they would turn to was Dr. Dorothy Boulding Farabee. This is the craziest, wickedest pork chop feminist of all times. Her papers at Howard University, I've gone through some of them. When I dog people, a lot of times I do research them, look at their own handwriting, and it's boule, y'all. Let me just read this. Dorothy, Dr. Dorothy Boulding Farabee. Listen to this. President of Alpha Kappa Alpha. This is an AKA. The nation's largest black sorority. Farabee, a cum laude graduate of Tufts University in Baltimore, was another member of academia whose influence in the Black Committee would prove critical in implementing the Negro Project in coming years. Farabee first attended Simmons College, where she earned a Bachelor of Science degree, then went to Tufts, where she earned another degree in medicine, and served on the staff of the medical school as an instructor in obstetrics and medical and as a medical doctor. From 1939 to 1941, she served as president of AKA, and in the process became its 10th international president. That list of credentials was sure to impress the Birth Control Federation of America's high command. Here was an accomplished woman of color, a graduate of one of the most prestigious institutions of higher learning in the country, a holder of 2 degrees, and even better, a medical doctor to boot. This was precisely the kind of person that Sanger had in mind when assembling her Birth Control Federation of the American Negro Advisory Council. Farabee brought to the Birth Control Federation of America a sophisticated propaganda machine designed to promote birth control as a health issue, an approach that took a tagline, Better Health for 13 Million, a slogan devised by Charles S. Johnson on April 16th, 1943 report on the Negro Project demonstration program. But most of her fellow blacks weren't buying into it. This was evidence that when the Birth Control Federation of America opened 2 birth control clinics in Tennessee and in South Carolina in 1940, the first was located in Nashville and opened on February 13th. The fact that only 25% of the city's population was black was telling, to say the least. Why the BCF did not choose to open similar clinics in other parts of town, while the other 75% of the population was overwhelmingly white, the question was worth pondering. The Nashville clinic reported some success. 55% of the women receiving birth control used it regularly, but much resistance on religious grounds yet remained. The second clinic, under the direction of Dr. Robert Seibels, opened in rural Berkeley County, South Carolina on May 1st. The site was chosen because the leaders of the state were particularly receptive to the experiment. South Carolina had been the second state to make child spacing as part of its state public health program after survey of the state's maternal deaths showed that 25% occurred among mothers known to be physically unfit for pregnancy. Child spacing, the reader will recall, was merely one component of the Birth Control Federation of America's strategy to couch its agenda in non threatening and utterly misleading terms. It fit neatly into the better health theme that the BCFA was attempting to establish, and as other BCF facilities, emphasis was on birth control and not better prenatal care. Don't care nothing about women. They want to kill the babies. On June 29, 1942, representatives of 34 states of the BCFA chapters met in a special session to form Planned Parenthood Federation of America, or Planned Parenthood as we know it today. The words birth control disappeared from the bylaws of each state league affiliate to be replaced with the words Planned Parenthood. And no wonder, as Robert G. Marshall and Charles A. Donovan wrote in Blessed Are the Barren, the social policy of Planned Parenthood, particularly in the New York Federation of Planned Parenthood's old bylaw stipulated the object was to organize sound eugenics, social and medical principles, interest in and knowledge of birth control throughout the state of New York as permitted by law. The new bylaws replaced birth control with Planned Parenthood. Eugenics, Marshall and Donovan wrote, was dropped in 1943 because of the unpopular association with the German government's race-improving eugenics theories. At this meeting, the progress report, which Farabee contributed to heavily, presented comparing the success rates at the two clinics. It was revealed that the programs did not significantly improve the lives of Black families in either state and allowed that religious factors, as well as a comparison of birth control to abortion, along with conditions of grinding poverty, especially in the rural South Carolina, played a major role. Despite this, Farabee remained optimistic and wrote, when thrown against the total picture of awareness on the part of Negro leaders of the improved conditions of their opportunities to even better conditions under Planned Parenthood, the obstacles to the program were greatly outweighed. Farabee then called for disseminating more propaganda to the Black community in a fashion that can only be described as chilling and highly disturbing. Quote, the future program of Planned Parenthood should center around more education in the field through the work of professional Negro worker, because those of us who believe that the benefits of Planned Parenthood as a vital key to the elimination of human waste must reach the entire population. Close quote. Imagine, if you will, the level of public outrage that this comment would have generated had the speaker been a Klansman who was referring to Black Americans, if the same thing had been said by a member of the American Nazi Party referring to Jewish Americans. Planned Parenthood would have been discredited immediately. Its members rightly ostracized by every right-thinking American, but Farabee was neither Klan member or Nazi brown shirt. Again, this is using Black women to do incredibly evil things, and because they have a vagina as a Black woman, we just have to go along with it. Fuck that shit. Scrutinize a woman just like you would anybody else. And you sisters need to start busting women out, holding them accountable. And you see this now. You put in a Black woman, no matter what bad happens, it's a woman, you just have to accept it. It's sick. It's unacceptable. I don't care who does it. But Farabee was neither a Klan member nor Nazi brown shirt. Rather, she was a highly educated Black woman who was actually applauded for her views, and she would continue to play a leading role in Planned Parenthood for many years to come. But it only got worse as she continued to address the Planned Parenthood meeting. She went on to emphasize the importance of, quote, Negro professionals fully integrated into staff who could interpret the program and objectives to other Blacks, and a normal course of day-to-day contact could break down fallacious attitudes and beliefs, and elements of distrust could inspire confidence of the group that would not suspect the intent to eliminate the race. She's talking about exterminating Black people. I forgot she has a vagina. It has to be okay. Oh, I'm gay. I criticize a woman. That's what a lot of stupid, dumb fuck Black men. I have to say this about dumbass Black men. The one thing I like
It's when it's a stupid, dick brain Negro who just goes through like pussy, 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 pussy. And he gets to court, and that woman takes every fucking thing he has. The white judges and everything. That bitch destroys him. And all of a sudden, he discovers women are people, that a woman can be bad. She's more than a vagina with the body as a life support unit. And that she took your money and she cut you off, and you begging, and you going to court with no damn representation trying to prove I love her. I wouldn't take a vote. She got like a whole row of lesbian lawyers with buzz cuts that are going to cut your nuts off. Oh, her pussy, we had great sex. Women are people. A woman can love you, a woman can hate you. Man, I know how to lay the pipe. She could never do this to me. There are more broke niggas who've been divorced, dogged out by women. You need to treat women like people. Women are people. They're human. Okay? And that's just killing the black race now. You put a stupid ass black woman up and nobody asks anything. Nobody get mad. We got one running in DC. Everything's fucked up, but it's a woman. Half of man, I would fuck her. Can't get jobs. Everything bad happened to you. You're hiding all these white cops to harass us. But the mayor, she got a big ass. I'm so tired of dumbass black men. Damn. I hope they're all vaccinated. Just go away. Leave us alone. Don't want to use your head. This woman's talking about exterminating black people. And if most of y'all saw a picture, damn, she's fine, man. Man, I put some secret sauce in her, right? Now, Planned Parenthood supporters are quick to contend that Sanger's infamous statements of December 10th, 1939 had been deliberately distorted by the organization's critics. Yet, here we see an unmistakable that her sentiments were not only shared by one of the most influential black women of her time, they were openly and unapologetically expressed by her in public at her group's first annual meeting in January of 1942. A whole lot of black women are going to hell. Another of Sanger's useful idiots was Walter A. Turpening, a celebrated writer, economist, and sociologist from Kalamazoo, Michigan. Turpening was another prominent black who contributed to the June 1932 issue of a Birth Control Review. Turpening's piece was titled God's Children and echoed the eugenicist line that was told throughout the issue by Du Bois, Johnson, and other black contributors. In his article, he rightly decried that the poverty level among the 1,800 citizens of his own hometown. He condemned the subtle discrimination against them by many in the city's white population. But it wasn't before long he turned from their champion to their attacker, even as he praised many, quote, colored citizens as fine specimens of humanity. He excoriated others in a large percentage of Kalamazoo's human scrap pile. Turpening cited a number of large black families with offspring who were in prison on public assistance or who had been institutionalized and whose plight had been made worse by the ugly prejudice to which they were routinely exposed. However, a solution to those ills lay not in bettering race relations, improving blacks' economic standing, like our motherfucking money, not in that, or in strengthening the black family unit, but in reducing the number of black children being born in the first place. The answer is extermination. That's the Democratic Party's solution. This is what we've been, the church is now with it, the AME church. Don't y'all see this? Turpening's attack on the poor, disadvantaged blacks continued. Quote, the birth of a colored child, even to those that can give it adequate support, is pathetic in the view of the unchristian and undemocratic treatment it is likely to be accorded at the hands of a predominantly white community, and a denial of choice in the propagation to this unfortunate class is nothing less than barbarous, close quote. Turpening called for an end to crude checks on the black population embodied by malnutrition, disease, and death to be replaced with more humane provision of birth control. In other words, another way to kill black people, more status, you know.
Calling the denial of knowledge such a provision one of the most hypocritical and savage illustrations of man's inhumanity to man, he argues that blacks would be more open to having their numbers controlled eugenically through sterilization and institutionalization. He continued promoting the eugenic line all the way to the end of his piece, concluding, quote, the dissemination of information on birth control should have begun with this class of poor blacks rather than with the upper socioeconomic class of white Americans. Articles like Turpining's played directly into the hands of Sanger and her cohort. With friends like Du Bois, Johnson, Farabee, and Turpining, the black community would be safe to say certainly didn't need any enemies. But that was the whole point of the Negro Project. If enough blacks could be bamboozled and duped into exterminating themselves, so much the better. It was bad enough that racist whites were trying to kill them off. It is something else entirely to have prominent blacks telling them that they had to do it themselves. At a time when the Great Depression was in full spring, not to mention the grinding racism that accompanied it, the useful idiots of the Negro Project were sending out precisely the wrong message to black Americans. It's better that they had never been born at all than to try to make the world a better place. How ironic indeed, then, that the man who called for the elimination of human scrap piles would one day be honored by Albion College with its Walter A. Turpinning Award that recognized his scholarship and service by a graduating senior in economics and management. There were others, many others, who shared Du Bois, Johnson, Farabee's, and Turpining's views. As Sanger's Negro Project began to gain momentum, it ensnared more and more mainstream black leadership in its web of deceit. By 1942, 3 years into its Negro Project, Planned Parenthood's National Negro Advisory Council numbered no fewer than 36 black leaders from all across the country, representing every segment of society, from the clergy to the professions, from academia to the black media. Mary McLeod Bethune was one such member, just as with Dorothy Farabee. McLeod Bethune is a Delta. She brought an impressive list of credentials with her to her seat on Sanger's council. For one, she was president of the National Council of Negro Women's Groups in Washington, D.C. From here, she was able to bend the ear of President Franklin Roosevelt as a special advisor on minority groups. She was a close friend to FDR's wife, Eleanor, and would remain so until her death in 1955. Bethune was the only black woman present at the founding of the United Nations in San Francisco in 1945. She was a member of the so-called Black Cabinet, a group of influential blacks who had regular access to FDR during his presidency. And she is probably the best remembered establishing institution of higher learning that bears her name, Bethune-Cookman College in Daytona Beach, Florida. Let me just say to you, if you read Margaret Sanger's papers, Bethune-Cookman begged her to come to Daytona and teach her students about birth control. Sanger never bothered. She wasn't interested in her. When the women of the 20th century, her list of accomplishments is both long and impressive. Her life story inspired many people of all races. The fact that a woman whose parents were slaves in South Carolina was able to access the freedoms that were finally won by her fellow blacks and soared to such great heights as a result of her own drive and initiative should make all Americans exceedingly proud. But like all the other members of the Planned Parenthood Federation of America's National Negro Advisory Council, Bethune sadly bought into Sanger's seductive message. She seems to have never questioned Sanger's association with known racists like Lothrop Stoddard, Henry Laughlin, Madison Grant, or S. Adolphus Knopf. She apparently never read nor questioned any of Sanger's own racist writings, such as The Pivot of Civilization, in which the reader will recall she wrote, quote, our failure to segregate morons who are increasing and multiplying demonstrates our foolhardy and extravagant sentimentalism. Philanthropists encourage the healthier and more normal sections of the world to shoulder the burden of unthinking and indiscriminate fecundity of others, which brings with it, I think the reader must agree, a dead weight of human waste instead of decreasing and aiming to eliminate the stocks that are most detrimental to the future of the race and the world, it tends to render them as menacing degree dominant. We are paying for and even submitting to the dictates of an ever increasing spawning class of human beings who should have never been born in the first place. Bethune could not have been unaware of Sanger's views on severely limiting the number of immigrants coming into the United States, which is made quite clear by her and other eugenicists' support for the Immigration Restriction Act of 1924. Neither could she have not known about Sanger's plan for peace, which she advanced in a speech to the New History Society in New York in 1932, and her speech, which was also published in that April issue of the Birth Control Review. Sanger advocated a number of things, but her chief demand was for a stern and rigid policy of sterilization and segregation to grade the population whose progeny is tainted or whose inheritance is such that objectionable traits may be transmitted to offsprings. This should have set off alarm bells for Bethune, but she agreed nonetheless to serve on Planned Parenthood's Federation of America's Negro Advisory Board without a second thought. If she had done due diligence and looked into Sanger's background, her associations, and her alliances, how different might things be today? But sadly, Bethune and her fellow Black leaders did not, and millions of Americans of all races, including the unborn, paid a terrible price for the willful blindness of so many in the Black community who were entrusted to lead their people responsibly. That price is still being paid even today in the continuing decimation of the Black population in America. Since its inception of the Negro Project, the number of Black Americans have declined precipitously, due in no small part to the thousands of men and women, either sterilized or birth control devices issued to them, and later through the most hideous form of contraception imaginable, abortion. It has been stated previously in these pages that the Black demographic is in dire peril as fewer and fewer children are being born in the place of their parents. No society can survive, let alone thrive, with a replacement rate of less than 2.1 live births per female. This is exactly true in the case of Black Americans, whose replacement rate now stands at a staggering zero point 0.7 live births per female. We will examine more closely and many contributing factors that so negatively affect this group in Chapter 6. For now, let us heed the warning of those who are closer to the situation. I'm going to stop here. Let me see. I want to skip something. Hold on one second. I'm going to go past this. Hold on. Let me do some more. I'm going to do a little bit more. Let me see. Oh, it's 3 o'clock. Maybe I should go to 3:30. I'm going to try. I'm going to do a little bit more, then I'm going to stop. Could Bethune, Turpinning, Farabee, Du Bois, Johnson, and others have foreseen such a situation coming? To be sure, no one can predict the future, but by agreeing to serve on the Planned Parenthood Federation of America's National Negro Advisory Board, in the first place, they gave, through their good names and reputations, enormous credibility to a scheme designed to accomplish exactly what Sanger and their fellow eugenicists set out to do, to reduce the number of those whom they considered unfit because of their own subjective, arbitrary set of criteria. To make matters worse, it would be done with the unsuspecting cooperation of people like W.B. Du Bois, Walter Turpinning, Charles S. Johnson, Dorothy Farabee, Bolden Farabee, Mary McLeod Bethune. There were others who should have known better, yet they instead swallowed the whole line of Margaret Sanger, Lothrop Stoddard, Henry Laughlin, S. Adolphus Knopf, and Paul Popenoe. These individuals, through the power of the pulpit, academia, and their influence in the business community and the media, would in their own way contribute to the success of the Negro Project, and in doing so would sow the seeds for the coming decimation of the Black race in America. Let us now look at some of the ministers whom Sanger targeted to promote her racist eugenic agenda in the Black churches, such as Adam Clayton Powell Sr. At the head of Abyssinia Baptist Church, the largest such church in the Harlem section of New York, Powell was enormously powerful and influential in the city's teeming, vibrant Black community. Due to that power and influence, he enjoyed a position of great credibility. People held him in high esteem. They listened to what he had to say and considered his opinions on many spiritual matters to hold great weight and importance. It was only natural then for Sanger to zero in on him to help her out. He was just the kind of person she had in mind when she wrote her infamous letter to Clarence Gamble on December 10th, 1939. A minister with a background in social services who could straighten out those rebellious members of his congregation if they ever got the wrong, or in this case, the wrong idea about what she had in store for them. As a man of faith and compassion, who was deeply concerned about the plight of his people, Powell was in a position to be used in the most cynical way possible by Sanger and her cohorts. It was at the height of arrogance and hypocrisy that Sanger, who was not just irreligious but openly hostile to organized religion, in this case the Catholic Church, and its tenets of compassion and charity for all, was able to enlist the aid of a man who led the largest Black congregation in New York City. Sanger did this through her stated concern for women's health. Women. You just say women, all of a sudden people just get stupid. We just have to agree. I believe what women say. No, fuck, women lie, men lie. Shit. Child spacing, family planning. Powell never seemed to question her ties to the Ku Klux Klan, which saw the births of more blacks and other minority children as the last thing the world needed. Neither did he grill her on her association with racial eugenicists like Madison Grant, who penned The Passion of the Great Race, S. Adolphus Knopf, who delivered racially inflammatory speech in New York of March of 1925, in which he warned against the menace posed by the black and yellow peril, or Lothrop Stoddard, the author of The Rising Tide of Color Against White Supremacy. The reader will recall that none other than Adolf Hitler, who not only praised Grant's book but referred to it as his Bible. If Powell had done his homework and vetted her properly, Sanger might not have been invited to deliver a lecture on birth control at his church. He might have become her fiercest opponents. It is quite possible this opposition would have inspired other Black clergymen and leaders to reject Sanger's seductive, deadly message. Let me just say to you that Calvin Butts of that same Abyssinia church was a major promoter of the jab out of Abyssinia Church. It's the same playbook, folks. What can we do? The Negro Project started about 1930, and Abyssinia Church in 2020, 90 years later, helped run the same kind of game. This is only speculation, however, because none of that happened. The fact is, Powell did invite her to address his congregation, which she did on December 7th, 1932. By failing to properly vet this woman before allowing her into his church, he unwittingly aided and abetted the coming destruction of millions of Black and other children, first through sterilization and contraception, over the next few decades, abortion. But Sanger's appearance that night was not without controversy or opposition. Earlier, the Powell, the reader might recall, received blistering and adverse criticism from a minister from a congregation other than Baptist who was surprised that he'd allowed that awful woman in his church. As we also saw, the damage in the end was done. Sanger successfully hoodwinked Powell and his flock. She had gotten exactly what she wanted and would now move on to other targets. One of those targets was Grace Congregational Church, when hosted a debate on birth control. Sanger's disciples argued that it was actually good for Blacks to limit their numbers rather than increase them. They tried out the same arguments that birth control would help Black families from a health and economic perspective. Family planning, as it was positive, was beneficial because it helped women recover physically from childbirth and that the regulating the number of children a family would have would help the father, who's almost exclusively the primary breadwinner in the family, recover financially. Further, the proponents of birth control argued that it would result in the birth of healthier children, not physically but mentally, as well that the incidences of communicable diseases would decrease. Nowhere in these arguments is there any mention made of the need to combat the horrible effects of racism on the black community, which manifests itself in so many ways. Birth control would not end discrimination against black Americans. Family planning and child spacing would do nothing to end Jim Crow in the Deep South. Contraception would not provide black Americans with better opportunities to improve their economic station. But this was not meant to do any of that. Leaders like Powell, Du Bois, Farabee, Terrapin, Bethune, and others failed to grasp that the only way blacks would finally win the economic and political empowerment that they craved lay in increasing their numbers and influence, not in limiting and reducing them. As the adage goes, there's strength in numbers, and they certainly did not need a woman like Sanger, whose racist, anti religious views were certainly well known, lecturing them on these points. Yet, that is exactly what happened. Sanger and her supporters were permitted to use the church that might expose their views, and despite the warning signs of a racist past that should have been heeded, but sadly were not. In the end, the proponents of birth control won the debate, due in no small part to the skill in framing the issue as one of women's health. It was a difficult argument to refute unless someone knew how. Again, how could anyone be against that? The much larger issue, the moral issue of racism of Sanger and her birth control agenda vis-a-vis the black community, was thrust into the background. Leaders of the Grace Congregational Church could have easily vetted Sanger and her allies and would have rightly been shocked and repelled by what they discovered, and they would have almost certainly have passed the word to their fellow clergymen to be on guard. But they evidently chose not to the everlasting detriment of their flock and to black Americans for generations to come. Complicit as well, and all of this were the editors of the Amsterdam News, the leading black newspaper of the day. They too bought into the notion that reducing the number of children being born to black families was essential to combating the evils of racism. And they fell for Sanger's seductive narrative regarding the benefits of controlling the black birth rate. On its position of prominence, the publication carried great weight with the subscribers that Sanger quickly took advantage of this to strike directly at her targets. A golden opportunity presented itself when the paper, in partnership with a leading black civic organization, endorsed the establishment of her birth control clinic in Harlem section of New York City. Sanger's use of well-worn but effective message of better health through contraception was evident in a letter that she wrote to Du Bois November 11, 1930. In it, she invited him and a number of prominent black leaders to become involved in forming an advisory council to direct the clinic's operations for the benefit of colored people. In order to remain in business, the facility relied heavily on the generosity of private foundations, such as the Julius Rosenwald Fund, which example donated $2,500 in 1931 as representing the balance of our appropriation to the Harlem Birth Control Clinic in 1930. Sanger appealed to doctors like Peter Marshall Murray, whom she persuaded to support the clinic so that our work in birth control will be a constructive force in the community. Though Sanger went to great pains to point out that the clinic, which opened November 21st, 1930, after more than a year's preparatory groundwork, was open to all residents of Harlem, including poor white women who needed its services. The fact remains the vast majority of the women who went there were black. It is not at all surprising since the neighborhood's population was predominantly black, a situation that was borne out by these stark, sobering facts from Sanger's own clinic. Blacks in Harlem were segregated in an overpopulated area. They were 224,760 of the 330,000 of Greater New York's blacks lived there during the 20s and 30s. Blacks comprised 12% of the population of New York, but accounted for 18% of the city's unemployment rate. The black infant mortality rate per thousand was 101, as compared to 56 for the city's white population. The out of the New York death rate, the black rate for tuberculosis was 237 per 100,000 residents. It's little wonder that Sanger's message was so easily received by people like Du Bois, Powell, Timpany, Johnson, Farabee, Bethune, et al. They all ignored her racist dealings with the Ku Klux Klan, Harry Laughlin, Lothridge's daughter, S. Adolphus Knopf, Madison Grant, and they overlooked her first fierce opposition to organized religion, as well as her disdain for charitable activities, which is ironic to say the least, given her almost shameless reliance on secular charities to support the operations of her Harlem birth control clinic. And it is no less ironic that even today, 78% of Planned Parenthood's abortion mills are in the black inner city, a fact that is neither discussed or nor even questioned by today's so-called black leaders. Apparently, black clergymen like Reverend Jesse Jackson, Al Sharpton, and liberal progressive lawmakers like Representative Maxine Waters, John Lewis, Elijah Cummings, all have weightier issues with which to deal than asking some rather pointed questions of the nation's largest abortion provider. Waters, for example, is accused the CIA of introducing crack cocaine into America's black neighborhoods. But when it comes to the complicity of Black Planned Parenthood, and which can only be described as self-imposed extermination of more than 500,000 of our fellow blacks every year, most of whose lives are extinguished by the organization Sanger founded, the good Congresswoman's silence is deafening. Even more damning that the NAACP organization that Du Bois established in 1909 has repeatedly stated it has no official policy regarding abortion. If those who claim to represent Black Americans in Congress would have done their due diligence over the years and dug deep into the views of Margaret Sanger and Planned Parenthood, as Walters supposedly has done with her vendetta against the CIA and purported examples of racism against Blacks, who knows how many lives could have been saved or changed for the better. But sadly, we will never know because these elected officials seem to be singly disinterested in the whole business. Rather, we have accepted a sanitized portrait of Margaret Sanger that has over the years seen her canonized as the saint of the political left, whose primary motivation was to help women and the need to gain the right of reproductive freedom while ignoring her racial views, not to mention her deep involvement in now discredited theory of eugenics. They view anyone who dares question this prevailing meme of being racist, misogynist, anti choice, Neanderthal, or worse. It is their everlasting shame that many of those who've known better ignore the warning signs uh, uh, that over 3 centuries, 3 quarters of a century ago. Had they shown a bit more courage and backbone, the story quite likely could have been very different indeed, but regrettably, it never happened. In fact, the more of Black leadership of the early 20th century fell for the eugenics agenda hook, line, and sinker, and the rest continued to rely on useful idiots and the clergy, academy, and professions and media to aim their quest. As a pastor of the African and Methodist Episcopal Church in Philadelphia, Bishop David M. Sims was in a position of power and influence that made him the logical choice to sit on the Birth Control Federation of America, Negro Advisory Council. With his fellow Black clergymen who accepted Sanger's eugenic line, he too was taken in by flowery language and benign sounding goals of family planning, child spacing, and better health, proffered by the founder of the modern birth control movement and her disciples. Oh, wow, I'm almost done. I'm going to keep reading. You need to hear this. In his acceptance of Sanger's offer to sit on the council, it is safe to presume that Sims, in fact, never read her book, because if he had, It would have been impossible for him to have missed the passage. The most serious charge that can be brought against the modern benevolence is that it encourages the perpetuation of defectiveness, of defectives, delinquents, and dependents. These are the most dangerous element in the world community and the most devastating curse on the human progress and expression. How a person of deep religious conviction could or would have done anything to do with someone with so provably hostile to religion, charity, or members of his race is breathtaking to contemplate. Yet this is exactly the course upon which Sims embarked, and he wasn't alone. The reader will remember it was Sims who endorsed the Federal Council of Churches, Marriage, and Home Committee's birth control pamphlet, which Sanger sent to J.T. Braun, who in turn gave it to his wife to read. The reader will further recall that this tract deeply affected Miss Braun, which effectively helped sway her husband in favor of birth control. After reading more literature on the subject, Braun opened his church to the group of women for the discussion of contraception. Due to Sims' advocacy, Braun is now so thoroughly opted by Sanger and eugenicists that he went so far as to correspond with the founder of Planned Parenthood after the event. I was moved by the number of prominent black Christians backing this proposition, he told in a letter he wrote on May 18, 1943. At first glance, I had a horrible shock to the proposition because it seemed to me to be allied to abortion. But after careful thought and prayer, hold on, y'all, I've concluded that among many women, it's sometimes necessary to both save the lives of mothers and children. Granted that there's no telling for certain what would have happened if Bishop Sims investigated Sanger's racist and anti-religious background before he sent to Braun the FCC pamphlet. If he had, it is quite likely that the meeting would have never taken place and that Sims would have been lauded for warning his fellow clergymen about what she had in mind. What is clear that by doing the opposite, he ensnared an otherwise good and honorable man and his wife in the web of treachery and deceit that was being spun by Sanger and her disciples. Sims' failure to act on behalf of his flock and other Black Americans illustrates clearly the effect of Edmund Burke's axiom that all is necessary for evil to triumph is for good men to do nothing. Bishop Sims and Reverend Braun, good and compassionate men by all accounts, did nothing to stop what was happening and thus allowed an unspeakable evil to flourish. They did enormous damage to their flocks, failing to even ask the most basic questions of an avowed racist and anti-religious bigot, and their legacies have been severely tarnished as a result, to say nothing of the disastrous consequences for Black Americans that have ensued due to their failure and that of many other so-called good men to oppose such a monstrous evil. By co-opting men of the cloth such as Powell, Braun, and Sims, and leaders of the Grace Congregational Church, Sanger achieved much of what she set out to do, but her work was far from finished. In fact, she was just getting started. Now that Sanger had her 3 or 4 colored ministers, preferably with social service backgrounds and engaging personalities, in her hip pocket, she zeroed in on other prominent Americans in the media, education establishment, medical professions, and various social service organizations to implement and carry her Negro Project forward. Indeed, even a cursory glance at the members of her Negro National Advisory Council is quite revealing. By 1942, Sanger had assembled an impressive list of some of the leading lights of the Black community, people who were highly respected by their fellow Black Americans. As the years went on, their power and influence would prove quite invaluable indeed to Sanger and her fellow eugenicists, in addition to the editors of such Black news organs as the Amsterdam News, the Chicago Defender. Sanger reeled in the respected journalist Charles A. Barnett, the director of the Associated Negro Press in Chicago, Dr. Peter Marshall Murray, who headed the Publications Committee of the National Medical Association. He's more than likely Omega Psi Phi. I bet you he is. As Murray was both an MD and a journalist, this allowed Sanger, in effect, to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The importance of having such respected journalists as these on Sanger's council could not be overstated, as it provided a critical forum from which eugenics message could be easily and widely disseminated among Black Americans. In addition to journalists like Barnett and Murray, the roster of the Planned Federation of America's Council included a large number of medical professionals besides Dorothy Boldy Farabee. Walter G. Alexander was the past president of the National Medical Association. Michael Bent, MD, served on the staff of Meharry Medical School in Nashville, Tennessee. M.O. Horsfield, MD, was the director of the Negro Health of the Julius Rosenwald Fund in Chicago. The Rosenwald Fund, as the reader will recall, was an important financial backer of Sanger's Negro Project. And E.R. Carney was the president of the National Hospital Association in Detroit, Michigan. The top-heavy presence of medical professionals in the Planned Parenthood Federation of America Council continued with Paul B. Cornely, MD, who was associate professor of preventive medicine at Howard University in Washington, D.C. John W. Lala, MD, Dean of Medicine at Howard University. Walter Mado, MD, came from Sanger's Council from the Slossfield Health Center in Birmingham, Alabama. John West was the medical director for Providence Hospital in Chicago. Nurses had a place at the table, and the person of Miss Mabel Stopper, the executive secretary for the National Association of Colored Nurses in New York City. From their seats, the Planned Parenthood Federation of America, National Negro Advisory Council, these health professionals were powerful in position to espouse the eugenic line that limiting their numbers, Black Americans would enjoy the benefits of better health through the policy of family planning and child spacing. And as important as the presence of doctors and nurses on the PPFA Council was, the inclusion of a number of prominent Black academics on Sanger's board was equally indispensable. In addition to those who we've examined earlier, the National Advisory Council held several well-respected educators, such as John W. Davis, president of West Virginia State College. Davis was joined on Sanger's Council by Albert W. Dent, the president of Dillard University in New Orleans, Louisiana. Charles Hubert, D.D., Morehouse College in Atlanta, Georgia. And Frederick D. Patterson, president of Tuskegee Institute in Alabama. Ira D. Reed of the Sociology Department of Atlanta University. Forrester B. Washington, director of the Atlanta University School of Social Work. Emmett Scott, secretary of the Southern Education Foundation in Washington, also lent their presence to the PPFA Council as well. Not to be undone by their fellows in the media, academic, and medical professions, leaders of a number of business and labor, social, and civic, and civil rights organizations also got into the act. In addition to Mary McLeod Bethune of the National Council of Negro Women and W.B. Du Bois from the NAACP, other notable Blacks who served on Sanger's Council included Channing H. DeBias of the National Council of the YMCA, Finley Wilson, Grand Ruler of the Elks, Max Jurgen, president of the National Negro Congress in New York. By the way, I think he's communist. A.L. Halsey, secretary of the National Negroes Business League in Tuskegee, was also a member of the PPFA, as was Jesse O. Thomas and Eugene Nickel Jones of the National Urban League in New York. Mary Church Terrell, allegedly a family member, honorary president of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People in Washington, D.C., and Frank R. Crosswraith, chairman of the National Negro Labor Committee in New York. Du Bois was joined the council by NAACP Secretary Walter White, thereby the leading additional credibility to Sanger's board by giving it two members of the nation's largest civil rights organization. An impressive list, to say the least, and a telling one at that. Even a slight glance at this roster of the outstanding names is striking. The more so when one considers that of the 36 members of Sanger's Council, fully 1/3 of them came from the Deep South. And when one adds in that those came from the nation's capital, list grows to 18, or exactly 1/2 of those in the PPFA Council who were from below the Mason-Dixon line. Now, given that we have learned thus far, it is clear it was not coincidence or mere happenstance. Since Sanger considered minorities, especially Blacks, to be inferior, it is only logical then that she targets as many of them for elimination as possible. She could con a sufficient number of Black leaders into going along with her plans and taking her followers with them. So much the better, so far as she was concerned. We've seen from the writings and public statements of W.B. Du Bois that his position on eugenics was quite clear. But there was another black leader who, although he never served on Sanger's council, was nevertheless firmly in the eugenics camp. Firmly in the eugenics camp. His name was Marcus Garvey, the Jamaican father of the Back to Africa movement. Garvey was a firm believer in the eugenics doctrine, and he was the founder of the Universal Negro Improvement Association. Unlike Du Bois, Garvey was highly critical of the attempts by the civil rights organizations like the NAACP to normalize race relations. In fact, he had nothing but contempt for these efforts. Garvey stated that the integrationist policy of the NAACP and other biracial groups represented a dangerous race-destroying doctrine. A serious charge, to be sure. It is interesting to note that Garvey's view of selective breeding came along about political lines rather than the prevailing scientific or pseudoscientific, as it turned out, attitude surrounding the eugenics movement. Garvey firmly opposed interracial marriage and believed that the races should be kept apart wherever and whenever possible. In fact, he was quite clear on this point. The UNIA, he wrote, believes and teaches the pride and purity of race. We believe that white should uphold its racial pride and the black race should do likewise. Garvey viewed the union of whites and blacks as reflective of the watering down of racial integrity, if not a sign of downright racial suicide. In a speech he delivered on September 7th, 1921, Garvey opined that interracial marriage should be rejected in order to strengthen the gene pool and establish a uniform type among ourselves. While Garvey never used the word eugenics in any of his writings, this did not prevent him from forming what could only be described as an unholy alliance with racial supremacists in Virginia, openly associating with members of the Ku Klux Klan and the state's Anglo-Saxon clubs of America, with the most notorious racists like Ernest Sevier Cox, John Power, Walter Plecker, who were outspoken supporters of Virginia's Racial Integrity Act of 1924, which explicitly forbade marriage between the races. While it is correct, Garvey defended his position on the matter, writing, I unhesitatingly endorse the race purity idea of Mr. Powell and his organization, the Anglo-Saxon Clubs of America. Garvey did not stop there. In subsequent writings and public statements, he continued to clarify and refine his eugenics path as to black empowerment theme. For example, in The Negro's Greatest Enemy, Garvey posited that any attempt to bring about the amalgamation of any two opposite races is a crime against nature. How stunning to realize that he shared the same views on the subject that Madison Grant voiced in The Passing of a Great Race. He theorized that race mixing could lead to political confusion because children of mixed marriage couples would not know which group or ideology to support. Garvey concluded that we feel that there's absolutely no reason why there should be any differences between black and white races if each stops to adjust and purify itself. We believe in the purity of both races. Garvey's followers latched onto his premise of black political empowerment through selective breeding with all the energy and enthusiasm they could muster, and they spared no effort to present this message in an ever-widening audience of their fellow blacks. For example, in Fighting Fire with Fire, the African Americans' Hereditarian Thinking, 1900-1942, University of Alabama assistant professor Michael Dorr, PhD, writes that John Finner, the president of the UNIA's Richmond Division, was the most helpful in this regard. Finner, Dorr relates, worked to place eugenics tracts in the hands of members of my race intelligent enough to understand them. Also secured black audiences throughout Virginia who listened attentively to the pronouncements of white eugenicists. This approach seemed to have worked quite well, as Finner elaborated. I find the increased sentiment agreeing with the integrity of the races is a fine idea. The improvement of the same is growing. Little wonder that Garvey's views were so well received by the Klan, the Anglo-Saxon clubs, and the racists in Virginia. Despite his difference in skin color, he was just as much one of their own had he been white, and therefore a most useful idiot and Sanger's scheme. But for all his political posturing and attempts to co-opt his counterparts at the other end of the racial divide, Garvey may have well been too clever by half. He should have known better that the true goals and aims of the eugenic movements were, even though he had his own political agenda, did not seem to understand that there can be no increase in economic, political, or social empowerment without an increase in the number of those seeking such empowerment. This is precisely what Sanger and her fellow eugenicists and racists in the Ku Klux Klan and Anglo-Saxon clubs of America had in mind. As fewer members of undesirable, unfit, or inferior races as possible, what would Marcus Garvey, for that matter, W.B. Du Bois, or members of the Planned Parenthood Federation of America's National Negro Advisory Council say today if they could return and see the murderous effects of the eugenic agenda on the members of their own black race? They should be shocked to learn that many of their fellows have either been sterilized or aborted out of existence. What would they say if they knew of the coming extinction of Black Americans, if the policies of Planned Parenthood and other abortion providers are taken to their logical conclusion? And how would they react, knowing that the leading civil rights group in the country, which Du Bois helped establish in 1909, has no official policy regarding abortion, which takes the lives of over 500,000 unborn Black babies each year? The useful idiots of Margaret Sanger's Negro Project are all gone now, but their shameful legacy survives in the persons of Jesse Jackson, Al Sharpton, former Planned Parenthood President Faye Waddleton, Congresswoman Maxine Waters, and Barack Obama, who on April 25th, 2013, became the first sitting president to address a Planned Parenthood conference. Obama ended it by saying, "God bless you." Let me just mention, Obama said, "God bless you" to the Planned Parenthood people. At the same time, Dr. Gosnell, a high yellow racist doctor who has the same damn birthday as me, was being investigated for murdering 17,000 primarily Black children in Philadelphia. This man would have the women have the baby and then cut the baby's spinal cord and let the baby die. Obama's response to that was, "God bless Planned Parenthood." Y'all voted for that bastard. I never did. Philosopher George Santayana warned us years ago, those who forget their history are condemned to repeat it. When will these people ever learn? Or rather, will they ever learn? I got through it. And we're going to come back together because over the holiday, we're going to have a ball. Y'all like this? What y'all think about this? And, oh, wait a minute. Yes, I need y'all to definitely subscribe. How many of you have subscribed to the Angry Black Men's Book Club? Oh my God. And I've got another eugenics book. I think in a couple hours, I'm going to come back out and I've got y'all thought I was bullshitting. I have this Madison Grant book. It's right here. I'm not joking. I want to thank all of you guys' supporters. This Madison Grant book, y'all won't believe this. This is like a $200 book, maybe $250. I was able to get a $99 one, and because it has information about them trying to kill off Black people. And sometimes you can't. You have to be able to prove it. Our people don't trust. We don't trust one another. That's why I'd rather have it and read it to you so you can hear it and give you the damn source. You can get your own damn copy. I hope you pay less than what I did. But I'm going to come back out. I'm going to take a break. And when I come back, I'm going to, of course, do something to attack feminism. Because let me tell you, feminism fits into family planning. If you make the women hate the men, they're so angry and folk can't see eye to eye, don't want to get together, then you can't get a family. Women want to fight all the time. They mad. They've put all this poison into Black people. We're always bitching about relationships.
Black people were able to get together before until feminism came along. Feminism is a government program to destroy the black family. And I'm sorry, dumbass black women and weak ass, silly ass black men, whore ass, faggonist men, simps, bitches with dicks have bought into this. There's nothing cool about going along with feminism. It's evil. Women's rights is one thing. Destroying the family and killing babies and all this gender dysphoria bullshit that comes, no, to hell with that. I don't care who doesn't like me. In fact, if being a misogynist is what it takes to be against feminism, I'm the biggest one of all times. God help me to be a bigger misogynist. And I love patriarchy. We need to bring that shit back. When we had patriarchy, we had whole families. So I don't care what anyone thinks. Um, I I hated. I started hating feminism at Harvard. I hate it now. I'm never going to cooperate. Never. So I enjoy that. You know how to hit me up. I would love to have you in Patreon. I would love for people, if you don't do that, drop me a piece because I have a couple books and I'm waiting. This is the thing I can't wait. Something I'm going to do. This phenomenal woman here. Her name is Dr. I think her name is Julia. No, I'm sorry, Mary Charles. She's in England and she teaches all this phenomenal stuff about the original people in England and all the other places being black. And I'm going to start introducing this because I'll just tell everybody I'm not tripping. I'm going to be the same person I've always been. But in the last week, I learned that King Henry VIII is my 10th great uncle. Queen Elizabeth I is my ninth great aunt. Uh, Lady Margaret Beaufort Lancaster is my 12th great grandmother. And I've been looking for years. And for all the people, I'm not tripping off of royalty or anything like that. Um, I've spent like, wow, when did I first started trying to understand stuff about my family when I was 5. And then it picked back up when I met the family genealogist. We had a couple, I was lucky. But I knew stuff more about my dad's side than my mother's side. And one of my cousins who looked like he was Italian lied and said our family started in the 1840s. I was trying to think, isn't there anything before 1840? And I was just told no. I was even told that my grandfather, that he mentioned that they were slaves. That's what I was told, that they were slaves and they didn't know who the mother was and all. It, it turns out my cousin, who was in his 90s when he died a few years ago, had lied. They weren't slaves. I mean, so by the way, for all the people, oh, you just want to be connected to the damn white people. No. I spent a lot of time trying to find out who was the slave on mom's side. I really was trying. I was trying to. I wasn't running after the white people. I look, when you do this DNA stuff, I see white people all the time. They're related. I don't communicate that much. I'm trying to learn the black people. That I'm assuming they're more closely related, and trying to find out who was a slave in my mother's family on my mother's paternal line. I was thinking I was going to find a slave. I kept digging, digging. I'm going to get a slave. I'm going to get a slave. I even thought I had an idea of who the father of the slave was. And I was thinking, okay, but yeah, I went and I tried. And instead of finding a white dude that busted a nut in a black woman and threw the kid out, that wasn't what happened. In other words, I got a continual line from 14, actually before that, but I can tell you from 1400 to now, I can tell you who my grandfathers are. Actually, I can go further. I can actually go back to about, I can go back to about 1100. So I can go back 1,000 years. And it's not impossible if y'all work at it. It's not that hard. Um, and the thing that's weird, y'all, I'm not tripping off of any of this. Uh, I I was looking for slaves. I had no idea I'd get all of this stuff I got. I mean, they're damn castles and shit that my family had. I feel stupid telling you there's a castle. There's a damn castle. It's still there are a couple of castles. I'm like, damn. I I've always been interested in Africa. And more recently the Indian thing, because now it's coming out. It used to be nobody wanted to talk about it. People got mad, or don't be ashamed of being black. Man, don't talk about that mess. We're all black. And anyway, and it's nothing crazier than you have a family member that looks like fucking crazy horse talking about Africa all the time. And it's like, I get not wanting to be ashamed of who or what we are, but damn it, you don't look like anybody from Africa. You look like somebody off a damn reservation, probably had one too many drinks and shit at the reservation store, and you need to pay your damn bill before they beat your ass and you disappear. Like this, some Pine Ridge shit. But anyway, um, so I wasn't running after finding white roots or whatever. In fact, I've been told by Dr. Winters I'm going to have him do a show with me because the way this is looking, uh, like I'm saying, this I'm going to be talking, and I'm going to use Dr. Marie Child's material to do a connection because I was trying to figure out if nobody was a slave in my mother's family, how did we get black if these people came from England? Right? Shouldn't, right? I mean, how did people get black? I mean, how did this not me? And see, my grandfather born, my grandfather's born in the 1700s are calling themselves black. Yet my grandfather served in the White Army in the Civil War, which means they couldn't tell he's black. If who was black in his family? And he had brothers and sisters that owned slaves and all this stuff, and some of them didn't call themselves black. And so it's trying to figure out, well, what's going on here? And so I keep learning more and more stuff, and ultimately, I'm here with Dr. Childs, and I'm of the conclusion, my friend, we've been lied to about everything in history. I never really paid a lot of attention to medieval stuff. I figured, it's just some white people killing each other, burning out castles and shit. And I says, let them have that. Middle Ages, Dark Ages, enjoy it. In fact, dark was kind of cool. And then you find out, damn, like I said, this happened like 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. I I've been looking for like a year trying to figure out who was the father within the last year or two. Who was my three times great grandfather's dad? And I kept looking for a slave, and I found someone black, but I couldn't make them in the same thing. I kept trying to say, well, damn, this if he's in the census, there's got to be something. And there's a thing called Family Search. That shit's the bomb. Someone told me about it, and I had been blowing it off because I was trifling. I'm used to just using Ancestry or My Heritage DNA's app. But I went to Family Search, and I love it. I love it. Y'all need to look into get that app in your phone. You might find people you never thought you'd find. I have done all kinds of stuff trying to get who was the father of my great 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 grandfather, and I didn't think I'd ever find it. And I was like, okay, well, we did have a slave in my mother's paternal line. Okay, the slave was somewhere in the 1750s or 1760s or
something. So my theory was, okay, we had people in the family that were Quakers, right? My great 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 grandfather was a Quaker. They must have been set free, and that's why there's this continuous name, right? Which is Lancaster. And that's what's cool. Okay, I finally found the slave, but it's not recent. And went into family search, put my great grandfather's name in there. Pop, there it was, with his dad's name. And if you use family search, then it had his dad's name. So I'm thinking, okay, I'm getting closer to the slave ancestor. I'm going to find the slave. Mm-mm. I got his dad. And finally, I got to my eighth great grandfather, who I had heard of. And I even talked to someone years ago that this could possibly have been the person that owned the family and threw the little nigga out. And that's not true. He's my grandfather too. And then it had his father's name and his father's name. And it kept going back as this, damn. And like I said, I've been ignoring English history because, I'm like, I don't want to hear about castles and shit. And I know a little bit about Queen Elizabeth and Myrdal'S, but not really, the Bruce and Bannockburn and stuff, but not that deep. But y'all got to get into this genealogy because I'm going to tell you, it'll screw you up when some of you find out who the hell you are or where you come from. Like I said, I went in to find black slaves. For all the Pan Africanist assholes out here who are, oh, well, he wanted to be white. No, I wanted to know what the damn answer was, wherever the damn answer came from. If they were white, they're white. If they're not white, okay. But just tell me. So I get one, then I get another. And I'd never heard of a damn Margaret Beaufort. I started to go to Wikipedia. Who the hell is this hoe? You find out it's your grandmother. And then you find out, wow, my grandmother created the Tudor dynasty? King Henry VIII is her grandson? Queen Elizabeth is her great granddaughter? I'm related to Queen Mary of Scots, who got her head cut off. Damn. And according to Dr. Winters, they weren't white people. So there's never been a slave, y'all have no idea. I've been trying to find out, because I've always been interested in roots and ancestors. Like I asked my grandfather, who looks like a cross, who looks like he's from Kazakhstan or something like that. What about the slaves in the family? And the dude's looking at me like I'm psycho. I'm like, come on, granddaddy, tell me the truth. Are you ashamed of being black? I'm ashamed of being black. Well, then tell me the slave shit. Who got beat? Who got sold? You got family somewhere. And literally just says, I can't help you. I says, well, what can you tell me? I can tell you that my mother's an Indian. I'm like, what kind? And he says Cherokee, which is like a bullshit blow off thing, I thought. So now I'm trying to figure all this out. So, and it gets better, y'all. If you follow the progression, because I spent the other night going, and this thing goes from St. County, Maryland, St. Mary's County, Maryland, Anne Arundel County, Maryland, and Charles County, Maryland, all the way back to Liverpool. And then from Liverpool, it goes over to France. And I began to see these names. I don't know anything. Like I said, this isn't pretense. I just want to know
what the damn truth is. I see this odd ass name I can't pronounce, and it just keeps showing up over and over and over again. And this is the thing I'm gonna tell you. The further back I went, I'm waiting for some ordinary people. Like I says, I'm not caught up in titles or shit. I either like you or I don't like you. Okay. There's so many sirs and ladies and this and that. Y'all need to know one of my grandfathers was mayor of London. Mayor of London? I'm just telling you. Mayor of London. Uh what's his name? Whittleton. Whittington, I'm sorry. Mayor of London. Uh, who'd think? My family? Me? Huh. So for all you who think I'm arrogant or strange or whatever, uh, this is genetic maybe. Uh the way I can't stand preachers, and I think about King Henry VIII telling the Pope, fuck you. I really get into that now. It's like I can see how someone could tell someone I'm gonna screw Anne Boleyn all I want. This old Catherine Aragon pussy's got to go. I don't care what Pope shit. Come over here, right? And and I'm thinking this is crazy, and that they're not white people. I'm thinking they're all white. Uh, and I'm not opposed to. I mean, I got mixed people in the family. It's nothing like that. But we always talk about the kings and queens from Africa, and I have some of those too. Okay, uh, I got some from Africa. I like that too. I got some Indian chiefs too. And we need to look at who we are, and because you might find, and in fact, my friends, the further back I go, I don't find fewer significant people. The number expands. I I've never been opposed if someone's just an ordinary person. If you mind and we cool, that's me. To meet all these people that are ballers, and let me just stop this on y'all. I had a guy. I'm gonna have him in. I'm gonna have him on this program. Uh, when I gave him my DNA stuff, he sat down and told me, "Your family used to rule France. You are a descendant of people that ruled France." I'm like, "Yeah, yeah, okay, all right, okay." Well, he's about his shit. Why? Because the family, the name I can't pronounce it. I'm not certain, but it's definitive. My ancestors are from the House of Bourbon, the people that ruled France and Spain and Luxembourg and the Netherlands and Belgium. That some varying degrees. It means that the people, my relatives, killed Joan of Arc. That's awful. Damn. This whole thing about who's white and who's black, it's irrelevant. It's bullshit. So, wow. I'm gonna stop here because I'm trying to process this. I had never had any interest. I really that's medieval. That's white shit. Fuck it. I'll be paying attention to Africa, Egypt, shit like that. No one knows it's Europe. It's not my stuff. Has nothing to do with me. I'm out. We need to pay more attention to everything and everywhere. You never know who's yours. I'm going to tell y'all this again because it happened just over a month ago. And I'll stop. On the 12th of November, through my Ancestry account, I get this strange communication. And it's a white male. And you know what white folk bother you? It's normally some sex shit or something racist they want to do or whatever. And so I'm like, oh, this white dude wants to screw a black man. Who the hell is this writing me an ancestry? Damn him. So I hit the link and it takes me to this dude's Instagram page. And they have 40 million followers. And I'm like, who the fuck is this writing me through Instagram with 40 million? I don't know anybody with 40 million followers. Yet, and you have to understand something. They wrote me through Ancestry. You can't just write people in Ancestry. You have to be a DNA match to write someone in Ancestry. I may repeat myself, but I'll say this. The person that wrote me on their birthday, who's my cousin, if you've ever seen X-Men or Wolverine, is Hugh Jackman is my cousin, the white Aussie. This is wild. So all these people you relate to everyone. Actually, for the people that don't really take time to do research on your family, we're more connected as human beings than what we'd ever imagine. I'm not begging anybody to love me, live next door to me, nothing like that. But you'd be amazed at who's connected to you. I'm not. I've never even seen any damn X-Men movie. I don't know. I never heard of no damn Wolverine. I don't. But they did write me, and they follow me on Instagram, whatever that's about. Maybe it's their official account. So you never know. So just first it's Hugh Jackman, and then it's Henry VIII. God damn, Queen Elizabeth. That means Anne Boleyn, the pussy that caused the Anglican Church to be created. They're my aunt too. Wow, that's wild. So anyway, let me get off here. So if you see me talking about genealogy and all, it is. I just want to know people living now. I want to tell you at the beginning of this year, I, I, 23andMe has refused to let me have my genetic test, and we had to conclude what was it that they found that they wouldn't give to me. Who am I? I did two. They said, "Well, we weren't able to extract your DNA from your sample. You need to send another one." So I sent another sample, and they were moving, and it got to the point of process, and it says we weren't able to extract it again. I'm thinking, how can you not find it? And I had a lot of spit I put in that bitch. I mean, I could have sent them a damn German beer mug full of spit if you're gonna tell me what the hell it's connected to. And they sent me a very harsh message. I should post it up where they told me if I do it again, they would not refund me if they couldn't find it. And when I did a DNA a couple of years ago and I reached out to these people, they snubbed me, would not communicate with me. So, um, not only am I a child of King Jesus, but I'm a child of European, African, and Aboriginal kings and queens, and we all are. And if we're not, we're still just be a good human being. So on this Sunday, take some time to look into who or what you are. You have no idea. The reason I do this genealogy, you never believe. I mean, all the damn time I run across people, and the more I get along with them, the more likely even though I've never met them before, they're always invariably some kind of cousin. And you'd be amazed at how cool. And by the way, my second, third, fourth, and fifth cousins are way better than my first cousins. I mean, fuck them. I mean, a lot of my first cousins, damn, not all, but some just, they have no real interest. And I'm not mad at them, but just damn. So that's the other thing. If you're not happy with the family that you do know, cast your net a little wider. You may find very cool people in your family. The minute you get away from the ones that are most familiar with you, that grew up watching you piss on yourself. I remember when your mom used to take the shit out to crack your ass. You'll never grow up. Find some people in your family that you don't know that are cool, that just want to have peeps. And we Negroes better find out who the hell we are and who we're connected to, because time's about to get rough. Rough, 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 rough. Yep, spiritual family. Yep. So anyway, may the Lord bless and keep you. May his face shine upon you, give you peace. We need our MFM. That won't come without us being good to one another and good to the Most High. Support the Angry Black Men's Book Club. Be a coon buster. Please don't vote Democratic in the coming year. You're going to see a lot of stuff on Monday. I am going to see the color Slurple. I'm going to be out here raging. Everybody knows I can't stand Oprah. And you can get a butt lift, but you can't get a heart lift. That only comes from God. That's something she can't buy. And just because she's not fat, I can't forgive her getting over on the people that suffered in Maui, or the girls that have been raped in her school in South Africa. Oprah can't do anything for me. So I'm going to tell you all about the color Slurple. I will be probably doing Twitter spaces and all of that. And thank all of you for staying up tonight. I could do another one. Y'all want me to do some more? Do y'all want me to leave? Because I got like 42 people over here. Do y'all want me to stay at this? I'm not sleepy. I thought I was sleepy, but I'm not. Y'all want me to do some more? Come on, talk to me. Say something. It's just 6 hours. I think I could do another 30 minutes. Y'all want me to do another 30 minutes? Someone says read Chris G. Should I do some of this defending? Damn, there's so much of this shit. Woo. Okay. If y'all had a choice, y'all want me to go after feminists or talk more about race? I don't talk about race that much. Not because I'm not aware of white supremacy and bigotry. I'm very much so. I'm just concerned that black folks don't like to deal with themselves, and it's easier to look at race outside than to deal with stuff we must work on in ourselves. What do y'all want? Should I talk about race? Race? Who says race? Eugenics? We want to talk about some races? Can I get down on white people? Now, I normally mess with black people, but I'll get down. Y'all want me to get down on some white people? Because, I've heard people say, he only talks about white people. All he does is talk about race and white people. And I'm thinking, anybody knows me, not that I'm afraid of it, just too many people cover that. I don't want to do a whole bunch of police shootings and beatings. Not because it doesn't bother me. And, this is a very good book here. A bunch of y'all need to get a copy of this book here. This is an awesome book. A lot of us are Jews. A lot of us are Jews and don't know it. I see Latoya out there. She's a Jew. A lot of us are Jews. That's the thing that was messing with my mind. I have a great-grandfather whose name is Israel, from the city of London where all the Jews do business. Damn. That's why I'm not trying to mess with this Gaza shit. It's just, damn, I can't win. I don't want them hurting the people there, but I'm not a Muslim. And damn, they probably just slice me up for being part Jewish. Damn, and then the white Jews don't like you. So just shut the fuck up. I can't win. I get dogged for I just pray for peace. Hope that people treat each other better. Hope the world don't end, right? Okay, we'll leave the feminists alone. We'll do some racial shit. And I have a whole bunch of racial shit here stacked. It's just, okay. I haven't done race in a long time, so I'll do some racial shit. This is on Madison Grant. Madison Grant is one of the greatest white supremacists, and the book is called Defending the Master Race. Whew.
And this book, oh my God, look it up. It's expensive. I hope you can get an inexpensive copy. May God bless you to have one. Um, huh. Where do I go? Disciples. Let me see. Pick a nice place. Pick something in here. No. Oh, oh, good. This is a nice little short section. I'm not going to do all this, but I'm going to read a little bit longer, and I'm going to give you something that this is something that you guys have heard of, but I'll read it. So, okay. Let me just do this one more time so you'll know. This is the Angry Black Men's Book Club, and I'm reading Jonathan Peters' Spyros, Defending the Master Race. I'm not doing a whole chapter, but I'm going to do a portion. And I'm going to come back. Because once you like this is Madison Grant. Hitler's Inspirations, a White American. Okay. This portion is called, this is from the chapter, The Bronx Zoo. And this small section here is called Man in the Zoo. Madison Grant had conceived the Bronx Zoo as a place where the public could come to be enlightened about conservation, but he never really paused to consider that the public was made up of actual human beings who were not going to maintain the zoo in the standard decorum that obtained in the Knickerbocker Club, particularly after the subway line was extended to the Bronx. The great unwashed began bypassing the Central Park menagerie in favor of the Zoological Park, and the triumvirate began to dread, as Hornaday put it, the tramp of feet of our annual millions. The fact is that through all the Grant Osborne Hornaday reign, there was tension between, on the one hand, their genuine desire to uplift and educate the masses, and on the other hand, their lingering sense that the zoo was their own personal fiefdom, and that the patrons were therefore treated as annoyances at best and interlopers at worst. The crowds that streamed up from the east side on the weekends were especially obnoxious to the men who ran the zoo, and the three patricians openly paraded their contempt for the degenerates who babbled in Yiddish and Sicilian, napped on the lawns, and littered the grounds of their park. A frustrated Hornaday charged that most of the zoo's visitors were low-lived beasts who appreciate nothing and love filth and disorder. He patronizingly admitted, "It is difficult to understand the workings of the minds of persons who can blithely and cheerfully scatter rubbish on the beautifully kept lawns that they have created for their benefit." The attitude of the triumvirate reflects the historical truths that zoos are modern descendants of the aristocratic hunting preserves, updated and popularized for the age of democracy. This comes through in the Henry Fairfield Osborne's assurance to the public that in designing the zoo, he and his colleagues had given as close personal attention as they would have given had they been laying out one of their own country places. The Bronx Zoo, in the minds of its founder, was another of their county estates, like Grant's Oatlands or Osborne's Castle Rock, and the citizens of New York who came to gawk at their animals were so many trespassers. Here comes the good part. One of the most infamous episodes of gawking took place in 1906 when the zoo put Abmbc, an African pygmy, on display and the Primate House. The roots of this tragic episode lay in the St. Louis World Fair of 1904, held to commemorate the centenary of the Louisiana Purchase. The organizers of the fair wanted to create an anthropology exhibit that would feature living representatives of all the world's races, from the Ainu in Japan to the Zulus of South Africa. As with the animals of the Bronx Park Zoo, these people would be displayed in simulations of their own natural habitats. Late in 1903, the fair employed noted explorer missionary Samuel P. Werner. He was a racist Mississippian Presbyterian. I write about him in my book, Slavery's Mastery. To sail to Africa and procure a group of pygmies. A few months later, in a slave market in Congo, Werner purchased for a pound of salt and a bolt of cloth a pygmy named Abmbc, whose village had been destroyed and his wife and children had been killed in a massacre perpetrated by the Belgian army. Werner was especially delighted with Benga's teeth, which had been filed into sharp points and would amuse visitors at the fair. He brought Benga back to St. Louis with him, where Benga and a group of other pygmies helped build an authentic African village. When the fair closed in December, Werner was awarded the grand prize for his successful exhibit. In 1905, Werner and Benga returned to Africa and spent many months collecting artifacts and searching for diamonds. When Werner informed Benga that he was going back to the United States and would not return to Africa for at least a year, Benga asked if he could come along. Werner assented, with the thought that Benga might prove useful on the lecture circuit. They landed in New York in August 1906, and Werner went straight to the zoo to see if Madison Grant and William T. Hornaday wanted to purchase a chimpanzee that he had brought with him. They agreed to buy the chimp for $275 and to take care of Benga for a while Werner tended to personal affairs in North Carolina. In later years, Hornaday was always careful to say that Abmbc had been employed at the zoo while Werner was away. Werner had always concurred that the zoo simply gave Benga temporary employment and a safe and comfortable home for a short time. And in fact, for the first 2 weeks, Benga did help the zookeepers at the zoo with their chores. But on Saturday, September 8th, Benga was encouraged to enter an empty cage at the Primate House, so that, explained Hornaday, they may show visitors how they did things in Africa. A crowd of several hundred people soon gathered. Keepers occasionally encouraged Benga to charge the bars, teeth blared as to give a throng a thrill. The spectacle of a man in an animal cage immediately drew attention of the press. The headline the next day at the New York Times announced, "Bushman shares cage with Bronx Park apes." And that afternoon, after several thousand persons took to the subway to zoo ogle the little black man in the monkey cage, the keepers placed an orangutan and a parrot in the enclosure and scattered bones on the floor to evoke the savagery of darkest Africa. They also posted the label on the cage, African Pygmy Abmbc, age 23 years, height 4 feet 11 inches, weight 103 pounds, bought from the Kasai River, Congo Free State, South Central Africa by Dr. Samuel P. Venner, exhibited each afternoon during December. The front page of the Times the next day reported there's always been a crowd before the cage, most of the time roaring with laughter. Indeed, over and over, the crowd laughed at Abmbc, and the children especially laughed uproariously. One of the most amusing things at the Times was that the pygmy was not much taller than the orangutan, and that one had a good opportunity to study their points of resemblance. Their heads are much alike, and both they grin the same way when pleased. So similar were the two that many of the people in the crowd who watched Benga's antics doubted that he was a human being. The exhibit proved extremely popular. Hornaday announced that the little savage would be on display until late in the fall. He explained that Benga
Was in no sense a prisoner. He was free to come and go, except for every afternoon from 2 o'clock he had to be in closure. When the reporter asked Hornaday whether or not there was something unsavory about placing a man in the monkey cage, the director explained that everything was being done with the full approval of Madison Grant, and he had assured the reporter that the little black man was really comfortable there. After all, he told the New York Globe the little fellow has one of the best rooms in the primate house. A stormy debate erupted among the public over the propriety of making an exhibit out of Abmbc. Headlines blared, experts argued, editors pontificated, letters flooded in. A committee of clergymen from the Colored Baptist Ministers' Conference indignantly declared the dehumanization exhibit an outrage and vowed to free Benga from his cage. When the ministers went to City Hall to ask Mayor George B. McClellan to halt the degrading exhibition, the mayor refused to take any action, which will come as no surprise to those who were familiar with his father's inaction as head of the army on the Potomac. The ministers went straight from City Hall to Madison Grant's law office and demanded custody of the dwarf. Grant was pleasant enough, according to Reverend James H. Gordon, but he refused to hand over the African as he was holding him in trust for Dr. Werner. The committee concluded that this was not a satisfactory reply and threatened legal action to free the pygmy. Grant saw little to be gained from a courtroom showdown, and the next day he ordered Benga no longer to be officially displayed in the primate house. But Benga still resided in the park and returned to the primate house to sleep at night, awaiting Werner's return. And the following Sunday, over 40,000 New Yorkers jammed into the zoo to catch a glimpse of what the Times called the star attraction of the park, the wild man of Africa. They chased him about the grounds all day, howling and jeering and yelling. Some of them poked him in the ribs, others tripped him up, all laughed at him. Understandably, Benga didn't react well to being pestered in this manner. He threw a tantrum after being denied a soda. He threatened to bite his keepers. At one point, he nearly caused a riot when he got hold of a knife and brandished it about the park. The Zoological Society pleaded with Samuel Werner to return to New York as soon as possible to reclaim him. Hornaday explained to Werner that since Benga was so much in the public eye, he could not be reprimanded when he misbehaved. Finding himself immune from punishment, the boy, Benga was a grown man, does quite as he pleases, and it is utterly impossible to control him. Werner finally arrived at the end of September for the arranged transfer of Benga to the Colored Orphan Asylum in Brooklyn, where Reverend Gordon was superintendent. According to the Times, Gordon's phone began to ring off the hook as anxious relatives of his charges called to protest. Quote, "For the Lord's sake, Mr. Gordon," one woman reportedly cried. "I read in the papers this morning you're going to take the wild man over to your place. Why can't he eat? Why, he'll eat my Matilda alive." Nonetheless, Benga was placed in the care of the Reverend, and the zoo's involvement with Otter Benga came to an end. But the month-long controversy over Otter Benga was more complicated than it appeared. To be sure, the main reason for the anger of the ministers was that keeping a black man in the monkey cage had humiliating connotations. "Our race, we think, is depressed enough," explained Reverend Gordon, "without exhibiting one of us with the apes. I think we are worthy of being considered human beings." But almost as important for the clergyman was the implications that Negroes were the missing link between apes and humans. The ministers were angry that the display was a direct endorsement of evolution, and Reverend Gordon denounced on the grounds that the exhibition evidently aims to be a demonstration of the Darwinian theory of evolution. Darwinian evolution is absolutely opposed to Christianity and opposed the public demonstration, and its favor should not be permitted. In other words, it was not just that the zoo was claiming that Negroes were akin to apes, but that humans were akin to apes. The scandal was almost as much a conflict of religion versus science as it was one black versus white. There was no question that Benga was placed in a cage to reaffirm white viewers that they were superior to the half-naked pygmy. But he was also there to show the audience
in those pre-scope days that all humans are primates. William T. Hornaday declaring, I'm a believer in the Darwinian theory, explaining he's given the exhibition purely as an ethnological exhibit. The New York Times supported this position. The Reverend Colored Brothers should be told that evolution in one form or another is now taught in textbooks of all the schools, and it is no more debatable than the multiplication table. And a letter to the editor the following day praised the scientific character of the display and expressed the hope that the zoo's actions would help our clergymen familiarize themselves with the scientific point of view, so absolutely foreign to many of them. Madison Grant had little patience for those that rejected science in favor of religious superstition. A few years later, when the Church of St. Anne in New York displayed the forearm of St. Anne, Grant called Henry Fairfield or Osborne, and the two concurred that the forearm was actually a chicken femur. They challenged the church to submit the bone for examination, whereupon the hierarchy quickly withdrew the relic from exhibition. In the Abmbc case, the scientists were definitely on the one side and the clerics were on the other. Of course, we need to remember that science of 1906 was thoroughly racist. Hence, Hornaday's prediction that Bengal would never be able to bridge the gap between the savage African jungle and the civilized Elysian fields. And hence the explanation by the New York Times that while to the average non-scientific person in the crowds of sightseers, there was something about the display that was unpleasant. The fact is that Benga doesn't think very deeply, for he belongs to that race that scientists do not rate high in the human scale. A later Times editorial claimed, we do not quite understand all the emotion which others are expressing in the matter. It is absurd to make moan over the imagined humiliation and degradation Benga is suffering. The pygmies are very low on the human scale, and the suggestion that Benga should be in a school instead of a cage ignores the high probability that the school would be a place from which he could draw no advantage whatever. The idea that men are all much alike except that they have had or lacked opportunities for getting an education out of books is now far out of date. In 1907, Samuel P. Werner made another expedition to the Congo, but Benga declined the opportunity to go with him. Both men assumed that Werner would be making many other trips to Africa and that Benga would be able to return whenever he wished. In the meantime, Benga's English improved. He converted to Christianity, even had his teeth were capped, and to help him look more normal, in 1910, the Colored Orphans Asylum sent him to Lynchburg, Virginia, to attend elementary school at the Baptist Seminary. A few years later, Benga decided the time had come to return to Africa. Unfortunately, the Great War had broken out. Travel to the Congo was under interdict. Benga was broken, but he secured part-time work in the tobacco factory for the duration. However, as the war dragged on, the prospects for getting back to Africa grew even more remote. Benga sank deeper and deeper into depression. On March 20th, 1916, he stole a revolver, sneaked inside a cow stable, and killed himself. Exactly 5 days after Otto Benga died on the other side of the country, Yahi, Indian Ishi, the last of his tribe, passed away. Ishi had lived for 5 years in the Anthropology Museum at the University of California under the care of anthropologist A.L. Kreber. When Ishi died, his brain was removed and shipped to the Smithsonian, where for decades it floated in a jar of formaldehyde in the storage area, despite Ishi's wishes that he not be autopsied. Kroeber's treatment of Ishi elicited none of the criticism that was heaped on Madison Grant for his display of Otabenga, nor did anthropologist Franz Boas, Kroeber's mentor and Madison Grant's longstanding foe on matters of race, receive any negative press when he put a group of Eskimos on display in the American Museum of Natural History. In 1897, at the request of Boas, Arctic explorer Robert Peary, he was the guy that Matthew Henson was with, who gets the credit when it's the black guy that took him, had returned from Greenland with 6 Eskimos, including a girl of 11 and a boy of 6. 20,000 people visited Perry's ship when it docked in Manhattan, paying 25 cents to see the exotic strangers. Perry eventually deposited his northern cargo and the American Museum of History, where visitors could view them and their living quarters in the basement. Unfortunately, the Eskimos developed tuberculosis, and within 8 months, 4 of them were dead. Boas had the flesh stripped from their skeletons, which were bleached and added to the museum's collection. Several years later, a man wrote to the Bronx Zoo and offered to put himself on display in the Ape House as an educational exhibit. Director Hornaday responded, "Your application for the position in the zoological park as an exhibit of the genus Homo has caused me to turn ruminant and chew cud of bitter reflection. Your perfectly legitimate aspiration recalls the ghost of vanished Otto Benga, the pygmy Negro of the Congo, who was our first offense in the display of man as a primate." Declaring that once was enough, Hornaday declined the offer to exhibit a man in the cage, and of course, the man in this case was Caucasian. Madison Grant was extremely busy in the early years of the Bronx Zoo. While he continued to go daily to his law office, now located at 11 Wall Street, all of his time and attention were devoted to overseeing the zoo and the aquarium and ensuring the solvency of the New York Zoological Society. Thanks to his efforts, the membership of the society climbed 1,000% in 5 years, from 118 in 1897 to 1182 in 1902, leading a chic magazine to pronounce, "Not to be in the New York Zoological Society is not to be in society." And the annual members' dinners held every January at the Waldorf Astoria was known as the Penguin Show, an important date on the Manhattan social calendar. And those days before air conditioning, January and February were the height of the social season in New York. Still, raising funds to run the zoo and aquarium was a never ending proposition. Grant once compared his situation unfavorably to the head of the Metropolitan Museum of Art. The value of animals is highly ephemeral. It tends to decrease rather than increase. A collection of pictures or other museum material is constantly growing in value with the increasing rarity of the specimens, but animals are not immortal and require constant replacement. In other words, the Met could raise money to purchase a Renoir and then sit back and grin contentedly as the painting appreciated in value. But when Grant bought a cheetah, and those days captive breeding programs were still far in the future, he knew that the animal, in addition to consuming enormous amounts of costly food, would depreciate in value every day until it died, at which point it would be worthless, and Grant would have to go out and raise money to replace it. It did not help in keeping with their mission to bring conservation to the masses. The admission to the zoo and aquarium was free most days of the week. For a number of years, Madison Grant himself gave thousands of dollars to keep the zoological society solvent, but it was clear that the deeper pockets of his were going to have to be tapped if the zoo was going to survive. One of Grant's most grateful remembered fundraising efforts took place in 1914 when the Zoological Society was desperately trying to create a pension fund for the 171 workers in its employ. Grant called Andrew Carnegie and asked him to give a staggering amount of $100,000 as principal for the fund. Carnegie showed little interest in the project, but finally, reluctantly, agreed to contribute $10,000, which was still a substantial sum. Without so much as blinking, Grant politely and sorrowfully declined the offer, turned around and walked out of the room, at which point Carnegie, whose largesse had never before been declined, eagerly yelled at Grant that he'd gladly provide the 100,000 the employees of the society gave. Heaven sent Madison Grant a silver loving cup in token for his care for them. Eventually, even larger donations were secured. John D. Rockefeller, for example, announced that he was deeply impressed by the work of the New York Zoological Society and the place which occupies the life of the community and contributed 1 million. Anna Harkness donated 1 million to the society, and other large funds came from J.P. Margaret, J.P. Morgan, Margaret Olivia Sage, George F. Baker, and Jacob Schiff. The generosity of the Schiffs was particularly extraordinary, as he was well aware of Grant's anti Semitism and his lifelong efforts to keep Jews off the board of the Zoological Society. Thanks to Grant's labors, the Zoological Society was put on a secure footing and it thrives to this day. Now known as the Wildlife Conservation Society, it runs, in addition to the Bronx Park Zoo and the New York Aquarium, which it has since removed to a 15-acre site on Coney Island, the Queens Zoo, Prospect Park Zoo, Central Park Zoo. Grant would be very pleased the Wildlife Conservation Society remains an international leader in exhibit design, scientific research, and conservation. He'd be less happy that the society has removed from its website and historical literature any mention of the now anathemized Madison Grant. What do y'all think? So all this conservation that you see in Africa is really it's racist. That's why they're more concerned about tigers and bears and lions than African people. Nobody's talking about people being killed in Sudan or Congo. But trust me, some impalas and stuff start dying. Oh, the cheetahs are in trouble. Abmbc. Let me show you a picture of Abmbc. Some of you've never heard of them. And by the way, Werner Phillips, the little racist that took and put this man in the zoo, the good news is he was on the telephone somewhere down south during a lightning storm. And the lightning hit the phone line and electrocuted his racist ass. Let's give God a hand. God is in charge. Yes, he was electrocuted. Isn't God good? He's my rock. This is Abmbc. Mm-hmm. The man that committed suicide. And I'm going to stop for here. It's almost 5 o'clock. I'm going to come back in a couple hours. I'm going to take a nap. But how about y'all think of the zoo? Because there's more. This is Hitler's mentor. So let me stop here. So that was my. And when I come back, maybe I'll do some stuff on feminists, and I'm still going to talk about race. So I'll come back and I'll do some more from defending the master race. And I may even read some of the Nazi stuff from this book on Sanger. So we're going to be talking about race, eugenics, feminism. It all goes together. It's all the same bullshit. And it's all ultimately anti-Black. So I hope everybody that you are subscribed to the Angry Black Men's Book Club. I hope you guys are liking this. I hope you're sharing this. I hope you're dropping a donation of any size to the Cash App, Dr. Randy Short. Let me put a damn band up here. Let me put my big on. Where's my big on? Yeah, where's my big? I feel like begging. Where's my big? I'll put my big appeal up here. I love this. Begging is kind of cool. Okay. So I absolutely hope that if you get a chance, of course, the Cash App, which, yes, y'all should send me a piece. Would have been at this for 6 hours and 40 minutes. Y'all should do that. That's Dr. Randy Short at Cash App, $ Dr. Randy Short. You can also send stuff via Zelle or PayPal, which is wrandyshort@gmail.com. And I also have I have Patreon. And so y'all should, become Patreon members. It won't kill you.
You could do it for like a few bucks. I mean, to me, it would be wonderful if I had like what 100. That would be cool. Anyway, I'm about to sign out. I hope all is good, and we're gonna pick up more of this. We're gonna pick up more of this. And I'm sorry about the bad reception. They've been doing something with this, but anyway, we're good. We're good. I'm gonna go MFM everybody. In fact, do like this. Da da da. MFM, be coon busters. Enjoy your holiday. It's now officially Christmas Eve and then some. I'm looking really forward. We're going to do more and we're going to start going through more of these. So I just have to do this. Just want to get my stuff straight. All right. So let me get out of here. I'll be in touch with y'all. Much love to y'all. We're going to be doing more of this.